Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the 2021 Games for Change Festival. I hope you're ready for another day jam-packed with inspiring talks, roundtable discussions, panels, networking, and more. So last night, we had an amazing award ceremony thanks to our incredible host, Keisha Howard, and musical guest, Megaran. Weren't they just amazing? We were really excited to see such a wide range of creative, groundbreaking games and XR experiences in competition this year. It's interesting to note, too, that the finalists were from all over the world. 7 were from the US, 5 were from Canada, and 9 were international. So I'd also like to take time to recognize the winners from last night's ceremony. Lost Words Beyond the Page won Most Innovative Game and Best Gameplay. Best Learning Game went to The Wednesday, while Quadcade was named Best XR Experience. Sendensi won Best Student Game, and Alba Wildlife Adventure took home awards for Most Significant Impact and Game of the Year. And finally, the People's Choice Award went to Suzerain. Congrats to everybody. I'd also like to recap the special awards that were announced last night. Niantic received the Industry Leadership Award, and Games Done Quick earned the Giving Award. Our Vanguard Award went to Mark Barley. If you missed Mark's inspirational speech, you can try to watch it on our YouTube channel, and also join him at the Beyond Visibility panel on Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern. Once again, congratulations to all the nominees and winners. And you are also all able to check out these games at the G4C Awards virtual booth in the Expo area. So here we are in day 2. And looking back to your experience yesterday, I want to ask you something. In addition to learning something new and being inspired by our great speakers, did you meet anyone new? To remind you, each day we have a special networking hour. Today's starts at 1 p.m., so please take advantage. And you never know, you might meet your next collaborator there. Other ways to connect are through our one-to-one messaging and scheduling features, as well as registering your interest to connect at the individual expo booths. So yesterday, I announced G4C Learn, and you can learn more about our increased focus into education and how you can get involved by attending our roundtable today at 4:30 Eastern. I want to mention a few other highlights to look forward to today. At 12 p.m. Eastern, I'm excited to be speaking with 2 luminaries in the games and film worlds. Alex McDowell, production designer and world builder, and Alan Gershenfeld, co-founder and president of Eli Media. We also have more Raising Good Gamer sessions, including RGG, Youth, Safety, and Diversity at 1 p.m. Eastern, as well as our TED-Ed Student Talks program at 6:20 Eastern, where we will be featuring 5 talented young people and their talks about games and game culture. I'd like now to introduce Ann Del Castillo to say a few words. Ann serves as the Commissioner of the New York City Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment. She has more than 25 years' experience in film and TV production, public media, arts, and nonprofit administration. Ann has been a great partner and friend to Games for Change, so please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you, Susanna. It's so great to be here. Good morning, everyone. I am thrilled to join all of you on day 2 of the Games for Change Festival. I have to say, one of the silver linings of the pandemic is that having Games for Change go virtual means that we get to welcome participants from around the world. So maybe it's good morning where you are, maybe it's good evening, but we're so happy that you're here. For those of you who may not be familiar, the New York City Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment is really the sole city agency dedicated to supporting all of the city's creative sectors: film, television, theater, advertising, publishing, music, nightlife, and of course, digital media. We do that through 4 divisions. We have our film office, which coordinates film and television production throughout the 5 boroughs. New York City NYC Media, which is the largest municipal broadcast radio and television station in the country. We have programs and initiatives to support all of the creative sectors through workforce initiatives, industry development, and training and educational programs. And then we also have a relatively new office, the Office of Nightlife, which supports the sustainable development of our nightlife industry, which has given birth to so many creative movements, so many of our most notable cultural movements in the world. And, but these creative sectors generate about 150 billion in economic activity, as well as 500,000 jobs. But really, more importantly, they define New York City as a global creative capital. Video games, of course, are a critical piece of that. In the US alone, video game revenue is at about over 44 billion. And in New York State, video games represent nearly $1 billion in revenue and generate 13,000 jobs across the state. Gaming in New York City, we have about 160 established video game studios and a world-class digital gaming hub at NYU. We have the highest concentration of artificial reality and virtual reality gaming jobs in the nation. And New York City is also one of 4 cities, along with LA, Houston, and San Francisco, that dominate the esports market. We're also a hub for casual and hyper-casual games. And so in this environment, as we're looking at ways to support the development of this thriving industry here in New York City, I have some exciting news to share with everyone. I'm thrilled to announce that our office, the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment, is actually extending the use of the Made in New York trademark to digital games that are created here in New York City. Some of you may be familiar with the Made in New York initiative. It celebrates New York City's media and entertainment industry, highlighting the importance of the sector, film and television production, fashion, and now digital video games. And we do that through public awareness campaigns, marketing efforts, educational and workforce development programs. And so as we seek to support the growth of game development here in New York City, this trademark extension, the Made in New York, brings visibility to so many of the phenomenal games that are created right here in the creative capital of the world. More details will be coming out about the programming in the coming weeks. You all are getting a preview here. But we're very excited to really foreground the video game community here in New York City. Throughout the pandemic, we've seen how digital games have really helped people connect to each other and to community. And I think what that has done is it's offered an opportunity to really reframe the discussion about video games as entertainment for all ages, all lifestyles, all kinds of people. And to really show how it fosters a sense of connectivity, creativity, innovation. And we really appreciate the work that Games for Change has been doing in keeping those discussions at the forefront of the conversation, really showing how games can be a force for good, and an opportunity to engage, educate, and bring communities together. And so I thank all of you for being here. I thank Games for Change for your incredible work over the last 18 years. So thrilled to be here with all of you. And so I want to encourage all of you to keep creating and keep playing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne. We all of us at Games for Change really appreciate the continued partnership that we have with the New York City's Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment, and your announcement is really exciting. So let's now start the show. Our first speaker on the health and wellness track today is Devin Weiland. Devin is a game UX advisor and design lead at 12 Traits, where she empowers games teams with tools to elevate gaming experiences by starting with a rich understanding of their players. Her mission is to see long-term health benefits for both players and the business. Today, Devin will share best practices from UX design that have helped game teams improve engagement while drastically reducing production costs. Please welcome Devin to the main stage.
Hi, thank you guys so much for joining me today. I hope you guys are enjoying the conference. I'm so grateful to be here and to give you guys this talk and to share some insight and some wisdom from my background. To quickly give you guys a little bit of my background, I'm currently the UX lead at 12 Traits. If you haven't heard of us, we utilize psychologically based AI to help video game companies better understand their players in real time so that they can tailor their marketing and game design efforts to better meet those needs. So really what led me here was working within the casual mobile games industries and working at companies such as GSN Games and Big Fish Games. And then prior to that, I had a technical background in computer science with a focus in computer game design from UC Santa Cruz. So simply put, my entire career has been to help game teams build better and more engaging experiences by considering the needs of their players throughout their entire design development process. So that brings me to what I'm really excited to share with you guys today. How can you guys create more engaging experiences by utilizing UX methods throughout your entire design process? So what I've really seen within the health industry and indie games as well is, to put it bluntly, there's a little bit of a graveyard of a lot of these smaller games. And oftentimes it's because there's not necessarily all the resources or the know-how to incorporate research early on and testing practices to make sure that players are involved through that design process. And to take a game, for example, like Endeavor, where it's FDA approved to help with ADHD, at the end of the day, would a kid rather play Endeavor or Fortnite? So you can kind of take a guess on that one. So what I hope by the end of this talk is that you will have some take-home tools that you can use from traditional user experience design process to help you increase the engagement of these incredible health games that you guys are creating. And to illustrate this, I'll be utilizing a example from Big Fish Games that was a very simple change that resulted in a 26% improvement in engagement on a 10-year-old game title just after a few weeks of implementation. So let's go ahead and begin. So some of you might be familiar with this game. It's been around for a while. It's called Fairway Solitaire. And it's a pretty simple game where you're jumping in, you're playing solitaire levels. And as you can see from the top screenshot, it shows very simple and clear progression. So you only have 6 levels that you can engage with at a time, and then you switch through these pages. So there's minimal overload when users are trying to decide on what course to experience or what to play. There's star progression, which you can see the stars there. There's milestones, so you have to collect a certain number of stars to accomplish those milestones. And there's very difficulty. So because this is Fairway Solitaire, it's based off of the rules of golf. So you have 3-hole courses, 9-hole courses, and then sometimes 18-hole courses. And through those, you can very quickly, as a player, get to see how difficult is this level going to be. In addition to that, there's daily challenges. But I think what was really special about this game, and it was such a privilege to work on, is this beautiful natural environment that you see in the screenshot down below, and that's the actual gameplay. So it's really focused on the cards and clearing the cards as you do within solitaire, and showing these progression meters in the top right and left, with then these golf clubs down on the bottom right corner, which are the power-ups that you can use to progress further within solitaire. So what's that business problem? What's the issue that I was brought in on this team for? So the business approached game designers and UX designers at that time to bring up this problem of engaging end of content players. So it's a 10-year-old title. They have over 300 levels that a lot of these players have already completed, and they're coming back day to day to just engage with daily challenge courses, which makes sense. They're end of content. They want to have more levels. They want more things to do. So we were asked as a design team to come up with a quick solution to keep them engaged. So how did we tackle this problem? And I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. It is the design thinking process. So IDEO coined this process, the design thinking process, way back when, and it's been proven over the years to tackle complex problems intended to solve a real human need. So this visualization of the process is pulled from Nielsen Norman Group, which is a fantastic resource if you guys haven't already checked it out. And you can go into Design Thinking 101 to really dig into each of these stages in a little bit more detail. But I wanted to highlight this for you guys of an overview of what are each of those steps. And I'll be walking through each of these steps for this project or for this problem that we're encountering. So to go through the first phase, we have the understand phase, which is really understanding what the problem is. So that's empathizing with the business, defining what the problem is. It's really getting to know everything that's going on. And then the explore phase is taking that definition of what that problem is and really exploring multiple different hypotheses and ideas for how to solve that actual problem. And then the materialize phase, as it's pretty clear here, of testing and implementing, that's typically where you're A/B testing, you're getting it live, and you're getting more user feedback to make some of those changes. So we'll first jump into this understand phase. So what we really want to do in this phase is empathize with all of the stakeholders that are involved. So what that means is empathizing not only with the business and the players, but it's also empathizing with the other individuals on your team too. So what are their limitations? What are your capabilities as a creator to design or create some of these experiences? And then after that, how do you define that problem? So jumping into that business need. So we originally had that objective of engaging end of content players. But after interviewing the rest of the team, we realized that we have limited engineering support. So, it's a pretty old game. So we were kind of in this maintenance mode. So we weren't investing a lot of time and engineering efforts into the game at that point in time. And we only had one game designer. So if we wanted to come up with multiple levels, for example, just keep creating content at the end of the experience, that's not something that's going to be sustainable, especially when we only have one designer on the team. So now let's take a look at our player and really dig into who our player is. So the best thing about especially a lot of these old games is that there's just tons and tons of player behavior. So just looking at what is the quickest thing that you can access to learn more about your player. So looking at the player behavior, we saw that they're engaging most in daily challenge courses. So again, there's these courses that are coming up every day. They're a very loyal and positive fan base, and they communicate a desire for more things to do. So they're very actively engaged in social media. And I think some of them even got tattoos of our brand, and they were, advertising that too. They were a very, very engaged and loyal fan base. So at this point in time, let's come up with some ideas, right? Like we've empathized with the business, we've empathized with our players, and it sounds like they want more challenges, right? So I don't know, what would that be? Like if we look at other things that were popular within the market at that point in time, there were kind of social features. There were these club elements that you could incorporate because, social features, that's something that's scalable, where you have a social community that's always engaging and you don't have to have a designer constantly creating content, but that's a pretty heavy engineering lift. So maybe that's a point in time that we can talk with the business and say, can we get some more engineering support? So I want to stop right there. This is a really, really common process for a lot of game teams. So they're just looking at what is the market doing? What is the business need? What is some of that player behavior and that player feedback that they're seeing? But the big question that I saw here was, why are people engaging in daily courses? We're making this assumption that it's something that is new courses that's coming up, but do they like more challenge? Like what are they looking for? So we wanted to take a little bit deeper of a dive into actually empathizing and fully empathizing with our players. So with player behavior, we get to see what people are doing and maybe saying a little bit on social media, but we really don't dig into what they think and what they feel. And that's where user interviews, qualitative surveys, and contextual inquiry can help out a lot. There's countless other research tools. We were fortunate at Big Fish to have an actual lab that we could use. But this is something that you can do even if you're a team of one. Just go out and interview your users, interview your target audience, and just ask them what a day in their life is like. And you'll get so much more wisdom just from an hour conversation with one of your target users than you would by just looking at behavior, by just looking at market data. So we took some time to go through this and really invested a lot of resources in this. Fortunately, we had that there. But again, as mentioned, this is something that you can do by yourself on your own as well. And what did we come up with? So after talking with a bunch of end of content players, we identified that there was really one type of group. There was one group or one persona of these types of players. So I'm going to quickly read the quote, and we ended up naming her Martha because that was something that was resonant with what we found. And the tranquil environments in Fairway allow me to relax and unwind while feeling like I'm making progress to earn a challenging achievement. And so who is she? So she strives a little bit more for achievement. She's seeking additional challenge. She's motivated by feeling productive. And her biggest pain point in the game is she's uncertain about achievement paths. So this is very different from just, adding more challenge courses or adding more additional features, which is oftentimes the case of solving a lot of these problems. We're now seeing that achievements is really something that she wants, and she wants more challenge within the experience. So what we ended up doing after we learned this is to go back and reevaluate the game. And by looking at the game, we were trying to see what are the areas that are maybe the lowest lift and the easiest opportunity for improvement to satisfy her needs, just because we know that we have these minimal resources. So this is what we call the pre-course screen. This is the screen that comes up after you click on one of those tiles that I first showed at the top, where you're clicking into one of these Fairway experiences right before you play solitaire. So it shows you the goals and the progress. You have your star progression. It gives you some copy there about what is this goal. And it gives you a clear call to action for continuing forward. And then in the middle, you have your power-ups. But after interviewing the team and looking at some of the old design documentation, there were countless other achievements that could be earned through every single course. So this was a huge missed opportunity and also a pretty low lift. So this satisfies pretty much all of the needs that we ended up identifying at the beginning. So I would say at this point in time, we're now done with this first understand phase. We've empathized with Martha, we've talked with the business, we've talked with our internal stakeholders. We've defined this problem of we want to increase engagement of the Marthas of this world and increase challenge and achievement. And we're now at the fun stage, right? Where you start to get to ideate, you start to come up with different solutions. So this is a great opportunity to bring in different minds. So not just designers, but bring in someone from marketing, bring in a friend or a colleague and kind of explain the problem to them and get their thoughts on that too. Especially if you are the main designer on that, this is a great opportunity to get new innovative ideas. And then we move into the prototype phase. So after you've ideated this is where you're whiteboarding, you're playing with sticky notes. There's a lot of tools out there that you can look into for this ideation process. After you've decided on maybe like the 3 to 5 best hypotheses that solve that initial defined problem, that's when you prototype this out. And prototyping doesn't necessarily mean that you have to code that. You can put that into wireframes or something similar to Balsamic, for example, where it's pretty easy to use and you can just draw it out, or wireframes using something like Figma or Sketch or UXPin. All of these tools are great opportunities to get something into a digital form so that you can actually test that again. And that's what we ended up doing. So we decided that we wanted to redesign that pre-course screen and focus on that as our main solution area. And we came up with countless different hypotheses and we ran them through what we call impression testing or first impression testing in a very reasonable tool. I want to say it's free or it's cheap, or it's free or very cheap to just start using, especially for a small team. And what it allows you to do is come up with different wireframe hypotheses and present those in front of your target audience with a series of questions and tasks to do. So what that helps you understand is, in this case for Martha, we would ask her something along the lines of, where would you go to see the achievements or the abilities for what else you can do as challenges within each of these courses, and see how long it took her to find that and how successful she was for each of the hypotheses. And the one that performed the best and the fastest is usually the one that we would either merge hypotheses together and come up with, a couple, maybe 3 more to test to validate, or we would have a very clear winner that we could move forward with. So in this case, we had a couple that we ended up merging together, and this is what we resulted with. Again, this is still part of the prototype phase. We worked from those wireframes and worked with the artists on the team to come up with a clickable prototype. I think we ended up using Envision app for this, and basically just had the screen come up. And as you can see here, we have this drawer that's on the side that shows all of the achievements that are available within each of those courses. And something else that we had to keep in mind here is that we're not just designing for end of content, we're also designing for new players, right? We wouldn't want to have this very complex screen for a new player that's coming in. So having this drawer satisfies the needs of both those expert players as well as those beginner players. So we ended up testing this and launching this afterwards. So we now got through, we got through that explore phase, and we're now at this materialize phase where we can test it and implement it. So testing, this is where you actually get it live and you actually get it programmed and you start testing it with either different hypotheses that you already had in our case, or if it's a new idea, that's where you're launching to different countries to see if this is something that someone was actually interested in, or if it's a new concept, you can also launch that through something like Playtest Cloud or usertesting.com just to start testing if some of those solutions could be a possibility. So after testing this, this is when we ended up seeing that 26% engagement. Again, look at this change. It's not really a huge change, but it's satisfying the big need of this audience that we identified through that empathizing phase. If we didn't have that phase, we could have had new features. We could have been investing in a full social club feature. That's not really what Martha wanted. Martha nowhere said that she wanted social. She wanted something that's tranquil. She wanted to have more achievements, more challenges, and all of that was already actually, fortunately, within the game. So we could have a really quick and easy opportunity to satisfy those needs very quickly and easily. So if there's only one thing that you take away from this talk, it is really to involve your players as much as possible. And what's amazing is that there's already a ton of tools out there that you can look up for involving your players during the ideation through the testing and implementation phase. And where it's a little bit more challenging is on that empathize phase, because I do know that that requires additional resources. And if you're not comfortable with interviewing or pulling out the relevant insights from interviewing, it does get challenging. And that is why we ended up coming up with 12 traits, because we are automating that entire process for coming up with those personas and really digging into who your player is, why that matters, so that you can expedite this whole phase. But yeah, if nothing else, talk with your users, get to know your users, and that's all that I have for you guys today. I know it's a lot to incorporate into one talk. But yeah, if you have any questions, I will be in the Spark Q&A room after this, and there'll be a link in the chat. Otherwise, feel free to email me at devin@12traits.com. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the conference.
Next up, I'm excited to introduce Kim Chouard, who was our first keynote of the day on the Games and Learning track. Currently, Kim is on the Salesforce philanthropy team where he launched Age of Makers, a free open-sourced game co-built by students and educators. He will be showcasing how the game has inspired students around the world to build concrete solutions to the world's biggest challenges and leave you with some ways that you can use games to provide youth with a voice for change. Please welcome Kim Chouard.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining this keynote, where we'll explore what can we learn from games that can help us learn better. I'm Kim Chouard from the Salesforce philanthropy team, and I've been developing innovative education programs for the past 6 years, directly applying game concepts to the classroom to drive learning for impact. I've had the chance to partner with educators at all levels, from school districts to teachers, impacting and reaching 500,000 students from around the world. I want to share what we've learned from that and how impactful and transformative it can be. So today, I'm going to present 5 game concepts that, if applied in our education system at scale, can inspire youth globally to solve the world's biggest challenge. And so before we dive into how transformative game concepts can be for learning, let's pause for a second and reflect about and think about some of the challenges that comes with learning using traditional methods. Sometimes it can be a bit boring because you're not really engaged, and when listening to someone talking, it can also feel intimidating, like you have the Mount Everest in front of you. And it could also be lonely, although with some progress that we've done with project-based learning, it could be also very interesting and collaborative, but mainly you're the one learning and you're learning topics in silos, so it often feels lonely. And my cat will sure agree to that. On the other hand, games can also feel very addictive, right? I wish I could take you all on a game to prove my points instead of talking to you. It can also be guided. So mounting the Mount Everest feel like an exciting journey you want to find creative solutions for. And although it's virtual and it can sometimes be pictured as isolating, games can be intrinsically social, and if used properly, can really drive a lot of human interactions. And I've seen firsthand how we can leverage game for learning and to make learning extremely motivating, empowering, and celebrated. So let's dive deeper together on how we can break down those 3 challenges and use game with those 5 simple game concepts to do that transformation. So the first challenge that I mentioned is that learning can be boring. And I think there's 2 main reasons for that. The first one is the lack of context. We don't really know why we're learning this and that, nor we understand how does that fit into the bigger picture. And the second piece is that we have no agency. There's only one way forward that everyone needs to follow at the same pace. But I also said that and mentioned that game can be guided. And that's probably thanks to a game concept that is very well used, and that's the concept of maps. I've put examples here from pretty well-known games that have used that concept. And the most common one is the one you see in the center with Zelda, which just allows you to position yourself into the map and understand the world you navigate in. But you can also use maps and map your knowledge or skills like they've done in Super Smash Bros. So you can basically build up your skills and visually see your progress. Sometimes maps are a core part of the gameplay, like it is with Animal Crossing, when you select the map you want to navigate at the beginning of the game and it has huge implication down the line. Or with League of Legends, where the way the map is built directly drives how you play. And so what if we started creating learning maps that the students could navigate? That could simply be put on the board or on the wall in the class, or we could use it by building a game around that concept, like we've done with Age of Makers. Like Suzanne mentioned, Age of Makers is a free online game that works as a Chrome extension where players can navigate different topics and different worlds to learn new skills in order to positively impact the world around them. One of the journey is called Music for Change. And in Music for Change, students are able to learn how to produce a change-making songs to advocate for a social change they care about. And they do so by using the map you see on the right. There's multiple areas that they can navigate at their own pace and learn about different topics. It allows them to break down those different topics and see how they relate to each other. With the map, they can take distance from learning, quite literally this time, and really see it from far. Give them visual goals and pathways so they can decide whether they want to start with music theory, lyrics writing, or beats making, and when it's time to combine all of those together. And that's just one example, like the other one I'm going to explain today. But I'm actually very excited to hear from you on how you would use map to guide learning and make it more motivating. Another concept that makes games so addictive is the concept of journeys. Journeys can be seen as adventures that the player goes on. So whether it's in the good old Age of Empires, where you would go in campaigns and conquer the world, or Minecraft, where you actually build your own world and the journey that you take on, or Fortnite, where you basically choose the journey that defines the world you play with. It always gives the player a strong sense of agency. And so we can shift learning once again from boring to motivating by letting the learners choose their journey. They can choose their own path, which gives them ownerships in their learning so that they don't even feel like they're learning anymore. A game that does that very well is Powers, that you can see on the right here. It's a new game from a French studio that wants to combine game concepts and education to boost learning. The player is thrown into an open world where they have some missions to complete, all that built into a cohesive story. So although you are playing a game, you're actually learning real skills. So in the door challenge, for example, you're running and doing mental math to stay alive. In another one, you're actually using logic to solve an enigma to open a door. And that spans to geometry, philosophy, astronomy. So that can really be multidisciplinary. And the biggest piece really is what I called purpose-based. So when you learn something or do something with a purpose, you're highly motivated and nothing can stop you. And giving you a purpose is something that games does very well. And so I want to dive deeper on why that's important. Lilo Fever explained that very well in his book, The Art of Explanation. He basically plotted that into two axes. Horizontally, there's your level of understanding, going from less understanding on the left, where basically you don't know anything about the topic at hand, to more understanding on the right. So if you're a ninja, you'll be on the very right. And vertically, there's the balance you need in understanding how versus understanding why. And it gets interesting when you relate the two together. So when you start learning a new topic you don't know much about, you're on the left end of the spectrum, you mainly need to understand why, understand the purpose behind it. For example, if I start explaining you how to do accounting, getting into tax concepts and such, before you know why on earth you should care about it, it's very likely you'll go the other direction. But if you grasp why and why it's important to, and the roles that accounting plays into making business and society successful, you'll start to want to dive deeper into the how. And the more you understand about the why, the more you can do and you can tackle the how. Unfortunately, the foundation of our education system often puts this concept upside down with a strong focus on the how up front. I deeply believe that inspiring yourself from games is the perfect excuse to flip this paradigm upside down once again, to put it back into its back order. Because If we don't do that, learning will still be very intimidating, because when you start learning a new topic and being thrown a lot of the how, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. There's so many things to skill up on. It's hard to know in what order to take it on. And talking about order, it's even hard to find a starting point. It's something that will meet you where you are. Luckily, we have a few more game concepts that can help us mitigate that. The first one being levels. From your console with Call of Duty's ranks to your phone with Pokemon Go, most of the game provides a clear sense of purpose and progression, with achievable next step to aim for. Age of Empires even combined this with the first concept we talked about and mapped those levels so you can visually see what you can do in each ages. And so we can then drive motivations with levels, shifting learning from intimidating to empowering. You have achievable milestones that you can take in the order you want. Your progression is phased so that you only see what's relevant next instead of the 100 things you need to complete to get to level 50. And you can track your progress against greater goals. And one of the famous apps that actually leverage that very well is Duolingo, which is an application that you can use to learn your language. And we all know how intimidating learning a new language can be. But hey, getting to level 1 and learning how to name my cat or my socks, that's okay. And then getting to level 2 and so on. And before you know it, you have a big vocabulary under your belt. And to make it even more phased and guided, within all those levels hides another game concept. And so that's the level I mentioned. And so within those, there's the concepts of quests. And so quests are bite-sized adventure that we can take on, which basically could be solving a puzzle like in Monument Valley, or sometimes finding something to do in the vast world of Far Cry. Minecraft even have a quest engine option available. And so at its core, the biggest idea here is to break learning into bite-sized pieces. It's like baby steps. On the right here, you see another example from Age of Makers, where each pin you see on the screen, whether it's red, green, or gray, is a quest, and that gets unlocked as you achieve the previous one. And a quest can be a video to watch, questions to answer, research to do. And the very unique piece with the Age of Makers game is that because it's a Chrome extension, you can make any website a quest like we did here with BandLab, which is a music production tool, and gives you the instructions on the right. So as an educator, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, and you can really leverage all the tools available online in a cohesive way and guided way. Excuse me. And so the last piece, as I mentioned, was that learning can be lonely, right? At the end of the day, you are the one learning. So there's not always collaboration. There's not often a clear end goal that a team can rally around. So that's why we need to inspire ourselves from the multiplayer aspect of games. Whether you play at Overcooked or at Super Mario, where you have to work together to deliver the meals in time, or simply not sync, or some more competitive multiplayer modes on which esports are based on. The games are never as excited as when you play it with other humans. So there's a social piece inherently built into it that we can inspire ourselves from. And we can really bring the collaboration and the competitive aspect of game to celebrate learning. And we can do so by organizing showcase events where a team of students can present creations they've made to real public, like we did with the Future Trailblazer Challenge that you see here on the right. Middle schoolers from around the world competed using the Age of Maker game, with which they learn how to solve for the Sustainable Development Goals, which are the world's to-do list, using new technology like 3D printing, coding, or artificial intelligence. Some of them were even able to present to C-level executives and hundreds of professionals. And that induced a huge mind shift in the students' head, where instead of being seen as consumers of knowledge, they would come as producers and change makers that understand how to connect skills that they just learned to greater goals. I think this piece is really important because games are often seen as virtual and disconnected from reality, but I think they can be a great source of motivators that, if connected to the real world, can induce a positive circle that allows, especially the next generation, to start getting more involved and understand that they can shape the world around them. So I basically mentioned 5 game principles, and I want to summarize here to make sure that you have key takeaways that you can take home with. So you can transform learning experience with those 5 concepts. The first one being learning maps that can guide learners and help them understand all the different topics and how they relate with each other. You can then build journeys to motivate them through a story that they can navigate and that give them steps to follow. We can empower them through that story by breaking down into levels that are even breaking down into quests, so that every step you make feel like a baby steps until you're at the moon. And last but not least, it's really the most important piece. It's really putting the learners on stage to celebrate how they've connected their skills to greater goals, whether it's a showcase event or some kind of competitions. And I think, as I said before, how we use game as an excuse to start with the why, it can also be an excuse to introduce more purpose into learning and really leverage those greater goals that could feel intimidating at first, but if we use the game principles, suddenly become exciting and a big part of what we do in our daily lives. And like anywhere else, games are just tools. So it really comes down to how and why do we want to use them. And I deeply believe that we'll only succeed if we do that as a community. And so that's why I'm very grateful to talk in front of this Game for Change community, which I think is an amazing one. And that's why we've made the Age of Maker game open source, so that we can collaborate together and you can be inspired by it and the other way around. You'll find, if you're curious and you want to learn more about Age of Makers, or even or to produce music or 3D print, you can go to ageofmakers.com, where you will find in-depth guides for educators or volunteers to run programs that already exist, or the link to the GitHub repo where you could contribute to the next version of the game, so that hopefully we can build an exciting future for learning together. Thank you so much for listening, and feel free to reach out using this contact here. I've listed my website, Twitter, and my email. I'm actually now moving to the emerging Q&A room, and I'll be able to talk more casually and hear from you. I wish that could be a two-way conversation, so I hope we can have that there. You'll find a link to it in the chat. Thanks again for listening, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olga L., and I am the Executive Assistant to the President at Games for Change. Next up, we will be introduced to Tinker, an interactive narrative experience exploring the relationship between a grandchild and a grandfather who suffers from Alzheimer's disease. The team behind Tinker utilized virtual reality and live improvisational acting to make a powerful experience unique to each participant. Let's join a conversation between Lou Ward, the creative director at Tinker Studio, and Christopher David, a developer at Tinker, to learn more about this ambitious project.
Hi, my name is Lou Ward, and I'm the director of Tinker, a VR experience that showcases what it's like to lose someone with Alzheimer's disease. This story is near and dear to my heart. It's based upon my grandfather's battle with the disease that lasted over 5 years. Ultimately, I lost my grandfather to the disease, and he was one of the smartest people I've ever met, and it was really sad to see him go from the smartest person to barely knowing where and who was around him. Neurological disease is nothing new to my family, with my mother just being diagnosed several years ago with ALS, and myself becoming a caretaker and really trying to take care of her like my grandma took care of my grandfather. I'm really excited to showcase this piece because it's near and dear to my heart, like I said. It's a really personalized experience to the user, and how we do that is connection through play. And we do this by doing story living experience and embodying characters in situations and giving our actor and the user a playground of objects to create memories together in this virtual environment. These are just some of the small details that really make our experience really unique. Randy Dixon, who's a classically trained improv actor who has a lifetime of experiences, utilizes questions, your ask, your needs, all these sort of things to create rails to make a really unique experience in how everyone creates their own memories in this workshop. And I'm really excited to showcase this to the world, but also to see what people do within our play space. This piece is really something special for me because it's a part of who I was coping with losing my grandfather, and ultimately helping me cope with my mother, losing my mother as well. And I really want to try to embody experiences that really give us the human connection when we feel like we don't have any. And that's what ultimately drove me to create this piece with this awesome kick-ass team. Our team has a plethora of experience, and a lot of people have experience with Alzheimer's and other disabilities and other neurological diseases. And this is for them, but ultimately it's a really unique experience for each individual user that comes through. I'm so excited to showcase it, and I'm so excited for you to see it today and a little bit of it. But let me take you to Toph, our lead developer. He's going to give you more of the granular details, but thank you and appreciate you, and may be blessed in your journeys. But ultimately, I can't wait for you to play in our workshop.
To realize the story living aspect of our experience, we explored several tools and technologies to develop a framework that utilizes our core design pillars: theater experience, improvisation, interactivity, and memory building. While Tinker began as a 2D animated film, it evolved into a virtual reality experience as we wanted to tell the story in a more immersive medium. With VR as a medium, viewers are treated to a dramatic sequence of events as they watch the story as closely as possible. We also wanted the audience members to not just watch the story, but to be a part of it. By making the story interactive, customized, and dynamic, we were able to create genuine connections between the characters to build a better story. To recreate the feeling of a live theater performance, all audience members, participants, and performers are inside of a virtual reality scene, all connected to a dedicated host in the cloud. Every movement, gesture, interaction, or spoken word are all synchronized in real time through the cloud. The piece is also centered around improvisation, and the actor playing the grandfather uses classic improv techniques to make sure the story is customized for every player. We have also built several tools to make sure that we empower the actor's performance. Initially, we were using full body and facial motion capture technology to capture the actor's performance. But since every performance is performed live, we have to come up with a solution wherein the actor can set up the equipment on their own and repeatedly. The capability for the actor to set up the performance rig anytime and anywhere also came into more importance as Tinker premiered on the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. With the increased accessibility of 6 degree of freedom headsets like the Oculus Quest, we could just use the default tracked controllers and headset to capture the actor's hand and head movements and by solving the rest of the body motion through IK without any customized rig. We also created customized controls to make sure that the grandfather could easily convey the fragile and delicate emotions necessary to build an authentic connection. With these quick controls, the actor can adjust their intended emotions or select from a few predefined inputs. The actor is also in charge of switching the scenes to progress the story as they see fit. For the participant, we also included an inclusive customized skin color selection tool so that they could feel more embodied and comfortable with their avatars. As characters speak, we could also see their mouth move as powered by the Oculus lip sync. The mission behind Tinker is understanding through play. Over the 5 vignettes, the grandfather and the grandchild share stories, ideas, and even objects within the virtual workshop. Both characters develop connection through collaboration. We have filled the 5 scenes with thoughtfully designed interactive objects that encourage collaboration and memory building. From simple toys they can pick up and pass to one another, there are also more dynamic objects that let them create. With the whiteboard markers and crayons, the actor and participant can fill the room with scribbles and sketches that gives them a freedom to jointly express and add to the narrative. The duo can also build together a Mars rover and drive it across the floor with a camera they can watch on the desktop monitor. We also integrated interactive voiceover audio sequences that the participant can engage with via the answering machine, one approach to detecting how far along the grandfather's symptoms are. With a Polaroid camera, they can capture still moments of them together and see them memorialized. All of these interactions give participants the agency and opportunity to feel empowered as the main character in the story. Our sound team also created spatialized soundscapes to represent the passing of time through unique memories and events between each vignette.
Happy birthday to you. Blow out the candles.
Allowing the participant to supplant their own visual memory into the sound cue. In addition, the clean, crisp, painterly style workshop in the first vignette becomes dirty, dusty, and unkempt by the final scene, a graphical representation of the grandfather's mental state. Memories made within Tinker, be it visual, auditory, and physical, are all recorded and can be played back for other audience members to relive or observe. The entire narrative of Tinker is built around memories, making them together and seeing how they can get lost with Alzheimer's. How users perceive the situation, narrative, and environment as a real experience establishes a stronger emotional connection and imprinting on the participant's memory. After all, memories are ultimately what defines who we are. By having Tinker be accessible to as many people, we think we can make an impact by sharing our story and making memories together. Tinker is a story living experience about creating connection and making memories. As discussed throughout our unique development and design process, participants are able to create new memories alongside the grandfather, while the viewers watch the magic unfold. When the grandfather begins to develop symptoms of Alzheimer's disease, the very real environment, interactions, and unscripted narrative allows participants to experience the story in a very real way. This story was based off of one person's experience with Alzheimer's disease, but the story is transcendent, it's universal. And as creative technologists, we wanted to make sure that everyone who stepped inside the virtual world of Tinker could make their own memories and make the story their own.
Thank you for hearing our story and all of our experiences, and there's more we could tell, but there's not enough time.
Welcome back, and hello everyone. I'm DJ Moreau, the Senior Director of Programs and Partnerships at Games for Change, and the former director at the Entertainment Software Association, or ESA, which is why I'm extra excited to introduce this next panel. My old boss used to say, ESA is like Hotel California. You can check out, but you never really leave. And I think that's 100% true, because I now have the honor to introduce my friends and old colleagues to explore the impact of STEAM on education, culture, and entertainment, and how this integrated approach provides opportunities for young people from diverse backgrounds to gain access to skills and new jobs that ultimately help shape the world today. To jump into these details, I'd like to introduce Chris Ruth and Layla Shapir. Chris serves as a senior advisor to the Secretary for Education and EdTech, and Layla is a co-founder and CEO of Girls Make Games. The conversation will be moderated by Stan Pierre-Louis, who I had the pleasure of working with at ESA for a few short months as I was transitioning out, and he was just beginning his position as general counsel and is now the president and CEO of ESA and on the Games for Change board of directors. Please welcome them all to the main stage.
Hi, I'm Stan Pierre-Louis, President and CEO of the Entertainment Software Association. The ESA serves as the voice and advocate for the US video game industry. Today's discussion will focus on the role of science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math, known as STEAM, in creating educational and career opportunities. Since video games bring together technological innovation and artistic excellence, the Games for Change Festival provides the perfect backdrop for this discussion. We have two extraordinary panelists for this conversation. Chris Rush, who joined the Biden administration in February as the Director of Educational Technology in the Office of the Secretary of the US Department of Education, and Layla Shabir, the co-founder and CEO of Girls Make Games. I will get to their bios in a moment. Currently, 1 in 3 people around the world play video games. And as we will be unveiling today on our website in our new Essential Facts report, there are nearly 227 million people in the United States who play video games. That's about 68% of the US population, and that's up from 214 million last year. We'll also be reporting that about 2/3 of US adults play games, as do 76% of those under 18. In fact, 80% of players are over 18. The average age of a player in the United States is about 31 years old. And across all ages, players are about half female and half male, about 45% female and 55% male, respectively. But beyond these statistics, we've seen that video games have the power to transcend culture, background, and geography to bring us together to share in a common experience. They also help develop critical skills that contribute to our national and global economy and create new opportunities into the workforce. In essence, video games can serve as a gateway to educational advancement and to a number of career paths. They're also quite fun. Today's panelists are champions of innovation in education. They bring different perspectives on how to advance these goals, but each in their own right, making an enormous impact. As noted earlier, Chris Rush is the Director of Educational Technology in the US Department of Education. Prior to joining the Biden administration, he spent more than a decade working to improve the delivery of education to students at every level. He's been a school teacher. He's worked on education policy in city government. He started educational nonprofits, and he's founded ed tech companies, including one that was named Time Magazine's Top 50 Innovations. My personal favorite is in 2010, he appeared in episode 5 of Freakonomics, the podcast, to talk about education reforms in the New York City Public School District. Chris's current role will help shape the federal government's efforts to support educators in advancing educational equity. Layla Shabir is the co-founder and CEO of Girls Make Games. Layla was born in Pakistan, raised in the United Arab Emirates, and a graduate of MIT. Her pathway to Girls Make Games is an interesting one that speaks to her commitment to giving back while looking to build the next generation of innovators. What's interesting about her is that she never set out to be in the video game space. However, as she saw the power of games and their positive impact on learning, especially with young girls, she realized a connection between education and video games, and one that needed to be formed. Among her other accolades, she's received the Visionary Award from the ESA Foundation. Layla has set a personal goal to teach 1 million girls how to make games through her work. Welcome to each of you. Chris, let me start with you. Throughout your career, you have spearheaded large-scale initiatives to transform education through technology. Based on those experiences, what have you found works best in advancing educational outcomes through technology? What works best for students, and what really improves how schools meet student needs?
Well, I just want to start off by saying it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much. And I'm really looking forward to this panel conversation. But as far as your initial question, as far as what works, I think from a process standpoint, those who go in with a new innovation or a new offering and they think they've nailed it are almost always wrong. Not because they're not on to something, but because there are so many unique situations that are occurring in school that you really need to adapt. So you need to go in with a clear question and understanding of what it is you're trying to accomplish, and be totally open to the way that the answer of how you're going about doing it isn't perfect and therefore needs to adjust. So it's unlike trying to build a building or a house where you lay out the plans and the blueprints, you know the electrical is going to go in and then the plumbing goes in, and it's all very orderly. It's okay that innovating in education technology is very iterative, even more so than the broader sort of Silicon Valley general tech space, because there's such a human component to what's happening in this particular space. So many people think about ed tech similarly to the way they think of things like Netflix or Spotify or Uber, which really are sort of on these 2 or 3 year cycles. But I find it's much more akin to innovation in healthcare or pharmaceuticals, which works much more on a longer time horizon. Sometimes the average time it takes for a drug to go from concept to market is about 14 years in pharmaceuticals. And the reason for that is not because of all the science that needs to happen behind it, because you need to work with people. You need to change behavior and practice. And in doing that, it doesn't go as quickly as it does when you're just dealing with the technical. And therefore, that's really important, because when we're doing this work, we're working with real students, we're working with real teachers, we're working with real communities. And we need to be respectful and not reckless in the things that we're doing. So that'd be my first thought. And then I have one more I'd like to share, which is really understanding what stage you're at and whatever it is you are trying to create and put into practice. So many times we make the mistake of thinking that a new idea is ready to scale right away. And the reality is it might need to go through one of 3 stages. So I think the first stage is really trying to work the problem, be clear on what it is you're trying to solve, and come up with solutions. The second stage is building out that solution and doing the right research and validation to make sure that that works. And then the third stage is scaling that and driving adoption. And so often we try to skip the first 2 stages and just go right to the research to see whether or not it works, or just try to go right to scaling it. And that happens with some of the grants that are put out, even by the federal government. Sometimes it happens with philanthropy and the grants they put out. Sometimes it happens with private investors that want to see something scale at a certain speed. And the reality of this is you need to understand where you are in order to get this right, so we don't burn a bunch of good ideas before they are ready to go out of the gate. But at the same time, act with a sense of urgency and being deliberate about where you are and getting these things out.
I wonder if I might unpack a little bit of what you just said, because it was really interesting about making sure you get to scale in the right way, but not rushing it. It seems like a lot of the work you've done in this space does involve seeing the impact that it has on students and iterating sometimes in real time to ensure that you're getting to the right place. How do you ensure that you're not trying to force a result in trying to shape it, but understanding that when it's iterative, it may end up in a different place. You may have gotten funding to do it a certain way, but now the process is taking you down a different path. How do you ensure that it's still meeting that goal of ensuring educational advancement for students?
Well, I think there's a few different audiences for that. One is to your question about, you may have gotten a certain grant from philanthropy and to do it a certain way. And I think the thing that I have a history of pushing back on philanthropy about is not the how, but the what. Let's make sure we're keeping our eye on what we want to see happen. And therefore, if it turns out how we're going to get there, we've learned from working with students and working with teachers, that's a win. That's not a failure. That's a success. And there are times where you might need to change that goal. But if so, let's have that conversation. But going to the same goal a different way, I think of it akin to if you're traveling on the highway and you hit a traffic jam and you get rerouted on GPS and you still get there, that's a win. That's success. And helping people understand that is important. Secondly, if you just insist on doing it your way, you can sort of fake it for a little bit. But I don't know about you, but if you've tried to put innovations into classrooms, no matter how strongly you push, if it is something that's not actually working for kids or working for teachers, there is no chance of getting them to continue to use that and adopt it. They might say they are and close their door, but the beauty with EdTech is that you can collect data along the way. You can see whether or not there's true engagement. And I think that's one of the beauties, especially when you get to gaming online, because you can see what folks are engaging with, what they're not engaging with, and you sort of can't fake it. And I think that's really good for students. I think that's really good for what we need to do to innovate within this space.
So as I noted earlier, you joined the Biden administration this past February. And so you're taking all the learning you've had in city government and nonprofit world and in the startup world to this national stage. And I thought maybe you could share this. What are some of your key priorities as a member of the administration in trying to reach those educational outcomes and working through technology? And if you want to touch on the impact of COVID, that's great too, because obviously there have been a lot of issues with students falling behind, and how can technology help? So maybe you might first talk about the key priorities, and then to the extent that the pandemic's impacted some of that, that'd be great.
Yeah, well, priority number 1, 2, and 3 is to figure out how to get students back into the classroom where it makes sense. We really believe that every student should have access to in-person schooling 5 days a week. That doesn't mean that EdTech needs to end there and that it's just back to business as usual. I think EdTech has a role in the classroom to really sort of expand what's happening, and outside of the classroom to extend that day. And there are places in the country where everyone may not be ready to go back into the classroom. There may be health concerns that folks have. There may be certain rural situations. We're seeing certain spikes with the Delta variant that's happening here, in which case, making sure that where we can get kids back in the classroom, we will. And where they need to be out of the classroom, they are best supported. So you've seen not only that message come out from the administration, but you've also seen a real push on the infrastructure front to really try to continue to close the digital access divide, to make sure that people can get online to be able to do the work that they need to, whether or not it's an extension of the school day or whether or not it's some continuation of remote learning. And right now, we have sort of lost, going on 20 months of time here. And when I say we've lost that time, the truth is for some, they've actually excelled in this new environment and situation. And in others, they have really been absent from it. The reality is we don't know who's in which situation, and we need to get folks back in place in order to be able to tackle that. Now, once we get through that, once we can sort of hopefully stick this landing coming out of the pandemic and the reopening and get through the start of school in the fall, I think then there's lots of things that we hope to see happen, really around accelerating learning in particular. I don't think accelerating learning should just be trying to make up for this lost time. Let's not pretend that it was only starting with the pandemic that students weren't able to actually catch up or keep pace or falling behind, and that has huge impacts on their projected life outcomes and their situations and circumstances. We need to tackle that. So even if you do fall behind at some point, or if you're ahead, that there are opportunities. I look at education in a way where if I make it akin to healthcare again, when something happens, if I've broken my leg, let's say, I might have a minor fracture that I need to sort of be on crutches for 3 weeks or 6 weeks, and it's no big deal. Or I might have shattered my leg, and therefore it's going to be a multi-year journey. But what I expect to happen when I go into a doctor's office is that there is a plan for me. There's a plan for success to get to where I need to get to. And I think the same thing needs to be true in schools. I should be able to go into a school, regardless of my circumstances, whether I'm ahead or behind or whatever else is going on. And there should be a plan that's able to be put in place so that I will ultimately be successful. And it might be shorter for some and longer for others, but there should be a plan for success. And I think there's nothing stopping that other than our ability to shift policy and create innovations that make that happen.
I think that's really spot on. And Layla, maybe I'll turn to you a little bit to talk about a lot of those ideas and how they relate in the video game space in particular, given the work that you do. We've seen quite a bit of investment in education by the video game industry, and in particular to these STEAM education programs. And I know, for example, ESA announced earlier this year a partnership with Black Girls Code in bringing mentoring, teaching, and speaking engagements to the participants in those programs. We saw the really generous gift by Take-Two to University of Southern California in endowing scholarships for Black and Indigenous students in the video game space. A lot of your work really looks at that K through 12 and ensuring that we have opportunities for young girls as they develop into the innovators of tomorrow. You've been a prominent leader and voice in creating these STEAM opportunities. I wonder if you talk a little bit about your passion for this and why it's so important in shaping the workforce of tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thank you, Stan, for having me. So excited to be on this panel. And I love everything that Chris has said. I love the work that you've been doing. I've kind of been following it for a little bit of time. So it's really nice to be on this panel with you. So to talk a little bit about what we do at Girls Make Games, we run summer camps and workshops. So it's really more of an enrichment program. It meets the kids where they are. They love video games. We want to give them an environment where they can thrive with something they're already passionate about and take them from, consumers of games to developers or creators of games. And if you abstract that idea, really, it's not necessarily about the games industry itself. It's about kids becoming empowered with the technology that they interact with every day. So we live in a world where we're constantly surrounded by information and all of these new gadgets and innovations coming our way. And we're very comfortable using them, but a lot of times we're not thinking about how to create. And I think that's where Girls Make Games does a good job, is introduces the girls to, you have an idea, you have a story, here's a game you liked playing, but maybe you wanted to change something about it. So a lot of kids will come in and be like, I love Minecraft, but I wish it was pink instead of green or yellow or whatever. And I'm like, that's game development. A lot of art is inspired. So you're not necessarily copying anything. If you end up making this, it's inspired creation that's yours. And it's so important, I think, to combine that love for technology and gaming and creating with instilling that confidence and giving them that space where they can see peers who are just like themselves. Because, a lot of times the kids will come in and they'll see a room full of girls and be like, I had no idea there were so many other girls who were just like me. In my robotics class, I'm the only girl. And it's incredibly empowering to walk out of camp and be like, I just met a group of girls that I'm probably going to be seeing in a few years. We'll go to college together. We'll get jobs together. Girls Make Games was born in 2014. It was essentially a social experiment that, I really just wanted to see what kind of games girls were playing, because at that time I was making my own educational video game, which is still not out. But they kind of, at the end of camp, showed me how important this space was for them. Like you said earlier, I never really set out to do any of this work. I was passionate about education. I wanted to become a professor. Didn't really play games as an adult. I played as a kid. I had an Atari I was obsessed with, but I think around high school time, and this is a very common thread we see with teen girls, is I played in elementary and middle. And in high school, I had to get serious about life. So I had to look at college and I just moved games out of my life because they're meant to be just fun. So at camp, I think we kind of bring them back to it. The way I came back to games was by seeing the power of the medium. This is not just entertainment. We think of games and we think of the stereotypes associated with games, and it's very unfortunate because it keeps a lot of great thinkers and problem solvers out of our industry. And I think if we can kind of expand that image of gaming as a medium that can influence people, because look at the numbers, there's 9 out of 10 kids playing games. There's hundreds of millions of Americans and people worldwide playing video games. We could do so much. We could tackle climate change. We could bring social change. We could help build empathy. This is a powerful medium that people go to. It doesn't even have to come to you. You don't have to create social media campaigns around it. People are already playing games. So it really just comes down to that pipeline. And our job at Girls Make Games is to show girls that this medium can do whatever you want it to do. You don't have to make games that are just for fun. If you're passionate about healthcare, you can make a game that helps people eat healthy, for example. That's one of the biggest themes that you see at the Games Made at Camp. They're not just fun games. They have like a entertainment plus angle. So we've had anti-bullying games. We've had games that help you if you're special needs. We had a girl make a game for her brother who was special needs, and she was like, he loves dolphins and I just want to make something for him. So getting them to solve the problems that they see in the world, right? So two components: getting them the technical skills and the know-how and the confidence in being able to use that and do something with it. I think if we can equip kids with just these two things as they come out of school, they can really build the future that they envision on their own.
I wonder if we could unpack a little bit about overcoming stereotypes. You touched on that. I remember there was a study out of University of Surrey, I believe, that showed that girls who play video games are 3 times more likely to get STEM degrees than those who didn't. And you were talking about the kind of innovation you see happening in the courses and the curriculum that you teach about not only making fun games, but also having a mission behind it. And what are you seeing in terms of that confidence and overcoming stereotypes through Girls Make Games?
So unfortunately, stereotypes exist across all boards, and we do deal with a lot of negative stereotypes from many different angles. And the sad thing is stereotypes kind of feed themselves. So if I was a content producer and I believed in the stereotype that girls don't play games, I'm much less likely to make games that appeal to girls. And then I end up making a certain kind of game, and that demographic plays them, grows up to become developers, and the cycle just perpetuates. And I think we have been stuck in that cycle for some time, but we're breaking out of it. So at camp, really, what we end up doing, we don't even tell girls that, hey, we understand you're girls and, this is a predominantly male area, or like, the job statistics are 20%, things like that. We don't talk about any of that. The goal is to just get them excited and comfortable with getting their idea out in a game format. So we're talking about using technology to code and then design, because at the end of the day, a well-designed product is going to be an effective product. So talking about design and how you can create something that has the effect you want it to have. We talk about art. So that one always goes over really well. The aesthetic that you want and what kind of options are available to you. We talk about writing, because storytelling is really one of the oldest forms of media that exist, I guess. We talk about putting it all together and then working in a team. So as you work in a team, you're going to be growing up building different things with different sets of people that have all kinds of perspective that might be polar to you. How do you, come to a table, negotiate, and still build something that you're both proud and passionate about? So the skills that we end up focusing on, just naturally at the end of it, take away that stereotype of, I didn't know that girls played games, because at camp, there was nothing that talked about me being a girl. Really, the only difference about this camp was that everyone else there identified as a girl. And it's a surprise when they first walk in, but pretty much within a couple minutes, they forget that they're girls or they're surrounded by girls. It's all video games and all good fun and building something and just excited about building their game.
I have a question for each of you, and you can answer it in the way that makes the most sense from your perspective. There's a lot of conversation about public and private sector partnerships in advancing educational opportunity through STEAM education and maybe even through video games. And maybe I'll start with you, Chris, about your background in seeing how public and private partnerships can work collaboratively to enhance these educational, ultimately career opportunities in what you've seen.
Yeah, a number of my successes in my career have actually been through public and private partnerships. And what's interesting about them is it goes back to that almost a sense of flexibility, and truly partnership is key. So needing to adjust to the needs of both sides and not treating it like a vendor and customer relationship. As soon as you go into the vendor-customer relationship, it's I'm asking for this, you're trying to appease, you're not actually coming at it with some level of equal balance to it. So what I have found is that those relationships work best, whether or not it's private partner, whether or not it's with a school, whether or not it's federal or at state level, whatever it may be. When both people have a real stake in it and a real investment in the other's success and can play to the strengths. So sometimes procurement, for example, is a slower process when you're on the government side. There's all sorts of things that I can do in my role, but it is hard to just run to Staples and buy some paper. But on the private side, someone can just run to Staples and buy some paper. And if each side of it comes with their strengths, the things that they can do, you can really work some magic. And I'm really excited about the prospects where when we set those up correctly for what can be done.
Layla, what have you seen on your side in terms of public and private partnerships or various philanthropy efforts? Because your universe is so integrated into so many ecosystems. I'd love to get your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way I like to think about it is the supply side and the demand side. We're here training the future workforce that's going to go join the industry. And at the same time, we're not the ones kind of housing this workforce. We're the intermediary. There's the education system, there's us, and then there's the industry. And I think we need a little bit of that bridging. So the more bridges that we can form, I see Girls Make Games as that bridge between the education world and the workforce and the industry. It's unfair to expect a middle school teacher to understand what kind of jobs will exist in the video game industry and in the tech world in the future. It's unfair to expect parents to understand and stay on top of it. When they were in college, the world looked different. By the time these kids graduate and come out, the world is going to look different. So the best thing that we can do really is to kind of stay on top of it and like Chris was talking about, not build that vendor-customer relationship, but rather partnership. We are building the future together, and we have to get these kids ready for the future together. It might end up not being a one-place solution. Like a lot of people come up to us and say, why girls only? We can't create solutions that work for everyone. Black Girls Code has its space. Girls Make Games has its place. We're all trying to do, what we can within our domains. And I think if we could find a way to kind of sit at the same table and maybe meet regularly and be like, what's going on in your world that we can collaborate on? So creating these avenues, and this is one of the reasons I love Games for Change, is it creates that avenue for people to come together and share what they're working on and problems that they're facing and how we can partner to solve it together. So it will take everyone from nonprofits to companies to education, parents, kids themselves to come up with the solution. I don't think there's a one place that could do that.
I thought
one thing.
Go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
I just want to build on one thing that Layla had said, because I thought it's so important, which is in getting to this sort of the stereotype of games and sort of the branding of it. I almost wish we could just have another word, because to me, games are a medium. They're a way that you can engage and communicate. And therefore, if I think of the things that are parallel to that, a podcast, a video, a book, right? And I think games are the same in that sense. You can have a book that is teaching you a lot of things. You can have a book that really is just for fun. You can have a podcast that's teaching you something. You can have a podcast that's just for fun. I think you can have games that are teaching you all sorts of things about the real world, that are simulations. They're teaching you teamwork and how to communicate, and you're not lonely, and they're networking people, and how do you cooperate, and strategy. They can teach you about certain topic areas, whether or not that's about farming or building or constructing, all sorts of skill sets that they can teach you, just as you could learn from a book or a podcast or video. But there are some games out there that they're not trying to teach you as much. And I think game has just become overly synonymous with fun and sort of throwaway and not teaching you, almost the reverse of where books are so associated with teaching you things. Yeah. And I'd love to level the playing field and think of games much more as simulations. And as soon as you do that, we all know that simulations can teach you all sorts of things. And they're a great way to gain real world experience, to learn things that you might not otherwise be able to reach or engage in, except sort of going through the journey of life. And I know some of the best lessons I've learned in my life have been from games, whether or not those are video games or whether or not they are board games. And such, and I just want to sort of give that voice and try to help help elevate that a little bit and undo that sort of stereotyping to the degree that a moment on this panel can do that.
Well, I don't know if you'd call it the gerendification, but a lot of people are starting to say gamification, right, as the way of using games to stimulate the mind to learn other things. And so I see people trying to think of different ways of really pointing out that games do so much. So it's a point well taken in how we express this medium to be many things to many people. I thought we might close by asking how you see either technology or games being a nice vehicle for ensuring investments in a diverse workforce moving forward. And maybe Chris will start with you and later we'll go to you. Because in the work that you do, you're trying to elevate everyone, but you're also trying to ensure that there is equity. And part of your role now, Chris, is to look at educational equity. And so I wonder if you might talk about how technology might be used in that way, and then to you, Layla.
Yeah, I think, well, look, technology, what we're seeing all across all sorts of different industries and sectors is that technology is allowing for personalization where that wasn't able to happen before. So if you think back 50 years, in education, everyone had the same textbook, and you were trying to achieve equity through equality, meaning everyone the same thing. Where now I think technology can allow you to identify what it is that you want everyone to receive ultimately, but provide different pathways to get there. And for some, it might be not gamifying something. They might really like to learn in a very structured, traditional, teacher in front of a classroom kind of way. But then there are others who are going to like to learn from their peers. And sometimes that is going to be through a group project or through a game. There are others who want to engage more individually, and there are going to be different areas that might be interesting to them. I think what technology and games allows us to do is for the segment of the population, which I think is pretty large, that doesn't always find the traditional mode of school to be but so engaging for them, that games can find a way to engage them. Maybe not the whole day, but part of a day, or something that they are excited about, and also create appreciation. I know I've spent a lot of time doing mathematics instruction as well as science and early reading. But in math, I find that when you help someone learn to code, to figure out an algorithm, to do something on the screen, they understand, they have an appreciation for algebra, for example, that they never had before. So I think we need to look at games not only as a method for you to learn something directly, but also as a method for you to appreciate the lessons that you may be learning in another way, shape, or form. And I think technology allows for that potential differentiation, for different ways to engage, to bring different resources to different places. I'm not just excited about sort of traditional video games. I'm also very excited about the idea of bringing in more augmented reality or virtual reality into that space to be able to connect people to places they haven't been before and to people they haven't been before, and to engage in that sort of gamification of a lot of activities. That's what I'm really hopeful of, and hope we see a lot more advancement for in the coming years.
Layla.
So I think going with the theme of the talk about STEAM. So one of my favorite things about video games is how many different aspects it covers. You know, you've got your coding, you've got your art, music, writing, and then you have to put it all together in a format that's not just fun, but also meaningful to the player. And you're working in a team. So let's say at a camp, you're learning, you know, how to build something together. I feel like with video games, one of the things that we really need to start exploring is to not just think about the end product, but what each element is teaching us. By getting better at appreciating art and by getting better at appreciating music, we're enriching the lives of these students who are going to be building on all of these little blocks to solve the problems of the future. One of the things I like to talk to the kids about is, I know we tell you that the future is going to look like this and the future is going to look like that, but we're constantly wrong about what the future is going to be. We can only make so many predictions. The only thing that we can tell you is that technology is definitely going to be at the heart of it. So you need to be absolutely comfortable with technology. There is no reason any child in a developed country like the US should not have good access and good comfort and confidence with not just using, but also creating technology. So I keep going back to, I know you like to draw, we'll have kids who come in and be like, I only like art. Can someone else on my team code? Because I really don't want to do it. And I'm like, sorry, not an option. Everyone has to code. You can be the artist once you've figured out the coding, but everyone has to learn to code. This is really the bare minimum. And if we could show that and we could bring that into our education system where, we're using games to get kids comfortable and confident with technology, as opposed to we're using games to teach them how to make games so they can become game developers. Because I think that kind of narrows that vision of what we're trying to do. Some of them will end up becoming game developers. It's very hard to fall out of this club once you're in it. Trust me, I've been trying. It's been 8 years. I'm still in it. And I really thought I would only be doing it for a couple of years. If they can walk away with that sense of I've got the confidence and I've got the skills, I think we will have achieved success. And I think video games offer such an easy out for everyone that I really think that we should be looking at implementing it at an actual curriculum, school curriculum level, even nationally. So if there's any conversations or anyone who's listening to this talk working on that on like a national scale, please get in touch. Where Chris, Stan, and I were all games evangelists, and we're always looking to distribute curriculum and train people on how to spread the magic word. So yeah, thank you.
Well, Layla and Chris, I just want to thank each of you for your insights and for your inspiration and for the work that you do. I look forward to seeing how these initiatives take root and blossom in developing that next generation of innovators. And I also want to thank the folks at Games for Change for hosting this festival and this really important topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan, Chris, and Layla. Now, everyone can join them for a Q&A and learn more about this conversation in just a few minutes. But before you do, the ESA and G4C have a couple of announcements for you. First, I'd like to share how excited I am that we will be extending our content partnership with the ESA to hold more events throughout the year. We will aim to continue the important conversations started here at G4C while building momentum about making the change in the world we want to see. So stay tuned about more programming from the two organizations later in the coming months. We also have another announcement from the ESA about their annual Essential Facts Report. This public-facing survey has grown into being a staple of the games industry and holds metrics and statistics that I personally reference in all of my speaking engagements. Stan is going to share now the latest information about the report. And then please make sure to join him and the team over in the Spark Q&A room immediately after.
Hi, I'm Stan Pierre-Louis, President and CEO of the Entertainment Software Association. The ESA serves as the voice and advocate for the U.S. video game industry. We are proud to be here at the 2021 Games for Change Festival and to announce the release of our annual Essential Facts Report on the state of the video game industry. Here's a quick rundown of this year's report. The 2021 edition of our Essential Facts Report represents a snapshot of the video game playing community in the United States following a year of social distancing. Although the country is starting to reopen, the pandemic has had and still has a profound impact on every aspect of our lives. As we all adapted to working, learning, and playing at home, people from all walks of life reached for video games to find joy, connection, and a sense of belonging when it was most needed. Today, there are nearly 227 million video game players in the United States. That's up from 214 million players a year ago. This year's report finds that 67% of US adults and 76% of those under 18 play video games at least once a week. 80% of video game players are over 18, and the average age of a player in the US is 31 years old. Across all ages, players are about half female and half male, about 45% and 55% respectively. Video games have the power to transcend background, nationality, and geography to bring us together to share in a common experience. And players agree. Nearly 90% of players say that video games can bring together people of different cultures, races, ages, and even political affiliations. They also agree that video games can create accessible experiences for people with different physical abilities. More than half of players say that video games help them stay connected to friends and family. And 42% of players say they've met a good friend, spouse, or significant other through video games. And it's easy to see why video games are so popular. 90% of players say that video games bring joy through play. They also say that games can inspire, provide mental stimulation, and relieve stress, which we've all really needed this past year. And video games help create connection and community. This year, more than 3/4 of players say they play video games with others, up from 2/3 last year. And playing together is a family affair, as 74% of parents play games with their children at least once a week. That's up from 55% in 2020. And total cooperative playtime is up nearly an hour since 2020. Not surprisingly, most of that increase in co-op playing comes from online play. With respect to the pandemic in particular, about half of players say they played more during this period, and most players say they'll continue playing even as the country opens up and as social distancing requirements start to subside. Video games are enjoyed by every demographic, but parents saw games as especially helpful for their children. 71% of parents report that video games were a much needed break for their children during the pandemic. Many families used video games as part of their education program last school year. Over half of parents say that their children used video games for educational purposes, with math being the most utilized genre. Overall, 3/4 of parents say that video games made their children's transition to distance learning easier. Everyone here at this year's festival knows that video games can serve as a positive influence on the world. I'm happy to be sharing this year's report with all of you and to highlight the breadth and diversity of the video game playing community. To learn more, visit our website at theesa.com. Thank you.
Before I introduce our next session, I want to tell you about one of my favorite things that happen at the G4C Festival. It's our Meet the Funder sessions. This is a fantastic format where developers and mission-oriented organizations can learn about real funding opportunities for their projects. The sessions are super short and the format is straightforward. For the first 10 minutes, the funder will talk about their areas of interest, how to apply, and give examples of past projects. Then the following 20 minutes will be a Q&A. You can ask your question and find out if your projects are aligned with that funder's interest areas. We have all kinds of funders that represented: government and corporate grant programs, foundations, VCs, and even accelerators. So today, starting at 12:30 p.m., Diane Hickey from the National Science Foundation will be sharing more on their Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Research programs. And at 2:30, Amanda Sweeten will be discussing, as the manager of Epic Mega Grants program, their $1 million commitment to supporting game developers, enterprise professionals, students, educators, and tool developers who are doing amazing things with Unreal Engine. At 4:30 p.m., Dr. Rhonda Moore and David Miller will give an in-depth overview on how to apply for NIH funding and highlight opportunities of interest to the G4C community. So please go check these out. I really think you're going to find them worthwhile. And tomorrow we have more. Tomorrow we have funders representing the following organizations. We have Headstream, which supports social tech, digital health, and ed tech innovations for young people. The WXR Fund, which focuses on investing in gender diverse and early stage XR and AI companies. Jazz Venture Partners, which invests in companies leading the field of human performance. And finally, Niantic's Black Developers Initiative. So now back to our program. This past year, we had the pleasure of working with the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine on a serious games workshop and game jam for Ukrainian game developers in partnership with Global Game Jam. Bridging U.S. expertise in the games industry with Ukrainian game development talent has led to some amazing projects. I would like to now welcome Noel Mazurek and Raul Carvajal from the G4C team to share more about our efforts.
Thanks, Susanna. Hi, everyone. I'm Noel Mazurek, the production coordinator at Games for Change, and I am joined today by Raul Carvajal, the director of production and our festival producer. Hi, Raul. How's your day going?
I'm doing really well. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Awesome. I'm so excited to be putting on this festival after so many months of working with virtual programs and game jams over the last year. You know, we've learned a ton, and we're excited to be sharing one of our highlights with the community today.
Yeah, so in November, Games for Change collaborated with the Global Game Jam and the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv to organize the Serious Games Developer Program. The goal was to bring together dozens of developers in Ukraine and introduce them to some of the best practices around developing games for social impact.
So to do this, Games for Change developed the, quote, Deep Impact Framework, which is an expansion of our in-house methodology for thinking about what makes impact games work. In the DEEP framework, developers discover the problem they want to solve, execute their project, evaluate their impact, and then pay it forward to their communities and future projects.
Yeah, and over the course of 2 weekends, we remotely facilitated workshops and mentoring sessions, and even a full game jam. Participants were asked to develop a serious game prototype around the theme of connection.
And I think those games were pretty impressive. Developers really interpreted the theme a bit differently from each other. Some games were exploring the relationships between people, stress and anxiety. Others criticized our increased dependence on social media platforms. And still others encouraged intergenerational connection between Ukrainian families.
Yeah, absolutely. There were some amazing games, and one lucky team actually won the game jam and received a $5,000 grand prize. They even recorded a video for us to share today. Let's take a look.
Hello, my name is Alexei, and I want to introduce you to the game Grand Story. But first, a few words about the team. Team consists of Andrei Bychkovsky and me. We are both indie game developers from Ukraine. We knew each other for a while, but this was our first time working together. This is a game prototype that was done during Serious Game Jam and highlights the problem of loneliness of elder people living in a rural area. Grand Story is a walking simulator in which you are playing as an older lady living in a countryside. Apart from doing your daily routine, you are also waiting for a letter from a grandson. At the end of the game, we have a call to action, encouraging players to contact their relatives. If they do so, we ask them to share their stories with us. Some of the stories we post on a game website. So far, we have received over 50 stories. Let me read a few of them. First one is from Peter from USA. Quote, I contacted my grandmother who lives in Russia. She makes awesome pancakes. She was happy we called her. Another story is from Philip from USA. Quote, I contacted my grandma who is about in her 50s per se and really loves cooking and crouching. It was nice and felt heartwarming in a wholesome way. You can find our stories on our website. Thank you for your attention.
That was awesome. Thank you so much to Alexi for making that video for us. Raul, I think that is about all of the time that we have for this announcement.
But Noel, let's not be too quick. You're going to be speaking later on today about this program with some of our developers and partners, right?
Yes, so absolutely. We have a roundtable session at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so I hope to see folks there.
Awesome. Well, that's all for now. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your festival.
Welcome back, everyone. Next up, I have the pleasure of conducting a fireside chat between two great minds. Alan Gershenfeld is the co-founder of Eli Media, a well-known publisher of commercial social impact video games, including Never Alone, Beyond Blue, and GameStar Mechanic. Alex McDowell is a world-renowned creative director of experiential design, a production designer, professor, and a world-building pioneer. You may know him for his extraordinary work on Steven Spielberg's The Minority Report. Together, we will explore how the practice of world building can create research-grounding visual stories that inspire ambitious but achievable futures. Please welcome Alex and Alan.
For my first time, actually.
I think this may be my 15th time.
Oh, that's great. I'm so happy to have you. Alan, I mean, we've known each other forever, and thank you. And it's always great to have you on the stage. And Alex, it's a pleasure to meet you and have you share your experience and insights into our community. But before we start our conversation, which is going to be amazing, I'd like to play a short video that frames what world building is and how it relates to media and games. Am I off?
In 2000, when I designed Minority Report, the writer and I started on the same day. And so without a script, we had to develop a world. And that really changed my practice and launched world building as we know it. Minority Report became known for its accurate predictions of our present and future. It proved that imagining and portraying something that does not yet exist in the world was a way to actually enable it to exist in the world. We weren't being so clever, we were just listening well. If we're able to tell a convincing story that will immerse an audience in a completely different kind of outcome, and if we can thread this back into our present and reveal the steps we have to take as designers, as media makers, as educators, as manufacturers, as scientists, to shift direction and move towards that vision, then maybe there's an opportunity here to re-engage the idea that storytelling actually changes the world. Experimental is built on world-building design systems that are the foundation of our work. For industry, institutions, education and entertainment, it's a powerful engine for change in every medium and platform imaginable.
In my 37 years of membership at ASCE, this is the most inspiring, motivating thing.
The level of interaction is definitely unprecedented.
I feel like I want to live here.
Buildings are not unlike a human body. They have bones and skin. They consume energy and regulate temperature. What if architects use genetic tools from synthetic biology to encode the architecture of buildings right into the DNA of organisms?
Poverty is a design flaw. The future requires that kind of ability to imagine.
Make a plan or make a goal and have a vision, then you just react your way into the future.
All All right, that was amazing. All right, so as I'm watching that, I realized that this session aligns so well with the themes of overarching for this festival, where we've been using language about how we want to imagine, inspire, and ignite the change that we want to see in our world. And it seems like that's kind of what you're doing with world building, at least from my perspective after watching that. I mean, obviously you're working with such deep research and there's a process behind it, but I'm thrilled to be having this conversation. That was just my little excited intro there. But let's start with you, Alex. So One Minority Report is one of my favorite movies, and I could watch it over and over and over again. There's so much in there that is fresh and new every time I watch it, and I imagine so much of that is due to the work and what your contributions are to that film. But you, in the video, you talk about how working on that film changed your creative process. And I'd like to know, can you tell us a little bit about what your process was like before you worked in the film, and what is it like now?
Yeah, that's a great question. Because really for 30 years, which is the length of time I've been in a narrative media industry or industries, I've always been world building. And that's not unique to me. Narrative designers are all world builders because we imagine a 360-degree environment until the camera in cinema, until the camera is actually pointing in one direction on the very day of shooting, we have to anticipate the entire world. What was different about Minority Report was three things. One was world first, so there was no script, very unusual. And so building out a world in that case was far more intense, needed far more research, went far deeper. So not only did we know what was behind the camera in any particular setting, we knew where Tom Cruise could go anywhere in the world. The other thing was, as was seen in the video, was this idea of predictive innovation. And that came from deep research combined with the need to apply it to the future. So it was really about questioning the ways in which the future might evolve based in the research and the discoveries we made and what that sparked. The third piece, which I think is probably the most important, is within that future setting, having set up a world, we were able to apply multiple different lenses. So you could set aside the film, you could set aside the narrative media component, and you could say, let's investigate industrial design, let's investigate the future of technology, let's investigate the future of advertising or urban planning. And the world was rich enough and dense enough and expansive enough to actually be able to have an entirely different focus. And so you can see from the video, we are moving quite a lot away or further than narrative media, and we're really applying exactly the same principles. Whatever the world is, we can extract from it a particular set of lenses which might apply to the future of manufacturing in the car industry, or the future of education, or a way of looking differently at indigenous tribal knowledge and how that is placed into the future. There really is no limit whatsoever to what a world can address and can contain because of those sort of three factors that we discovered with Minority Report.
So you started off with what started off as your contributions to a creative process, a storytelling process as part of the film medium, and I see, and now that you have moved on from that experience and are applying it, right, as you're saying, to so many other disciplines, right? Alan, I'd like to ask you, how did you start getting involved in world building, and why did this attract you as a creator? I know you have a background in film as well, but was it when you were working on that medium that you met Alex, or more when you were in the game design sector?
You know, I hadn't really thought about the concept of world building in my work in film or in games until I had met Alex and really understood about the concept of world building. I mean, at some level, from oral storytelling to Greek plays to novels to all forms of media, there's been some form of world building to create the type of storytelling that is evocative. When I met Alex, I began to think about world building with more intentionality, about the process of world building, the process of all the stakeholders. I've often seen the process, especially in future-facing world building, that the process is often as impactful as the output. And when you design a world, one of the things I've learned working with Alex, that is inclusively developed with a lot of diverse stakeholders, with a lot of research, thinking about how all the systems of the world work together, but also the human at the center, the emotional stories of just how somebody navigates that world, or many people navigate it. The process is often as impactful as the outputs. And the outputs might be a movie, it might be a game, it might be a live performance, it might be an educational program. And Alex will talk about some of the projects that Experimental's doing, some of the ones we've done together. And I think we're just scratching the surface of how powerful this process can be. Games are a little bit unique, especially open world games, because they require a little bit more world building because you can go anywhere in the world. But again, that's just scratching the surface of where world building can go.
So this idea of multidiscipline teams working on the creating of the world, I mean, that speaks to me as very much the process in the Games for Change community, where you have subject matter experts contributing, right, to other people who have creative or technical expertise. But talk me through a bit more about this process. You said that the process of the research of the world building has as much impact, if not more impact, than the actual output. What do you mean by that? Alex, is this for you?
Well, it's a narrative design system. Yeah, I think that one of the things that we should say about world building in our practice is that it isn't about building worlds. That may be a perverse thing to say, but it's really about building on a narrative design system to develop the interior logic of a world that then can be applied to creating that spherical narrative space, that container for narrative from which everything else is derived. At that point, we're talking about building a world, but we've worked towards it in this way of, first of all, multidisciplinary research. So what's very important to us is essentially the tension that comes from many different viewpoints. It's incredibly inclusive and necessarily inclusive as a process, starting with that research, because we come onto the stage, into the process as the most ignorant people in the room, in every world. And that's very deliberate. We want to be open. And so that collaborative process, first of all, multidisciplinary research and consultancy is us listening well. The second part of it is that we never really know what our outcome is going to be in terms of medium and platform. So it's also unique to our process that we are building worlds for outcomes that we don't yet know and that may not be known while that world is developing. And so the notion of multidisciplinary participants is really essential because we need a lot of fluidity. We need to be able to switch from there's a component of this that's going to become a comic book, or there's a component of this that's going to become a game. And so what we're finding, going back to the education piece of this, is that you cannot actually usefully be a singular specialist in the way that Victorian industrial systems demanded and through the 20th century. You have to, we have to think about how you develop worlds in the way in which they can branch into all sorts of different directions. So our base of world building is this multidisciplinary collaborative platform, but then we're applying every method feasible, really. I mean, we're completely open to the kind of platforms and tools we use to be able to imagine the possible outcomes, which are in themselves designed to express in the purest possible way, in the way that most specifically deals with the, supports the original premise of the world, whatever platform or outcome needs to come from that. So there's a very kind of fluid development, non-linear and continuous that comes from that. I don't know, Alan, if that would be your experience.
Yeah, I mean, it might be useful to talk about a couple examples, like the American Society of Civil Engineers. Actually, Experimental Design is working with the Cook Inlet Tribal Council, who was our partner on Never Alone, and I know some Games for Change folks know that game. But one thing I'll mention, for world building isn't always future facing, and there's some really interesting non-future facing, but on the future facing side, kind of building on Minority Report, when we think about the future, our images, our emotions are often shaped by popular media, by novels, by games, by movies, by graphic novels. And it's been a fairly narrow slice. I think dystopian worlds can be powerful cautionary tales, but they need to be balanced by aspirational but achievable futures that are really evocative. In some ways, those are harder to create. And I think we as media makers and game makers have a great opportunity to go through the world building process and the process that Alex described, and really imagining with rigorous research and all the stakeholders, possible or preferred futures that can be emergent. When people do future scenario planning, often the output is a very long PDF or PowerPoint. And it's very hard to get a sense of what that world feels like. What is it like to wake up and go to work or go out with the family? World building provides that visual, emotional, how the systems all work, but how the humans work within it. So that's a little bit of framing. But Alex, maybe to sort of ground some of these high level ideas, it might make sense to pick a project like ASCE or CITC or World in a Cell, and just at a high level. And in the Q&A, we can go into more detail on any of these projects.
I think those are three great examples, actually, because ASCE is very much future facing.
And what sorry, can you say that again,
question.
Alex?
American Society of Civil Engineers. Yeah, I shouldn't take that for granted that people know that. They came to us asking for us to portray a future that would allow civil engineers to imagine the tasks, the work that would develop inside their industry, inside their discipline, that might not be what they're primarily addressing now because of rapid change, because of massive change that's coming in the future, climate change being fundamental. So we've been asked for that project to project 5 cities, 25 and 50 years in the future. So it's a profound, really, it's a pretty distant horizon. The important thing with ASCE is that we're developing the context for civil engineers to immerse themselves completely in these future cities. Right now, we're building a mega city, so something like a massive explosion of one of the big US cities. But we're looking at it in such a way that, and we're using game platform, using Unity in this case, for these engineers and any participants to be able to go deeply into the idea of that future world and live in that future. The important part of that is that they need to bring it back into the present. So all of the deep provocations that they confront when they're in that future world are designed for them to change the way they think in the present. With CITC, which is the Cook Inlet Tribal Council, which is where a big part of association came from with Never Alone, fundamental to the way we've been working together, Alan and I. In that case, we're looking at the past, actually. We're looking at this very important part of world building, which is the arc from the deep past through the present and the future. And so in that case, we're saying that millennia traditions of innovation in the indigenous tribes are applicable to the near future and the distant future through the lens of innovation. But we have to understand that you need to tap in and not let go of that history and understand how it actually completely fundamentally drives the future and then comes back into the present, changes the present, changes the future. The third example, the CELL project. So this is a funded research project primarily based at University of Southern California, where I have my lab and where I teach. That project is firmly placed in the present. The fundamental piece of the CELL project, the world in a cell, is how to create a translation from extremely complex, inaccessible molecular biology, inaccessible to people outside of that particular focus in science, and make it accessible to a larger world space. So to become public facing, we've found a way and are developing a very much through world building and art science practice that uses the capability of the arts to produce tangible and immersive and empathetic components, constituents, tied directly to the atomic coordinates of particular proteins and molecules that actually are translated into architecture. Based sort of like a Lego building block process that makes constituents that are completely accessible and recognizable. So we're now teaching in high schools molecular biology in a way that has never been possible before, because we're in an immersive, mostly VR-based world space. We're using exactly the same building processes, but we're looking at the deep future, the deep past, and the deep present.
All right, wait, my mind is blown for a second on the cell project. Did you know, when you started working on this project, did you know that there was going to be an output or an interest to bring a learning experience into a classroom? So you knew you were trying to get to a place of how to reimagine teaching molecular biology, I guess, right?
That was the brief, absolutely. Well, we're working with a leading scientist, Dr. Ray Stevens, and he asked for two things. One was to change the way in which education could approach molecular biology, and the other was to change the way that collaboration could happen outside of that very specific branch of science. And I think both of those, with 3 years into that project, are moving forward. But the really kind of profound and really interesting proof of concept is now my co-PI, Dr. Helen Berman, is teaching in high schools and teaching a high level of complexity in molecular biology and getting enormous enthusiasm from high school students, 11, 12-year-olds. And there's also a piece of that which is directly focused on undergrad teaching. So we're working with undergrads in the science community within the art science space in the lab. So it's very much about education.
One note on that, and I think, Susanna, this will resonate with the Games for Change community. I mean, one of the things that I love about my job is that I get to, on each project, immerse myself in a different world, whether it's getting to know our Alaska Native partners very, very deeply in that amazing culture, or whether it's working with marine scientists on Beyond Blue. I often feel like if the players can get the experience that we get as game makers to work with these remarkable people, we've been successful. One thing about the world building process, and why I think ultimately world building should be in every school, is that when you make a game about something, you have to kind of become an expert. I think with the Games for Change competitions, that shows when kids make a game about a subject, they have to immerse themselves and become an expert. When you are involved in a world build and you're working with all of these different stakeholders around a vision, you kind of have to become an expert in the world and all the interlocking systems in the human elements. And so I think it's an incredible approach to just learning almost any subject. And when it comes to the future that our students will inhabit, they start to feel more like stakeholders in terms of leaning forward and shaping the future versus just reacting to it, as the video mentioned.
Yeah, that investment, right? The investment in the content, investment in learning and understanding as a human-centered approach, how this is going to affect me, right? And have that opportunity in your learning process. Wow, I'd love to talk to you about a workshop on world building for the future. I think our community would love to have a little more opportunity to dive into that. I want to talk with you a little bit about outside of, so we've talked about filmmaking, we've talked a little bit about games, we've talked about this, the civic engagement piece where you're working with whether universities or an organization like the Civil Engineers. Have you found or even have you gone into the pure entertainment space? Are you still interested in pursuing that? Are brands interested in this? Are there other applications you want to talk about?
Definitely. I mean, I've not been deeply involved to a fault with the game space up until recently, and experimental is, and particularly the relationship with Eline is opening that up. But we're working on a project now that I can't talk about. No, we're working on a project now with Ubisoft that I can't talk about. But it is a massive world, and what's been completely fascinating about that is that there is this need for interior logic in every world. So when you have a massive open world and you have the potential of players spending 100 hours inside a world, you need incredible degrees of complexity or detail in that world, but it can't be arbitrary. every single part of that world has to behave in the way that you would expect, not as a replica of our world, but as a replica of a human logic, how we would negotiate a space that we understand the language of. So in this, future non-human world, we still need to know the relationship between weather patterns and door handles. We need to know the full scope of the way a world develops, and we need to be able to say, we have no idea where the player is going to go. What we do know is what the interior logic is. So anywhere they go, they are going to be immersed, enthralled, and believe in the world. And so that part of the project, I think, is very much, of course, based in entertainment media. We remain completely fascinated by the power of entertainment media. What we are very invested in is the idea of folding together the capabilities, the tools, and the platforms of entertainment media to really understand that it's a single space. That this audience that we are now engaged in, that our children are not really making a big distinction between the kinds of media that they engage in. And nor should they. There should be a fluid way of moving through the membranes and the silos of a game or cinematic media or theater or whatever it may be. A comic book would be a great analogy of where those things come together. I think that's a big part of it. Yeah, go ahead.
One thing I was going to add, we talked about games being open world, which obviously requires some world building. The other thing that's, I think, a little bit unique about games as it relates to other media is the idea that you can adapt and extend them through modding and through UGC. The worlds of Minecraft, of Roblox, of all the billions of mods that are out there. So I do think the idea to sort of, bring it back to Minority Report, the idea of the potential of a world build that is a massive world build, and Alex can talk a little bit maybe in the chat about a multi-university consortium world build, but a massive world build of an aspirational but achievable future, asking the what if, why not questions, in a decentralized, building out this world the way Minecraft and Roblox have built these amazing worlds, the way everyone's talking about metaverses. There's an amazing opportunity here for a world build to create a vision for a world that collectively we want to build. And we're just scratching the surface, but I believe it's possible. And I think the game industry can be a key part of that.
Yeah, I absolutely love that, Alan.
Build that.
Yeah, I think honestly, that's probably like the way we should be ending this session, because you just it's an amazing call to action out there. Like, is there an experience that we can build collectively in a game-like environment that does imagine, right? That's not crowdsourced, what's the word I'm thinking of? Anyway, crowdsourced collective vision of what our future would look like. Well, listen. This is probably half the conversation we could be having. We are going to be moving over to another room, which is the Spark Q&A room. I do want Alex to talk about the Project Junk, I think it's called, which I do think will be of interest to a lot of our university attendees today. But I can't thank you both enough for giving me your time and talking about your work. I find it fascinating. I know our audience does as well. I can't wait to see where this collaboration goes more in your games, Alan, through Eline Media, the work that you're doing, Alex, at the university and collectively with all these civic organizations. So please keep us up to date on these activities. We'd love to share them with our community. So right now, everyone can hop on over to the Spark Q&A room. My colleague, Diana Jean Moreau, will be there to help with that Q&A. And thank you both for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susanna. Take care.
Next on the main stage, Luis Renato Olivalves will share his thoughts on how gaming has been connecting people and supporting causes across the globe during these uncertain times. Luis is the Director of Global Gaming Creator Partnerships at Facebook. He is responsible for helping game creators build their businesses across all platforms. He was previously responsible for Facebook's entertainment media partnerships, taking care of public figures, creators, broadcasters, networks, and digital publishers in North America. Please give Luis a very warm welcome.
Hello, thank you very much for having me here. I'm Luis Olivalves, responsible for the gaming video partnerships here at Facebook. Our team is here to connect content creators, gaming content creators with their audience, build community and thrive using all of Facebook Inc. platform solutions. A little bit about me. I'm originally from Brazil. I'm married with an Italian woman, 3 kids. I'm a game and sports fanatic, and I've been with Facebook for more than 7 years now. Different positions, different regions. Extremely excited for this gaming journey now. And a passion of mine that I strongly believe is the future of entertainment in so many ways, besides being a powerful tool for inclusion, as we're going to talk about today. Can we bring up the presentation, please? Yes, that's right. So, yes, it is kind of a cliche today, but it's so true. COVID has caused loneliness, separation, isolation. It changed everything. The world was caught off guard, but as the situation worsened, it surprised us all how long it would take to recover, as we're only just beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And despite these challenges, gaming helped bring people together around the world in so many ways. It enabled us to build connections and have a sense of community. People from around the world turn to gaming for a sense of belonging and entertainment. So not only gaming has grown, but the amount of people watching live streams have increased a lot, like 139% since before COVID. And as you can also see in the right chart, we have also seen huge surges on Facebook as the amount of gaming groups created for people to connect with existing and new friends basically doubled over time, which is pretty amazing. And I think it's this sense of belonging and community that makes gaming so special. Gaming impacts people's lives in a magnitude of ways. Like 95% of adults had a positive social impact playing games, while 86% helped other players and 83% made new friends along the way. This is super meaningful for anyone, especially in moments like this. And building communities at the core of what we do here at Facebook, and therefore at Facebook Gaming. So this is what we want to cover today, like show you a little bit of how gaming can build this community, but also make a meaningful change. So here we're building a platform, a gaming ecosystem, where people can watch gaming content and play their favorite game and talk about those experiences with their friends or other people that like games like them, all in one single place. I'm summarizing our platform efforts to pioneer in this space in this slide. So to create a single unified gaming experience across these 3 pillars to build and foster the world's gaming community. People can play a wide range of games on platform or in Messenger, for example. For developers, this means growing their business, growing their players, and find sustainable scale. For people, people can watch the live video to engage with their favorite streamer or on demand when it's more suitable to each individual, engage with tournaments, featuring some of the big names in the industry, or even the emerging creators, the up and coming players who are, just being born every single day. all of this while connecting to friends and other gamers in real time, naturally. It totally integrated, sharing moments that they care about, finding support, having fun at the end of the day. And Facebook gaming it's really helping unite communities through a shared love of game, regardless of region or background. A mutual love of play and entertainment connects our audience. It's our mission to lead a positive force within the industry, to advocate against toxicity, to combat bias, and elevate underrepresented community voices, making the world, and in particular, our gaming industry, more diverse and inclusive, of course. So next, you're going to watch a quick video that brings to light how gaming can really help amplify voices of amazing, diverse creators, to encourage and inspire more people to transform their passion of gaming into a career. So let's take a look.
มีฝันใหม่ครับผมคือฝันเก่าที่เราอยากมีมันทำไม่ได้แล้วผมคือ
Never in a million years I think someone in my position would be in an arena and a whole crowd chanting my name.
Như mình đang ở trong bóng tối, mình thấy một tia sáng.
Mis padres solían pensar que el gaming solo era para niños, así que ellos solo me compraban muñecas. No les prestes atención.
Nie pozwól na to, żeby okoliczności, negatywne nastawienie lub ktoś trzeci określał, kim jesteś.
Somos mulheres, estamos aqui e a gente devia gritar os nossos nomes em cima dos telhados.
I get messages from a lot of new viewers who also have disabilities. They say I've inspired them.
ทั้งที่คนพิการเขายังทำอะไรได้ขนาดนี้
Tenemos una comunidad.
O apoio existe.
Chỉ có bản thân mình mới hiểu được mình giỏi cái gì.
Rób co chcesz. Pozwól swojej osobowości rozwijać się. Bądź swoją własną gwiazdą.
It's such a nice video. I think it's a great example of amplifying diverse voices, bringing people or giving people opportunities, right? To create things that they never imagined. And we'll cover some of the examples now that I feel we're proud of, having it on our platform, but they're great cases independent on the platform. Like it showcased how opening doors can really make a difference in people's lives. So Josh, oh my gosh, like great example of a creator who really struggled during COVID, right? Josh used to work at an airport, and during COVID became unemployed. And through his passion for playing Mario games on Nintendo, ended up finding a passionate community of other Mario lovers and built his own community that is active and present, part of his life now. And this became his full-time job. So if you check out his streams, you'll see how fun it is, how casual it also is, but how people are engaged during while he plays games. The next one, Nomad. I guess you saw him on the video. This is Randy Fitzgerald, known as Nomad in the community. And he's a differently able gamer. Was born with a rare muscle and joint disorder, a non-genetic condition that causes underdeveloped muscles and frozen joints in his arms and legs. He always found energy to keep going since he was born. And in 2014, he had a serious health condition, making it impossible for him to work at his job at that time. And his brother came to him and suggested to use his passion for gaming and start streaming, which he has been doing since then. He built a successful career, and gaming helped him have a better condition overall for his family. He moved houses. He got the medical equipment needed to have a healthier living. So it really transformed his life. And again, this is another example. You should check his live stream. You would be amazed. Like he's really a pro. And it's fascinating how people get together to watch and collaborate with him during live streams. An example from EMEA, from Bulgaria. So Gabriela Baleva, a Bulgarian gaming creator known as Gabinka. She's a person full of energy who's currently paving the way in the gaming scenario in Bulgaria, which is predominantly male-driven. It takes a lot of courage and persistence to succeed as a female there. And Gabinka has them all. And everything she does has positivity in sight. And his main driver, which is, it's super curious, but makes total sense when you watch her, she only plays colorful games. That's how she believes that gaming can brighten up people's day, like visually, along with an intense chat with her audience while playing. She talks about everyday life. She had a previous experience on fashion, so she's pretty, open and talk about so many different things with the community. And in this approach of hers, she believes that this kind of communication excludes the possibility of depression, not only for her, but for, her community. And this positivity has opened doors for her on TV shows, on magazines, and a once perceived subculture in Bulgaria is now becoming mainstream. Another great case, we have a partner of ours from Brazil. So Wenner Pereira is a gay man that expressed himself through his persona, the drag queen Samira Close. Wenner was born in the northeast of Brazil, a very, underdeveloped region. He has a humble origin, started working when 10 years old in a fabric factory to help his family. And at 16 years old, he had access to his first computer and started playing games. He became a streamer at the age of 20 when Samira Close was really born. Samira is the pioneer in Brazil, creating content for LGBTQ community, opening doors and motivating a whole new generation of LGBTQ streamers that came afterwards. Gaming helped Samira to build her career, amplify her reach, and develop new communities. She's part of our Pride Gaming initiatives in Brazil. We just had our major event over there, which was a virtual parade inside a local GTA server to celebrate Pride Month, grouping the LGBTQ community virtually in a moment like this. And that event contributed even more to her exposure, establishing partnerships with relevant brands and even TV show projects that she has now with one of the most important media groups in the country. And that's the power of gaming, transforming people's life. And I guess it's normal for us to make this reflection, right? How can you get involved? And how can we all get involved, actually, right? So as you can see, gaming touches so many people's lives from around the world in so many different ways. Those are just very simple small four examples from a wide variety of partners we have that I believe we're helping them making a change. So the journey is just beginning, right? It's on all of us to open doors and continue champion creating a more inclusive and diverse industry. It has space for everyone. It's an honor for me to represent Facebook gaming efforts here today, but I want you to join us on this journey, right? So how can you get involved in whatever business you are part of? So first thing is just give opportunity. We need to give opportunities in a fair and equal way. Like it's proven, diversity brings creativity and develop segments we never thought about. Like once you open and people take it, they explore, and there are so many voices that needs to be heard that we can't even imagine. So we need to create the right opportunities and the right forums for people to be exposed. And creating opportunities is, I think it's key here. We can really enable people to unlock success. There are millions of human beings out there eager to make a change. And if they have a chance, they will shine. This can be achieved by, bringing this opportunity to people with different backgrounds, and that mixture, that combination will show us the way. And I think it's the most important thing. We can discuss, we can bring several theories, but nothing is more powerful than taking action, right? The journey is just the beginning. I think it's on all of us in every position that we are in today, in every company that we're playing a role, to foster this thinking. It's on all of us to take action and leave the industry in a better, more inclusive, and more diverse shape than we found it. So just thank you very much. This was just a very simple overview of how gaming can make a change, but we know this can be much more than that. So eager to continue this chat in the Imagine Q&A room. So hope to see you there. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. I'm excited to introduce yet another Fireside chat, this time between Jamil Molindina and G4C's own Raul Carvajal. Jamil is the CEO of Hexagram, an immersive experience developer which creates ambient games on mobile phones, the web, and streaming video. Raul is our own director of production and also has been the G4C Festival producer since 2018. In this discussion, you will learn how immersive experiences draw on the reality-blurring play of ARGs and blend in modern ambient tech such as AI, location data, and other forms of personalization. Please welcome Raul and Jamil.
Bienvenidos, everyone. Hello, welcome. My name is Raul Carvajal. I'm so excited to be here today. Thank you for that wonderful intro, Susanna. She's already said who I am and what I do, so let's just get into it. I'd love to introduce our guest speaker in this fireside chat, Jamil. Hey, Jamil, how are you?
Hey, Raul, great to see you.
Great to see you as well. Thanks for joining me on this conversation. The title of the session, Ambient Play, Blurring the Lines Between Our Fiction and Reality. I'm a big fan of a lot of the work that you're doing, Jamil, right now at Hexagram. I'd love to, kind of paint a picture for the audience as to what it is that y'all are up to. So if you wouldn't mind just defining that for us up front and what it's like to work at Hexagram day to day.
Certainly. The Hexagram is an immersive experience developer. And the main thing that we rely on to help explain what that is to a general audience is the phenomenon of ARGs, or alternate reality games. This was a form of storytelling that debuted about 10 years ago that involved interactivity, but also community coming together to participate in a narrative. And what happened was you would find a clue in the real world and follow down a rabbit hole on the internet, either on your phone or on the web or through a video platform, and find yourself solving puzzles that were relevant to you. So it kind of used reality as another platform, and yet all of the familiar access points to create a kind of entertainment. And what happened from there was that a lot of video game core loops, design loops, were used to help engage the player. For example, providing rewards, puzzle solving, scavenger hunts, where you would find an object and it would lead to another object. The basics here enabled Hexagram actually created one of these called Alpha Archive. And that became an iOS app as well that allowed you to directly access into the story. And the success of that enabled the company to create immersive experiences, as the greater term of art became known, for a larger number of branded partners, such as Microsoft and 20th Century Fox and other major media and technology companies. And over time, this evolved to use a lot of what we've recently started calling ambient technology. For example, personalization, when you're shopping online and information starts coming to you that is targeted at you, or you're out and about and your phone indicates that there's a cool new pop-up store that's opened up. So location data, all of this sort of thing that we take for granted in our ordinary lives is now integrated into these types of game experiences. So that the objective here is that we want to help enable a larger segment of the population to participate in these games without necessarily feeling that they have to continuously interact to get a response out of the game. Instead, you're able to ambiently participate and have your personal identity and participation reflected back at you at a pace that works for you. So in a way, we're taking both game elements and story elements and imbuing them with modern internet connectivity to create something that feels like you've stepped into a world. And ultimately, that's that's the reason we want to do this, is that we want to help fans step into the worlds they love.
That's amazing. I mean, it's so rad to think about this form that for me and in the last 10 years, as you've said, has really kind of started as almost a marketing tool or a way to really engage new audiences with entertainment IP and start thinking about it as a storytelling form in and of itself, right? So I'm really happy to hear that teams such as yours are kind of pushing that. I'd like to just plug maybe the earliest ARG that I encountered, which was, I think we spoke about this, the Heroes ARG for the NBC show some time ago. And I just remember getting so wrapped up in seeing clues on the show that then turned into discussions online on forums that then also turned into webcomics and other websites and codes that you would get wrapped up in, and suddenly this puzzle, right, that starts unfolding. And I wanted to kind of touch on that because it seems like a through line that I see in lots of ARGs where there's something to uncover, right? There's a mystery that you and a community are solving together. And I wonder whether or not you've thought about that specific piece of the community engagement, that there's a problem we're trying to solve together. And how do you guys think about that, that hexagram?
Yes, that's a great observation, Raul. The idea of mystery is such a rich area for storytelling. You see it in linear storytelling, you see it in books, mystery novels, and you also see it in games. You see it in games that kind of lean into the interactive storytelling potential. For example, when games kind of pick up the film noir aspects, or they pick up adventure serial aspects, and then you see that there is a mystery to solve, and then it becomes something that you as an individual become engaged in. But the other part of what you said is I think almost more powerful, which is the idea of working together with a community to solve something, to advance an understanding of a particular aspect of a story that matters to you. And you're seeing that more and more in the immersive experiences that are available today. The other thing that you mentioned that is also relevant is that ARGs definitely did begin as kind of a marketing vehicle. They were basically free to play. You would jump into them, and then there you were. And the benefit was measured in terms of marketing metrics of how well the show responded after that, or sales of ice cream at Baskin Robbins, for example. We did an immersive experience for Stranger Things that had those kinds of metrics come out of it. The interesting transition, though, that we're seeing is that this type of technology, this type of development, this type of interactivity is making its way into a variety of different endpoints. So, for example, live venues, like we did one with Meow Wolf before the pandemic, and we provided technology to help drive a story through one of their experiences. And there are a number of ways that live venues are looking to kind of re-engage their audiences and find ways to reach them without them having to come to the park or having to come to the museum. And so having a kind of virtual experience that allows participants to join the experience is kind of a new area that is coming online now, and that is starting to become a direct paid for aspect. So it's kind of emerging from a purely marketing option to being something that is direct content.
Amazing. I wonder whether or not we can just expand on maybe a real world example. And you mentioned the Scoops Ahoy piece earlier, just to maybe walk through what the experience might have felt like for somebody who was engaging with it in an optimal scenario, just so that our audience can get a bit more of a tangible understanding. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. I you know, Raul, this comes up so much. I end up going straight into the details, and it's so helpful to actually describe what it is up front. So thank you for reminding me to do that. So Stranger Things is a very popular show on Netflix, and hopefully this isn't a spoiler, but the third season involved a fictional ice cream shop in the mall. And of course, if you're a child of the 80s, this is This is just, you know, bringing our world to life already through a television show. And we worked with a number of partners, Missing Pieces and Baskin-Robbins, and of course Netflix, to help create an immersive way to step into that world of Stranger Things. And so this fictional ice cream shop, Scoops Ahoy, became reality in that Baskin-Robbins converted several of their stores into a literal Scoops Ahoy. And there were fans lined up around the block for the various installations that we did. And when they got in there, they found a clue to this mystery, to this Russian espionage scenario. And when they went home and started searching up these clues, they found that they had access to a literal 80s telnet server. And that by going into this telnet server, they would find that they were being communicated to through a chatbot to pursue and help on unraveling this Soviet surveillance operation. And that they would find that dimensional gates were opening up all over the world. And they now had this urgency to help address this situation. And people would individually pursue this, solve puzzles, and they would collectively solve puzzles. And the whole time, this is being live operated like a mobile game, where there is a dungeon master of sorts who is helping to provide context and outcomes on each of the daily puzzles. This would run for 10 days, and the participants would get increasingly interested and even further down the rabbit hole. And this used a variety of the technologies and design elements that we've been talking about up to this point. And at the end of it, the people that had the most success in the game were rewarded with a lifetime supply of Baskin-Robbins ice cream.
Amazing.
So this was tremendously impactful, not only for the lines around the block, but from Netflix's standpoint. The expectation was to have something on the order of tens of thousands of impressions, but there were 500,000 chat conversations going on about this, and the game was nominated for an Emmy when it was live. So we were just honestly blown away by the response, and it kind of illustrates how much fans want to live in those worlds, how much they want to participate. You see it in a number of different ways. You see it in cosplay. People are increasingly becoming much more interested in creating costumes where, they may not otherwise have had any interest or talent in that regard. And now they're coming together to figure this out. They're creating their theory videos on YouTube. They're streaming their experiences of watching and playing the shows and games of their experiences, of their passions. And you see it in fan fiction as well. The fans are really interested in figuring out a way to be in that world. And what media partners and streaming platforms are starting to really come to seek out is a way to provide a landing spot or a lobby for those fans to live in and enjoy until the show continues.
And I recognize that there's even another step to this as well, right? Where it's more than simply wanting to immerse oneself in some of these properties that they know and love and are huge fans of. But we used this term earlier in our conversations around like decentralized authorship, right? Like they want to somehow be a part of the narrative or even guide the narrative in some ways. I know that Dispatches from Elsewhere kind of took this in its own route as well, where it was directly embedding some of the actions of the community into the show itself. I wonder if you can talk about that briefly.
Totally, yes. So that level of participation really ups the ante, because what we were talking about with the Stranger Things game was a 10-day exercise that was largely, shall we say, traditional in terms of using chatbots, in terms of using ARG mechanics. The things that were were much more current day, shall we say, are the idea of having it live operated and having kind of this interactive cycle and being able to completely simulate 80s tech in an authentic way. With Dispatches from Elsewhere, we took it to the next level, so to speak. We put out a call at universities and different locations where people would find a clue to participate in a study that would visualize people's dreams. So it was this kind of science fiction-y hook, but it seemed plausible enough based on where we were putting out the call. And so about 5,000 people responded and created their own videos, because part of what you do for this is that you record a video of saying a set number of key phrases, and then the lab would convert that into a visualization of your dreams. And so people would upload these videos, and these and they would in turn get clues as to what was going on with this show, and that it was actually something that was impacting what was happening in the show itself. This involved reality again in the creation of this van that would be going across the country. And I don't want to give away spoilers from the show, but basically there is a mystery involved that the van is involved with trying to solve. And the van eventually showed up at one of the participants' house. Now, the participant was an actor, but the rest of the players weren't aware of this. And then that participant, the actor, was brought into the story and became part of the reveal and the narrative of the show. At the same time, the show has random weird phrases that pop up in full view, like a bumper sticker that doesn't quite make sense. But fans of the show are seeing that phrase and then searching it online and then finding themselves in a chatbot conversation. And so there are a number of ways that this is all wrapping up together and ends up with, again, trying to avoid spoilers, but ties into the finale reveal of the show. And through this means, we were able to use a streaming video platform as a new way of bringing players into an experience. And again, something that is extremely accessible. That's one of the things that kind of makes an immersive experience work, is that it is broadly accessible to anyone who consider themselves a fan of something. You don't have to be a gamer. It's using all of the systems that are in our daily lives today. Everything that we are already comfortable and familiar with, like we use messaging apps. So in this way, we can have an AI chatbot continue a conversation with you that is highly personalized and feed you clues about where the adventure is going. And so it feels very real, because this is how we communicate with everybody else in our daily lives. And it just happens to be that you're communicating with a game.
And so all of these technologies that you're mentioning, right, the systems that are already around us and the attempt to truly meet the potential player where they are, all of this really feeds into, I know, this internal concept that you all have and design around this ambient play, right, that our session is named after. I wonder whether or not you can expand on that.
Absolutely. Yes. So that's something that we've been kind of putting the blocks in place for over time, which is the idea that a lot of video games have a kind of lean-in aspect to it, where you are manipulating what's happening on screen. You're seeing the impact immediately. You have to respond in real time, and in many cases, they're kind of life and death consequences. And so there's kind of this heightened level of engagement, and there's a certain commitment that you have to make as a player, even as a gamer, or as a kind of a regular person, I suppose. I don't know what's the opposite of a gamer, but it is a level of entertainment that is lean in. Whereas watching a television show, turning on Netflix or Disney Plus at 9 p.m., you're leaning back to enjoy a television show, to be told a story and to enjoy it, and a television show or a movie relies on great direction, great writing to create that sense of immersion. So what we're looking at is taking elements from both worlds, as well as theme parks, as well as magic, as well as a lot of and internet technology and networking, to help find a middle ground between lean forward, lean in, and lean back. So ambient play is then using a lot of the personalized information, a lot of your location information, and using AI, and as well as using persistence. So the actions that you take in the game world, they don't necessarily have an immediate response, but they have a cumulative response. So you and all of the other players are in small ways impacting the reality and fabric of that world, so that the next time you jump into it, you see that it's changed. And you see that you have had an impact on it as well. And that aspect of it is kind of a deeply embedded element of human beings, where we like to do a certain amount of crafting, we like to do a certain amount of persistent activity, and we like to see that our contributions are noted and count for something. So ambient play brings together some of these game design loops, some of these technologies, and also, you still need great writing. You still need a world that feels immersive. And so the objective for us, the way we kind of measure this, is that we want to make sure you feel like you're not looking through a window, because that's what linear media does, but you have the opportunity to kind of step in and kind of poke your head around and see what's there. And ultimately, that is our goal, to help create the sense that you are in this world that you love. Now, part of it, what we're talking about mostly is existing worlds, existing story worlds. But this, of course, applies to original content as well. I'm simply using the idea of fans because they're already vested in that world. And I don't know about, well, actually I do know, because we talked about it already in our earlier chats, but there's also this thread of longing that exists in fans of huge successful worlds, where they read the Lord of the Rings books when they were kids, or they read the Foundation trilogy, or they saw Star Wars and they had their action figures, and you were creating your own stories on your own in your bedroom or with your friends. You would play after school, and there has to be a way to help people feel like they're back in those worlds. And so that's what we're aiming at.
So as we come to the last couple of minutes here, I want to make sure that we leave some room for speculation potentially for the audience, right? We've got 10 years of this latest incarnation of ARGs, let's say. What are you hoping for in the next 10 years? And what are you excited that Hexagram can keep pushing on in this media?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that has been really eye-opening to me, and I'm sure a lot of folks during the pandemic, is that our streaming video on demand platforms, our Netflix, our Disney Plus, our HBO Max, all of these, Amazon Video, Apple TV Plus, all of these give a lot of opportunity to storytelling. They've opened the doors on content. It's really become a content market for content creators. And content, I mean, I've now used that word, I think 5 times in a row, but it's a clinical way of describing storytelling, that the options for storytelling are huge at this point. And the fact that these are all streaming platforms, that we're interacting with them through a remote control type device, means that, and the fact that these are all audiences that are in one place at one time and accessing one dashboard at one time, I think gives a huge opportunity to introduce an ambient game or interactivity or an ambient experience directly on that platform. And you have big, I mean, you are seeing this in bits and pieces. For example, when Netflix introduced Bandersnatch, which was a choose your own adventure style game, that was, I think, the shot heard around the world, where you could have a game-like experience stood up on a streaming video platform, and it would be accessible to that lean back audience, and it would be something that would be accessible in play. Very simple way to play these games, and not necessarily have to be a gamer to play them. And it ties into a fiction that people care about. So, and you're also starting to see that on Disney Plus, like they introduced Star Wars Biomes, which was kind of a fly-through of a Star Wars universe. It didn't quite have interactivity yet, but I think there's a huge opportunity here and a huge willingness to stand up additional types of storytelling and world building and world habitation, shall we say, as part of that subscription, as part of that experience, so that when the show ends, the story continues.
Amazing. Well, I do want to make sure that we are leaving enough time for questions. I'm sure that our audience is going to be extremely curious to follow up with you, Jamil. So maybe you want to pitch a way for folks to see what Hexagram's got next. Where can they learn more about your upcoming projects?
Well, a lot of what we do is under wraps, but you can definitely check out our website, which is hexagram.io. And you can follow us on Twitter at hexagram.io. And those are probably good ways that we can interact. You know, Twitter, I would actually strongly recommend, because we track that closely, and we're always looking for feedback there.
Amazing. Okay, well, great. I recognize that we're coming to the end of our time here. I want to make sure that I plug the Q&A room that we're going to be in. We are going to be in the Spark Q&A room. So folks, if you've got questions for Jamil or for me, we'll be in there in just a moment. And thank you again so much for having this conversation. I could talk about this stuff for hours, and it's been an absolute pleasure having you here at the Games for Change Festival. Thank you, Jamil.
Thank you, Raul, and thank you, Susanna and the team.
Awesome. See you, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dalton Gray. I am a project director and game designer with Games for Change. And today I am thrilled to be able to introduce two great minds from Immersed Games, Holly Pope and Lindsay Troth. Dr. Pope is a National Science Foundation postdoctoral research fellow placed with Immersed Games, focusing on game implementation and teacher support for digital game-based learning. Lindsay Troth is the founder and CEO of Immersed Games, and today they will explore cultural responsiveness in STEM games, sharing examples of a digital game that moves beyond shallow representations of diversity.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for attending our session today. I am Dr. Holly Pope, and I am a lifelong teacher, but right now I am a postdoc with Immersed Games.
And I'm Lindsay Troth. I'm founder and CEO here at Immersed Games, and a privilege to have Holly working with us right now.
And before we move beyond representation, first I'd like to acknowledge that yes, representation in games is important. I have a personal story in my recent past that illustrates why representation matters. As a research assistant on a project examining math learning in digital games, I was tasked with finding digital math games that could be used to develop and assess deeper learning in mathematics. The content of the games is a discussion for another day, but let's just say that we were looking for something that would inspire deeper problem solving and choice making patterns in the players. I downloaded this particular game, and after your name, you have to choose your avatar. The designers recently updated this page to eliminate choosing a binary gender, which is a step in the right direction. However, it's still represented in the character choices. And while I do identify as female, I don't identify as white. So my only choices were to play the game as a white man or a white female. And maybe I was feeling extra sensitive that day, but I closed the game. At that point, I didn't even access the math learning in the game because this game assumed that the only people who would play it would be white males or females. And if they weren't, they wouldn't care to choose one or the other. But I did. A few weeks later, because I was curious about the math learning in the game, I opened the app again, and I found more issues with it that attacked other parts of my identity. As you level up in the game, your character not only changes to become more aesthetically pleasing according to Western beauty standards, but also your character takes on different jobs or roles, starting as a farmer and then a blacksmith, and as you level up, moving closer to the castle until you are the king or queen. What message does this game send about race, class, and gender? This is why representation matters. Games need to be culturally responsive. In recent years, representation in games has improved. More characters of various shades, cultures, and styles can be found in most games on the market. This is a step in the right direction of cultural responsiveness. But what is cultural responsiveness? As a framework to guide our work, we borrowed from the NYU Metro Center. They designed a culturally responsive curriculum scorecard that we've used to inform our work with digital games. It's made up of two components. One component of cultural responsiveness is representation. Diverse representation in terms of who is in the room during the conception and the design of games. Having diverse creators increases diversity of thought and approaches to what is created. Going back to my personal experience with the math game I mentioned earlier, my guess is that the creators of that game have a binary view of gender, probably don't associate much with people of other races, ethnicities, or cultures, and they're probably from mid to upper level socioeconomic backgrounds. Representation also includes diversity of characters and avatar choices. And as I mentioned previously, the industry is improving in this area. This also includes, in terms of abilities, diversity in terms of abilities, gender fluidity, and body types. We still have a ways to go in the industry in that area. Finally, it also includes accurate portrayals. Having diverse authors and creators leads to accurate portrayals of diverse characters that don't feed into stereotypes or narrow conceptions of culture. Characters should accurately reflect the histories and experiences of their cultures, recognizing that because people are multidimensional, characters should also be. However, cultural responsiveness is more than just diverse representation. What's often overlooked in game design is the social justice component of cultural responsiveness. This includes decolonization, power, and privilege by including non-Eurocentric ideas and cultures. Contributions, knowledge, and philosophies of other groups are centered, which leads to multiple perspectives. And this affirms, values, and sustains the worldviews of historically underrepresented people. And finally, connecting learning to real life and action by encouraging players to connect to experiences beyond their own, examine their own perspectives and privilege, and to develop a critical consciousness about systems of oppression in order to take action against them. This is important for all people. And for Lindsay and I, this includes the type of content you include in the game. Does the game foster deeper learning, or does it center on memorization and rote procedures? Marginalized children have long been denied access to opportunities to develop deeper learning and higher level thinking. Does the game provide opportunities for deeper learning, or does it perpetuate existing inequities? So to sum up, cultural responsive games include elements of representation and social justice. Not every game can include every component, but we need to be more intentional about incorporating cultural responsiveness in games. This is important because cultural responsiveness improves connection to the content, increases motivation and engagement, and improves learning as a result. Since games are starting to improve on representation, I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay to share examples of games that include the social justice components of cultural responsiveness.
Okay, thanks, Holly, for that great framework and really setting the stage for how we should be thinking as game developers about doing this in our work. So as Holly mentioned, I'm going to go through some examples because we really wanted to talk through some, actual solid examples of how these concepts can be applied to help you see that. So first, we're going to start actually with some other games that we respect from other people, and then walk through some examples from the game we've been working on and that Holly's been helping us with for this last year and a half she's been with us here. So the first example we wanted to look at, sorry, I'm bouncing too many multitasking now, is a game called When Rivers Were Trails. During this game, you play as an indigenous person in the 1890s. When you start, your land has been chosen for allotment to settlers, and you must leave before they arrive and could harm or kill you. And so you have a choice in the game, you gather a few supplies, and you have to run. Then, as the game progresses, you work your way out west. You're trying to survive, you're trying to find a new home. And so, as I mentioned, this is much like Oregon Trail, but set in this type of environment and from indigenous perspectives. So what I really love about this game and looking at it is on the way, you encounter many people from various indigenous tribes and learn their stories. The entire game and many of these stories really focuses on that concept that Holly mentioned of decolonization, power, and privilege. So all of our examples are going to really be worked around these concepts that she just talked about. So for example, in this game, we're looking at resources and power. We're of course questioning the atrocities that happen in our US history. So for example, in this screenshot here, you stand with a tribe who pushes back about their land being taken, and you get opportunities to make these decisions throughout the game, which are really powerful for you as a player. In another example, the game is also highlighting strengths and assets of marginalized people, of the tribes being featured. So for example, in this screenshot, the game is pointing out respecting your elders. It gives you opportunities to listen to their stories, to give food and medicines, which often increases your well-being in the game mechanics and lets you really experience a little bit of what these cultures are like. Another example, the game introduces you to a person with a concept that we now refers to being two-spirit, again, to learn and respect the strengths that we're seeing across these different cultures and highlighting those assets in terms of thinking about power and privilege. Of course, in this process, they're also centering multiple perspectives. One thing that's amazing about this game is they worked with over 30 indigenous creators from multiple communities, and it's been really essential. You can see it in the work. So that type of work and centering many perspectives. You saw that in the previous examples, but I also love the one in the screenshot. So as you're playing the game, you encounter an indigenous person who actually took up an offer from land from the settlers and chose to work with them. And so you as a player can choose to disagree with them. And it's also important when we're thinking about centering these perspectives that we show these differences within a community, especially in marginalized communities. So we're not turning them into some sort of stereotype or shallow representation of what these communities really are, which are full of unique individuals and people. We need to also acknowledge that in this type of work. So for another example that's deep in a different way and a little more fun and less depressing, there's, well, okay, maybe not. When we get to the examples, there's Mullet Industria, which is a self-titled democratic socialism simulator. So it's a site with a bunch of interesting social justice oriented games. So we're gonna look at two of the examples really fast here that I got to play around with and really appreciated. So for the first example, many of them connect real life and action. That's why I wanted to pull these out. So they have something called the McDonald's video game. It is a parody where you run the chain and you're trying to grow it and increase profits. So in the process, you end up having to maybe cut down forests, bribe politicians to keep workers' rights lower to reduce your costs, feed your cows inappropriate feed so you can increase their production and make sure you have enough hamburger patties and more. Honestly, I kept accidentally bankrupting them, which was concerning since I'm actually the CEO of my own company. But the point here is they're really exploring concepts around the environment, around workers' rights and health issues when you look at massive corporate production and putting this all into the actual mechanics of the game in a really interesting way to let you think about those real life actions and explore the impacts. Another really interesting example on that site is called A Short History of the Gaze. And this is about the relationship between gaze and violence. It's a VR experience. They called it more like an essay. It goes from evolution of sight in Precambrian sea creatures to a dominance display of a primate. When you look at the monkey in that, or the primate in this experience, it reacts and has this dominance display, a landscape of billboards that you're looking at, or interacting with people in an elevator. And the player affects the scenes by simply looking or not looking. And I found this interesting because of being able to tie it into these perspectives and experiences, especially for marginalized groups where gaze can be threatening, and being able to connect your own actions to understanding that perspective and what that might mean with how you should interact with communities out and about in the world. And now for our last example is the game my company creates and Holly has been working on with us, Title Online. So you wanted to include this as an example because the two that we looked at from other creators, which we massively respect, were definitely designed very explicitly around these concepts of social justice. But you can work these concepts into games that aren't created kind of specifically around these social justice concepts like those examples. So, people like us are making standards-based STEM games, and we can incorporate these right into that content, make it culturally responsive and have social justice. So that's something that we've been diving into a lot more over the last year. So our game, Title Online, is made for middle school students to learn around the next-gen science standards and STEM skills. They create a character and go into an alien planet, and they're doing all sorts of quests and activities that help them learn science. So of course, first, a key part of what we've done is we do have representation. I know we titled this talk Beyond Representation because we wanted to go deeper than that, but we do have diverse creators. We have the opportunity for diverse characters that the players can create in the game. Within the game itself, we've included characters from various racial and ethnic backgrounds, characters with disabilities that are neurodivergent, that are LGBTQ, that come from non-traditional family structures. All of that is just wrapped into the game and the experiences you already have. And again, these are not being represented as tokens. They're full characters. This is a single part of their identity. For example, on the right side of our screenshot here, we have Councilwoman Nassim, who has her awesome sci-fi wheelchair, and that's just, a part of who she is within the game and the roles she's playing. But to us, of course, this representation is kind of the bare minimum. So we've also been incorporating more social justice concepts and getting deeper on what we can do. So let's walk through those. So first is how we think about decolonization, power, and privilege, and focusing on the assets of marginalized people. So I know I just included like a lot of screenshots here, but I was trying to kind of include some to show off a storyline that we've created where a nurse helps you run experiments to figure out how to stop the spread of a new epidemic. Might be inspired by some real life scenarios, but in this case, you're sneezing and having a rash. And so the nurse is looking at intake forms, running experiments with you, and figuring out what we can do to really slow down the spread of this and more people don't get sick. So of course, we're featuring diverse characters as part of this representation, but importantly, we're showing out assets of marginalized people. We're showing, for instance, that everyday people are solving problems and holding important knowledge. Our nurse works in a free clinic and is solving problems for her community. It's not just a PhD level epidemiologist in a white lab coat that's doing science in a disconnected theoretical way. And in fact, you as a student are helping to solve these problems. So this power is really put around, decentralized into people that are solving important problems out in the community. And this is something we're working to get better at and taking more perspectives and how we can really express some of these concepts as well. So in another example, we're looking at centering multiple perspectives. So to learn about genetics and actually mutations, we take the example of a track star that you're working with named Arthur, who has sickle cell anemia. He doesn't realize it at first. He comes to you because he's been feeling sick after practice, and you go through a series of investigations and you figure this out with him. And through that process, he's talking to you about the impact. And he also wants to look at his family, since African-American communities in the US are much more likely to have sickle cell. And so we were able to really explore what that meant for him and his family and those outcomes. And after we released this, we were thrilled to have a middle school science teacher say his kids were relating to the psychological aspects just as much as the science, and it provoked student-driven discussions. And for one last example, for incorporating real life in action, for us to teach basic genetics, we have you work with a botanist connecting food scarcity and how we can help the community have more food. So the councilwoman wants you to work and try to figure out how to increase crop yield. You run selective breeding programs, you do experiments on water and light levels. We really here have focused on showing the social impact of STEM, because that's critical to engaging marginalized students. And research, for example, shows that girls who tend to drop off in STEM interests in middle school if they're going to lose it, want a career that help people, but they don't think that's engineering. Now, if you ask them, do they want to be able to grow more food, solve hunger, clean water? That's really interesting. And so this is something that we're really excited to incorporate into a lot of our science work. So to wrap up here and talk a little bit about some resources and future direction. First, we did put together a folder of resources for you all. So if you go to bit.ly, so bit.ly/responsive games, this will direct you over to a Google Drive folder that we put some resources in. And so as Holly mentioned, we use some resources from NYU, for example, with some scorecards here. A lot of them are made more for kind of whole curricula, but they've been really helpful for us to guide our thinking and figuring out how we can incorporate these concepts and what we can really do about that. Or of course, if you're an educator watching this, not a game developer, using that as a guideline to help you understand what you could be looking for in games and curricular resources to incorporate more of these culturally responsive concepts as well. In close, we want to encourage more work in the space from those of us that are designing learning games. Curriculum isn't really strong in supporting all students unless it's responsive, including our supplemental curriculums that we're making when we create learning games. And video games, of course, are a culturally relevant platform, but we'd love to see this cultural responsiveness emerge as a strength of the game-based learning community and how educators can address these needs. We're capable of making incredible work here to incorporate representation, but also to move beyond that and include these social justice concepts in the work that we do. We know that this is challenging. It does require extra resources and time. Some good first steps are, looking at the resources we shared, getting feedback for the community you serve, and of course, hiring diverse team members to have some of those varied perspectives baked into your team from the beginning. So thank you guys so much for joining our talk. Holly and I are going to be heading over to the Imagine Q&A room after this. So if anyone wants to keep talking about ideas and learning from each other, we'd love to have some more discussion there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I am excited to introduce a series of talks presented by members of the Epic Games team. First up is Alton Glass. Alton is the CEO and director of GRX Immersive Labs and a participant in the Epic Game Unreal Fellowship for Virtual Production. He will be discussing some of his most recent projects and how GRX is incorporating new tools to empower storytellers and educators. Following that will be a conversation between Ian Southwell, creative director of Cleverlight Studios, and Brian Dickman, the president of Cleverlight Studios. They will be discussing Epic Games' Hour of Code activities that teach coding concepts to students while creating game levels using Fortnite Creative and Unreal Engine. Lastly, I would like to introduce good friend of Games for Change, Steve Isaacs. Steve is the education program manager at Epic Games, and he'll be diving into Unreal Futures and how it will prepare students for careers in interactive 3D.
Hello, my name is Alton Glass, co-founder, CEO of GRX Immersive Labs. We're an immersive storytelling platform for learning, and we really believe the future of education is world building. And today I want to talk about tools to unleash the imagination and how we can empower creators through storytelling, education, and technology. My background is in film and television. I was directing feature films for about 10 years, and then around 2016, 17, something like that, I had an opportunity to create an immersive experience, and Verizon had a chance to see it, and they really challenged me to really understand how to leverage immersive storytelling for education. And that took me down a journey and really taking our company into R&D to really understand how could we leverage immersive storytelling for learning and education. And the first opportunity I had a chance to do this with was an application called GRX Arts, Beats, and Tech. And what was really powerful was not only getting the application, the immersive application in the hands of the teachers, but they were empowered to really push and learn something new, and then also really excited to get into the hands of their students, and really seeing them how they took this new technology, emerging technology, and applied it to not only their own curriculum and workflow, but also getting the students excited about using their imagination to come in and co-create together in this new immersive space. From there, I had the opportunity to move on to a wonderful project with Time Magazine and Time Studios called The March, which was a recreation of the March on Washington in '63. And this was a collaboration between Juby Productions, Digital Domain, Viola Davis. And what was really great about this was I had the opportunity to get introduced to an amazing tool called Unreal Engine. And at the time, I didn't really know much about it. But what was great was Digital Domain took me through the process of understanding how they leveraged this tool to build this world that we created in the March on Washington. And from there, I also applied it to my next project, which is currently out right now, called POV, Points of View. So I want to show you just a quick behind-the-scenes clip of how we were able to capture these worlds, capture these characters, and start to build out an immersive story and use this project for education, all the way from the immersive exhibition to Time for Kids, and leveraging this project for education to empower creators and storytellers with this tool.
We are recreating the 1963 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, allowing visitors to experience that moment in history firsthand and to see for the first time ever in VR Dr. King deliver the dream speech. To create the crowd of 250,000 people that came to the march that day, we scanned over 80 actors of all ages.
We had one of the young actors, Lavelle. We found out his great-grandfather was actually a part of the march.
I know that my grandpa worked with him. I know that.
The Reverend Jeffrey Joseph was a civil rights activist, marched with Dr. King, and was standing about 50 feet away from him when he gave the dream speech.
So after wrapping this project, it really gave me a real clear understanding of what it takes to do world building. And working with Digital Domain and the collaborators on this project, my co-creator, Mia Trams, and the producers, it really sparked my imagination all over again. And it led me on a journey of really understanding how could I leverage this tool. So I had an opportunity to get into the Unreal Fellowship program, and I had heard about Unreal, but never really touched it hands-on. And here was the first time I had an opportunity to really tap into my own imagination and really see what I could do with this tool. So I was tasked in the program to create a 2-minute experience. And I wanted to make something about an individual who discovers an abandoned space lab and uncovers this experiment, right? So I had to really think about, okay, how can I world build if I really don't have the tools, right? I didn't have any coding experience, no animation experience, no 3D experience, no visual effects experience. And I was a little bit intimidated by that. But going into the program and really understanding what I did have, I knew that with this tool, I could leverage my imagination, basic tools like Google Slides and Unreal Marketplace and the Unreal Engine itself, just by taking some time to go through the learning portal. And what I discovered was there was a lot of great assets already completed, such as the Mars colony here, add that in. Then I had an opportunity to do more of the search, and I found this lab. And then I started to say, okay, now I can do this. I put assets together, and then I opened up Unreal Engine, started to work my way around Sequencer, which was a tool that I was close to understanding because I understood a camera. And from there, it was just about taking my shots and world building and putting things together. So I started to move my props around and change my lighting. And it was very comprehensive and very empowering throughout this process, as you can see. And once I started to get that down, I said, okay, now I can do this. And it really inspired me that if I can do it, now I can get other people to do it. And now we've dedicated our company to actually being able to empower other creators by using these tools. I just want to show you a quick glimpse of what we created in this program, and I hope to encourage other creators out there that they can do it too, and to leverage these powerful tools to world build, because I really think this can be the future of education and learning.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? I hope you're enjoying the Games for Change event. My name is CleverLike, and I'm here with Gatlin Shadow. How's it going, Gatlin?
I'm doing very well. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. We are with CleverLike Studios, and what we do is we build education and experiences inside of popular video games. And what we've done is created 5 hour of code lessons inside of Fortnite Creative and 5 hour of code lessons inside of Unreal Engine, working with Epic Games to produce this content, make it available for free to everyone around the world. So what I'm going to do is show you the Fortnite Creative hour of code lessons and walk you through a quick example of that. And then Gatlin will show you the Unreal Engine hour of code. Awesome. So now this is our website, cleverlike.com. So if there's not a link in this video that you're watching, you can go to cleverlike.com and you could look at our Fortnite Creative hour of code lessons. So you could see you could make music inside of Fortnite Creative using loops. You could build an obstacle course learning about collision detection. You can build an escape from trivia tower using functions. You can build a treasure hunt race by working with variables. And you can also create your own escape room using conditional statements. And so what we're going to do is show you here any of these activities. When you go to them on the Epic website, you're going to see the activities in the Online Learning Center. And then when you see the activity itself, there's links for lesson plan, which is for the teachers, that shows learning objectives and walks through all of the standards that are met with the activity. And then something like the student guide, which will show the student step by step how to walk through this hour of code activity. So let me show you in Fortnite the actual island itself that we've created. So Gatlin and I and one of our partners worked together to create a island that you can see all of these things in action. And the island code, you see I went into creative and played and selected this island code 1059-8304-6422. And we're going to launch that island. And when we get into that island, you're going to see what we have to offer. So here we are inside of the world. And you can see there's a 10-second countdown before it actually starts where you get a chance to support a creator or look at the details of the activity. So all 5 activities are built into this demo island. So I'll take you for a quick tour. We've created this cool arcade. If you go in here and emote, you can unlock the ability to play music. And there's also the variable, the coin race is the variable event. So you could see how variables are being counted on the counter down below. Every time you collect a coin, your variable of your score increases. You can see, go back to the arcade area and head out of the mall, and you could see the bank heist. This is a bank prefab that we built that has a escape room programmed into it from the conditionals activity. And then the collision detection activity has this amazing obstacle course built into it. And you could see all of this environment. There's the escape from trivia tower exercise. All this environment is built inside of Fortnite Creative. And what a tremendous way to give students and yourself a way to convey a story, show your learning, and create experiences for other people to enjoy. So that's a quick rundown of the activities that you can take inside of this hour of code lessons that we created for Fortnite Creative. I hope you'll check them out. And now let's switch over to Gatlin to talk about the Unreal Engine hour of code activities.
All right, thank you much for that introduction there, CleverLike. So I want to talk about the hour of code that we've actually built inside of the Unreal Engine. And many people think of this as like a game engine only kind of thing. Now, this is only one part of it. And this code is actually really, really easy to use because we use a system called Blueprint. These are really easy to find. You can do a quick Google search for hour of code, and you can find all 5 of them here. So this is the main page. And on here, we have everything from our collision detection. We end up doing loops and booleans in the second one. The third one, we end up doing variables. This one by far is my favorite. It gets the players and the students like jumping really, really high, and they really enjoy this because they get a chance to kind of quote unquote break the game, which is a lot of fun. The fourth one in here is about actually getting a key and being able to open up a door. So this is awesome. Some conditional statements. And the last little part here is actually publishing the game as well as putting some UI in this. So this is really, really powerful for the students to use. So each one of these has their own set of lesson plans. So you can see we have a lesson plan, a student guide, and a teacher guide. Now, the lesson plan is wonderful. It helps you kind of decide how you're going to be actually teaching this. The student guide is great because the students can walk through this step by step. Now, if they're not big on actually looking at all of the text, don't worry. They don't have to do that. But before I show you the videos, I do also want to point out that there is a teacher guide. Now, the teacher guide is great because it has extra little tidbits in there that the students may run into. They're like, oh, I got this problem. Well, the teacher guide will help you kind of walk through those. The last little thing I want to show in here is the actual videos. So if you head over to YouTube and look up this hour of code with Cleverlike, you can find these videos. So 1 through 5, each one of them is about an hour long. So it gives you a chance to actually walk through these step by step as opposed to going through it with the dialogue. Now, I do want to go ahead and show you what this project actually looks like. So here is this running inside of the Unreal Engine. Now, the idea is that the students will actually use this world, but they're not required to use this world. They can actually do quite a bit outside of it. And the thing that's also awesome about this is that over here, and we do talk about these in the actual documentation up in the top right here, this is a chance for you to come in and actually start in on like level 4. Like maybe you just want to go directly to learning how to setting up keys and doors. You can jump right to it. The students don't have to do these, although they are scaffolded in a way that will help them learn bit by bit. So that can be super helpful. It only takes a couple of moments to actually walk through this entire game. So I'm going to go ahead and do that for you so you get a chance to see what's actually happening here. So here in the beginning, we talk about collision. So you've got little platforms that you can walk across. From here, we start talking about, oh, also collision if you fall in the hole. Well, here we go. So we also have our coins that you can pick up. And now we don't have the UI running right now, but there is a counter that will show up as well. When it comes to loops, we've actually got a moving platform down here, and this will take us over to the most treacherous part of this entire game, where we're going to try and land on these and fail. All right, there we go. Maybe. There we go. Fake it. So close. So these are our loops because we have our looping platforms that just move back and forth. Up here on the top to the left. Oh, make it. There we go. No. We actually have our power up. Now you notice I can't jump very high. Like I said, this is my favorite part. So now we can jump really high and make it all the way up here. So I'm going to skip a couple of these. And what I want to get to is the fourth section up here where we have a key. So this blue shard will actually give us the key. And you'll notice in the bottom left-hand corner, as soon as I pick it up, that we have a little indicator that says that the players picked that up. So next, we can go ahead and run all the way over here to check out the door. Now, I wouldn't be able to open this door if I didn't have the key, so now I can press the E key on the keyboard. We'll go ahead and open that up. And then we come to the very end where we meet our goal, and then when we press this, it actually finishes the game and gives us a whole bunch of UI. Now, this is just the beginning of what you can actually do here inside of the Unreal Engine. This talks a lot about code, but there is a lot of other awesome tutorials that you can find online. The Unreal Online Learning Services has a huge library which the students can then build upon this. This is just the beginning of it, and we highly suggest that you run through at least this and then check out all the other pieces to get your students up and running for just about any career that they want to use, as the Unreal Engine is becoming huge in so many different industries.
Awesome. Thanks, Gatlin. And if you are a teacher and interested in integrating Fortnite Creative and Unreal Engine into your lessons, check the Games for Change website for activities that we will be hosting in cooperation with Games for Change. That will be workshops where you could learn how to integrate all of these things into your lessons at school. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the event, and hopefully we'll see you on the internet.
Hi, everybody. My name is Steve Isaacs, and I'm the Education Program Manager at Epic Games. In my role at Epic, my primary mission is to help support educators and students in bringing opportunities to utilize and learn skills in interactive 3D into the classroom. And today I'm going to be talking about our Unreal Futures project, Careers in Interactive 3D. Let's start out with a quick overview of what interactive 3D is.
Hi, I'm Amanda, a community manager at Epic Games, and today we're talking about interactive 3D. We're experiencing a major shift in the way we work and communicate. We've moved from text and images to video, and now to a world where interactive 3D content is the norm. We're going to explore the technology that powers interactive 3D content and the skills that will be important in this immersive new world. What do we mean by interactive 3D? What we're really talking about is the ability to interact with the digital world the same way you do with the real one. Playing a game like Fortnite on your phone or computer is an example of this. Or it could be a virtual reality or augmented reality experience where you need to use special glasses or hardware to view and take part. But interactive 3D is not just for entertainment. Now it can simulate the real world in a meaningful way. For example, doctors can practice surgery before ever touching a patient. And it's possible to not only simulate what a surgeon would see during the operation, but also how it should feel. Car designers can try out new designs more easily. Usually designers start with a full-size clay model of a new car, and that can cost a lot to produce and take weeks to make. Now they can try out and make changes to their designs in a virtual design space. And we can experience this in our everyday life too. Before you buy a new cool graphic tee, you can turn around a digital version and look at it from every angle, or even customize it with your own colors and designs. So how does this work? The technology that powers all of these experiences is called real-time rendering. This is how the Weather Channel creates realistic simulations of hurricanes and storms that the newscaster can interact with on screen. In a traditional 3D animation, the film you are watching is made up of a collection of static images that are rendered by a computer. Rendering is the process of converting a 3D model to a 2D image. Oftentimes, it can take a computer or a collection of computers days, weeks, or even months to render an entire film. To further complicate things, if an artist wants to make even the smallest change, the entire thing has to be re-rendered. With real-time graphics, the 3D computer-generated visuals that you see are rendered and displayed almost instantly, making it easy for a director to make changes to special effects instantly and collaborate on a virtual set with actors. A real-time engine is the software needed to create these immersive experiences. An Unreal Engine is an award-winning real-time engine. We call it an engine, but it's not like a car engine. It's actually computer software created with code. The creation process for interactive 3D involves bringing 3D models into a real-time engine where behaviors and intelligence can be applied. This can include lighting, materials, physics, AI or artificial intelligence, user interaction, audio, animation, VFX, cinematics, and more. The result is not a simple image, but a 3D world that you can explore and interact with. As you move around, your view of the world changes and you get to see different things, as though you've stepped inside a film. As the industry changes and we start to see interactive 3D everywhere, the demand for people to create these experiences is skyrocketing. Real-time 3D skills are in huge demand. In the future, everyone will be a creator. Want to be part of building this immersive new world? Get started with Unreal Online Learning for free today.
That video gives a great overview and context around interactive 3D and how interactive 3D is, basically being utilized in so many industries, which is what we really like to emphasize, at Epic. And when we're talking about teaching students the skills in Unreal Engine to help prepare them for, for jobs beyond school. This is just a sampling of some of the many industries that interactive 3D is being used pretty extensively in, including architecture, games, film and TV, automotive, broadcasting, live events, training and simulation, manufacturing, advertising, and fashion, to name just a few. In terms of film and television, it's really exciting to see what's happening now on the sets where different films, or TV shows are using, LED walls to basically, use Unreal Engine to create the entire scenery for their films, and then actually be able to deal with both pre, post, and during production effects with lighting and everything as they're going. Virtual production is a huge industry that's really taking advantage of the tools. Here's just a sampling of some of the many companies that are using interactive 3D and Unreal Engine and tools like that actively in their roles. You saw some of this in video as well. One of the things I really think is cool is when we think about some of the jobs that we can prepare our students for. I don't think they had a job called experiential designer when I was in school. And the idea that so many of these interesting live events and things are happening with immersive experiences as part of it just, creates this amazing, opportunity to consider what's possible in the jobs of the future. So that brings us to our project called Unreal Futures Careers in Real Time. We've created a series of courses for students that allow them to explore career paths that utilize interactive 3D and real-time rendering. And each of these courses provides, an overview of how it's being used in that industry, along with a project in Unreal Engine that teaches students a sampling of the skills they would need to work in this industry. And then those skills can be, expanded upon tremendously, as the kids learn to use them. Here's another real quick video that I'll show.
There's never been a more exciting or empowering time to be a creator. That's because a technology called interactive 3D is changing the way we live and work.
When you're creating things on this platform, you're creating it for all the platforms.
Interactive 3D simulates the real world in a meaningful way. The result isn't a simple image or video. It's a three-dimensional world you can explore and change. In the past, it may have taken hours, if not days, for a final image to render. But with real-time 3D tools like Unreal Engine, the process is almost instantaneous.
In this project, we will explore how Unreal is being used in the advertising industry.
In the rest of this series, we'll explore step-by-step how Media Monks achieved this finished product. And you can follow along as we work through a similar shot together. No prior experience is necessary. We'll provide you with all the files you need. So, let's go.
So that project is neat because students recreate an Oreo cookie advertisement with all the assets, available, which by using one small part of Unreal Engine involving the sequencer, animating the camera, and working with lighting. That alone gives kids the opportunity to create other, projects that would satisfy that idea of advertising or a light touch into virtual production and such. It's also pretty cool that all of our products are absolutely free for education, including any training that we provide. Our goal is to really help support you and your classes in bringing this technology into the classroom. And if you're ready to get started, the Careers in Advertising is our first course that's available on our online learning platform, learn.unrealengine.com. And the course is called Unreal Futures, Careers in Advertising. And please, if you have any questions whatsoever or would like to find out more, I do encourage you to get back in touch with me, as I would love to talk further about the possibilities of using interactive 3D and real-time technology with your students.
Thank you to the Epic team for diving into Fortnite Creative and Unreal Engine. Hi, everyone. I am Cassie Perales, the Communications Manager at Games for Change. I'm excited to introduce the next two project briefs. First up, we have Alan Castillo. Alan is the CEO and game designer at Twin Drums. He will discuss the development of the first African-inspired fantasy MMORPG. Afterwards, we will hear from Stephanie Dinkins. Stephanie is a transmedia artist who creates platforms about our future. She will be discussing the Secret Garden experience and how sharing and receiving stories is an act of resistance.
Hello. Today I'll be talking about the Wagadu Chronicles and the challenges and kind of exciting developments of building the first Afro-fantasy MMORPG. So my name is Alan Castillo, I'm African-European, and I'm the founder at Twin Drums, a game development studio, which is partially based in Berlin and remote. So this is what you see if you search for games set in Africa. It's been for most of the time of the industry. You see now Africans, it's just about animals, safari, very colonial projection. If you do see Africans, sometimes it's really bad, like disease, war, famine, all of these concepts, all these stereotypes are thrown into the mix. It's not great. And sometimes too, if you do have, especially for the diasporic characters, some positive stereotypes, but they're still stereotypes, right? Like, athletically very strong. Yes. How many black thin healers have you seen in JRPGs? Not many. Not any, right? So, right, this is the place where we are in the industry currently. And within this space, and within the desire, and with the desire of changing this space, the Wagadu Chronicles was born a couple of years ago. The Wagadu Chronicles is a massively multiplayer role-playing game with a top-down isometric view. The special thing about it, or maybe three things I could say about it, is that it's about role-playing. So you see on the left, just like tabletop role-playing games like D&D, you get to role-play with everyone. And role-play is kind of the main way of interacting with everyone else in this space. And then it is an African-inspired fantasy world as well, which is a super important and innovative element. And then it's very queer positive too. So these are things that have kind of started being around in some way or another, but never combined fully in this way. Especially the African fantasy element. So this means challenging, especially the last two elements, the queerness and the African inspiration, have been exciting but challenging in some way to implement as well, to bring to the industry. So speaking about fantasy, of course, we think about Tolkien as kind of the initiator, one of the biggest inspiration for what fantasy means. He did a lot of research, he was an academic, and the places around him to inspire him. For instance, this university library in Oxford inspired Tolkien to come up with this temple of Morgoth in the history of Middle Earth. So, he was looking around, seeing like beautiful buildings from the 18th century and thinking, I can put this into the game. Imagine doing the same for West African or African architecture. So this is in Kumasi, in Ghana, at the very heart of the Ashanti Empire, the mausoleum where all of the bones or the rest of the past emperors are kept, the trees are sacred, that bowl in front is used for a very important annual ritual to cleanse and purify the ancestors. Today, it's completely gone. This is how it looked like just after the British destroyed it while punishing Kumasi for not bending the knee. Benin, one of the most powerful empires in Africa, a rich palace full of ancestral shrines and lots of wealth, is known for the Benin bronzes, which were these medieval bronzes that were so beautiful that now they got looted, destroyed, the palace got burned in the 19th century, and then these bronzes are mostly in Western museums nowadays across the Western world. And it goes on. Kilwa, one of the most powerful and wealthiest cities in the Muslim world within the Indian Ocean, East Africa. The Portuguese invaded it in the 16th century, destroyed it, and from there on. And it goes on and on and on. Colonialism has done so much damage to the African continent, to black people, and then later on slavery, that, it's, as a game developer working on a black and African-inspired game, we have to deal with these residues all the time, non-stop. So this is something I want you to be aware of. It's not just history. This is an example of African-inspired architecture from the Ouagadougou Chronicles. We found this awesome collaborator, Harrison, based in Nigeria, an expert of African architectures. And we're managing, but it's just so much more work, right? Because we have to fight against centuries of destruction and colonialism. And another example is Unity. When we're creating our prototype, you want to be quick and fast, find pre-made assets in the Unity store. Wolves are super easy to find, for instance, animals in general. But try looking for an African wild dog, which is basically co-respective of a wolf in this African savannah. Problem, right? You have to make it yourself, or you have to avoid a lot of animals because you cannot put them into the game. Yes, there are some of them like lions and elephants, but Africa has so much more, and it's much easier to find all of those animals from the West, from Europe and North America, than it is to find African animals. Another example, this is a Mtepe, East African boat. Fun fact, the boat is sewn with ropes. It's not actually bound together, it's actually almost like a cloth. All the planks are sewn together. Really cool, this little hat on it. It was impossible to find any assets, anything. A friend actually made this kind of for charity to help us, just quickly modeled it on the side and gave it to us when we're prototyping. Same for music. Had to go to Ghana with some help and kind of invest a bit of my meager savings to record the original instruments that we needed for the first prototype music of the game. And there's a bit of a personal journey as well. Many of us either don't speak or don't speak very well African languages because of what we went through as African immigrants, post-colonial African immigrants in the West. Many of the team members, as you can see, are black, Africans or African descent. And there's been a lot of personal journey, making a game where everybody is black, where our blackness is the main point. I've had people going to their parents, asking questions, getting to translate stuff. It's been really exciting, but again, challenging as well. Because for a French person, their relationship with French, French parents would never not teach French to their kids because they want them to have a better life, right? Hair, just dealing with hair in our game has been so liberating. Hair is being made by, this is a black woman, who's really excited to actually be able to bring her own hair as the main, not just a side thing, as the main hairstyles of the game. The queer element as well, I want to talk about it, is really important for the Ouagadougou Chronicles, and it added to the challenge. Because this is a shrine, for instance, we have a lot of gods who are queer, who are kind of gender neutral or non-binary. These horn people were started in the lore of the game by two female goddesses, right? So, but then you look at the map of Africa and gay rights, and there's so much discrimination, so many discriminatory laws, more than in Europe, right? And you think then why are you? How is this matching together? I actually, the project, the Ouagadougou Chronicles, almost died at the very beginning because the first main artist I worked with, when they realized that I'm queer myself and the project is queer positive, walked out, and 8 months of work, he asked me not to put his name, to remove 8 months of work. That was a near-death experience for the project, and it's really sad. Luckily, later on, it continued. I found awesome people, but that was very traumatic, and it doesn't make sense too, because if you look, this is a great book actually on the topic. If you look back, you see that queerness has been part of African cultures, same-sex marriage and so on, not in the way, of course, we know it in the West today, but in different local ways throughout history of the African continent. And that's something that we want to go back to and bring it, of course, in a modern way into the game and be inclusive. So the Ouagadougou Chronicles brings together these elements: the queerness, the role-playing element, the African mythology and history together. But what does that mean as well with stakeholders? You can see the left stands for publishers and basically means, and potential investors. But we've had questions such as are you sure white people are going to be fine with this? Are you not worried about role players being mostly white dudes? I've had this question: why are you hiring mostly black people? Isn't that going to limit you with your hiring? And on the other hand, with social media, lots of people commenting negative things, being just racist and saying N-word and so on. So there's, even in the outward facing part of the project, this was very challenging. But luckily, we're able to stay on course, stay on board, and we got a lot of positive feedback as well. So, I want to kind of end on a more positive note, that we had a lot of awesome people saying awesome things. Queer folks from some African countries saying this is the best thing ever. Black, white, Asian, people from all over the world saying this game is so exciting. And we had run a Kickstarter, it succeeded. We got backing from Riot Games as well. And now we're in full development of the game. It's going really well. So what I want to say, this is a happy, not the ending, continuation, because the game is still in development, but with a lot of challenges. And this was just a little bit of a window in what you're dealing with this patriarchal post-colonial world means. Do support artists of color, game developers of color. We go through, and queer folks, we go through a lot, but there is hope at the end of the tunnel. So as the Wagadu Chronicles is hopefully showing. So thank you. Feel free to find the Wagadu Chronicles or Twin Drums this is the handles. You can find us online. And thanks again. Looking forward to hearing from you and seeing your beautiful projects or games that you're playing.
Secret Garden was imagined as a space of listening, right? We're giving you something to look at, but really the task is to get folks to listen. And what we really, really wanted was for people to listen congregationally. Hey everyone, my name is Stephanie Dinkins, and I am the lead artist on a project called Secret Garden. Secret Garden is a exploration of the stories of Black women, right? So Black women through time, and thinking about stories as building blocks in a lot of ways. So we're taking time from the imagination of what it must have been like to come over to America on a slave ship, not knowing what awaits you, to a family surviving the 30s and 40s and actually being able to purchase land and cultivate that land, to a family moving and migrating north and trying to make a way in a totally new environment and building community through a garden, actually. And then just cultivating that family and what the family has gone through, and then thinking through, right through to a future, right? So what does the future look like for us? And that's a metaphorical us. And how do we get to live it? Thinking about considering our own desires, our truest, deepest desires, versus the things that we've often had to fight. Secret Garden poses questions around these stories in terms of whose stories belongs to who, because the women that you see in the installation and the women that you see online don't speak. However, you do hear their stories separately, and the stories can be attached to any of the women in the space. It's interesting to think that some people have said, all the women wear all the stories. And I think that's really true in the crux of the project here. It's that we do wear each other's stories, and we're building upon those stories and finding a way to go forward through the stories, even the tough ones.
Some of our ways are from way back in the time before all this. I think I remember Great Mama teaching us to plant yams the way they did in Africa. Great Mama once told me that her mama, she was owned by Old Man Washington. Used to steal her own time and labor back in snatches in the middle of the night and Sundays to plant her own garden. It helped feed the families better food, make extra money, and created spaces of refuge.
Secret Garden was imagined as a space of listening, right? We're giving you something to look at, but really the task is to get folks to listen. And what we really, really wanted was for people to listen congregationally, together, right? Giving attention. My art practice has always been concerned with what I would say value and visibility within a social context. Like from the very, very beginning, I've been thinking about questions of value, questions of visibility, and questions of Blackness. Those questions have made a very circuitous route through photography and through installation, through artificial intelligence, and now through interactive installation and WebXR. And, you know, I say that I'm a transmedia artist because I work with whatever materials I can to best convey ideas, and I really like to provide experiences for people. And these new tools, right? Being able to put an experience online that's open to almost anyone to look at and really have an experience becomes really exciting and a great way to deliver information, or at least to give people the space to start thinking about ideas as they travel through. And I think that's really important, the travel through. I think the installation where you're moving around the space and you as viewer are triggering different responses, and the online space where you're wandering and trying to find the things that are imparting information, both make the space for, you know, the viewer to have a real role in the decisions and the outcomes of the piece. I like the idea that visitors are taking in information and coming to realizations in their own spaces and in their own ways of thinking. At least I hope that's what's happening.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to the G4C 2021 Festival. I hope you're having a great day so far, and I know you're going to enjoy the rest of our day's programming. I am pleased now to introduce Jeremy Bailenson and Walter Greenleaf to the main stage. Jeremy is the founding director of Stanford University's Virtual Human Interaction Lab. He is also a faculty leader at Stanford's Center for Longevity, a professor in several departments, and a senior fellow at the Woods Institute for the Environment. Joining him is Walter, who you may remember from yesterday's sessions. Walter is a visiting scholar at the Virtual Human Interaction Lab and also one of our co-curators for the Health and Wellness track. Together, they will discuss their discoveries studying human behavior within virtual and augmented reality environments and how these digital spaces may influence one's behavior in the real world. Let's tune in.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be with you again today, and it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague and friend, Professor Jeremy Bailenson. To say that Jeremy is a leading authority on how VR and AR systems impact human perception and behavior is an understatement. He is the leading authority, in my opinion. And Jeremy, I think you get the award for best book title. Your book, Experience on Demand, I think is a great way to describe for the general public what VR is all about. So glad we have a chance to talk today.
Walter, if I could be interviewed by anybody, it would be you. So I'm thrilled to get the chance to share the stage with you, and always time well spent hearing your thoughts on VR as well. So thanks for having me. Thanks to Games for Change for throwing this conference, and super excited to talk to you for half an hour.
Fantastic. Well, maybe a good way for us to start is for us to have you tell us briefly your origin story. How did you get involved in VR, and how long have you been involved? And I think more importantly, Jeremy, I'd love to hear what you're passionate about. What drives you?
Well, there's a lot there to unpack. My origin story, my PhD was in cognitive science. In 1999, I was building models of how the brain works, running experiments on humans to understand how they formed categories, made decisions, and then building low-level AI models to try to capture those mechanisms. And I realized in 99 that I just didn't want to be doing that. Cog sci was great, but it just wasn't my calling. And before leaving academia, I was inspired. I read a novel called Neuromancer, and Neuromancer, who many of you have likely read. It's a mind-blowing novel written about the possibilities of augmented and virtual reality and how avatars are going to change the human condition. And that book inspired me to apply for a postdoc at UC Santa Barbara, where at UCSB I learned how to build hardware systems to program VR content, and at the same time to ask questions that were more about the human condition, about communication, about education, about training, about well-being, as opposed to the structure of the brain. And I spent 4 years at UC Santa Barbara working with the great Jim Blaskovich and the great Jack Loomis, and was lucky enough in 2003 to get a job in Stanford's Department of Communication, where for the last 19 years I've been running the Virtual Human Interaction Lab, where we study VR, AR, we study the technical aspects, we study the psychology of it, how it affects the brain. And in the last 7 or 8 years, we've been really active in interfacing with companies and organizations and governments to help them figure out how they can use VR.
Well, and of course, the Stanford Virtual Human Interaction Lab, 19 years, that's incredible. I hadn't realized it goes by fast, doesn't it?
It goes by fast. It goes by fast.
But maybe you could tell us a little bit about how people can visit the Stanford Virtual Human Interaction Lab through one of the recent releases you've done of a virtual system.
Yeah, thanks for that, Walter. So since 2003, we've been running lab tours. So anyone that has a VR system, you know that one of the joys of VR is being able to show it to others and to give people demos. And we've been giving the lab tours fairly regularly. In 2010, we institutionalized it. So it didn't matter who you were. At 4 p.m., if you showed up at the lab and you were one of the first 30 people, you would come in the lab on 4 p.m. on Friday. And what would happen is that I would give each person one demo. You could either be walking the plank or flying like Superwoman, or you could be cutting down a tree to learn about deforestation. You could be changing identity in the mirror so that you change your skin color or your gender, and you would go through all the different lab demos that are representative of our science. Over the last 19 years, we've had over 15,000 visitors come and visit the lab. After 3 years of a nonstop labor, including it becoming one of my COVID obsessions because there's nothing to do but stay home and code, we've just released for free to the world a piece called Virtual Becomes Reality. It's on Steam right now. It's you need a PC to run it because it's a bit intensive processing, but if you do have a standalone VR like the Quest 2 and you want to plug it to your PC with the link, it works. It's a 15-minute self-contained lab tour where you are greeted by a hologram of me, and I take you through all of our science, and you get to grow a third arm and do all the experiments that my lab is famous for. You can now do them at home, and it's free. And it's again, we've been working on it nonstop for 3 years. It premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival in April 2020, but of course the festival was online only then. But Walter, it's been a labor of love, and I'm just thrilled that it's it's out there now and anyone can download it. So please, all of our listeners, I would love for you to download it for free and to play with it.
Virtual Becomes Reality, such a major contribution. The other information we should give the people who are joining us today is the URL for the Stanford VR Lab, which is very simple. It's stanfordvr.com. But there's a few tabs that will take you to your academic publications and other information.
Yes, we like to share our stuff, so everything on it is free, and we hope you come and read and watch.
Jeremy, you've had a focus on how VR and AR can impact in education, environmental conservation, empathy, and health. I'm curious, what is I guess at the top of your mind right now in terms of the way emerging immersive environments can have a positive impact on our health and on society? I know that I'm asking a lot here, but I'm wondering what your initial reaction is to that, and what first comes to mind when I bring up those important topics.
Yeah, well, look, this is obviously the right group of people to talk to about this topic. So, my daughters, who you didn't see, they just actually snuck under the camera to go into their Nana's room. I'm in New York at my mom's house. And my daughters, when I told them about this talk I'm giving today, I said, I'm talking to people that make the video games that I actually let you guys play, right? And so this is the right group to talk about that. We think, there's currently a huge push for VR for diversity training, and you're seeing a lot of good startups in the space as well as larger companies getting involved. Of course, Walter, my passion on climate change, getting people to viscerally understand the connection between their day-to-day actions and how it affects remote places, things that are invisible, like CO2 molecules, which you don't get to see in the real world. And there's so many areas where we can, leverage the experiential aspect of VR to not magically change one's mindset. It's not as if a 10-minute experience in VR is going to forever change the way you think about race relations. However, it gives you an experience that allows you to reframe. It just changes the conversation. And my language over the years has evolved as I think about the pro-social aspects of VR. And we need to be careful. No media experience magically changes everything about how we feel. But it does give us an experience, and it gives us a way to bootstrap into action and conversations that are just a little bit different based on that experience.
Yeah, it provides the scaffolding and provides a way to think about these issues. The other amazing thing that you're doing this summer is teaching a class in virtual reality.
Yeah, this is, I've been teaching a class called Virtual People since 2003, and a version like it since 99. And I've always taught about VR, using PowerPoint, right? And it was the only way to do it. There's always been a splash of VR involved. For example, the students would take a field trip to my lab, but what we're doing now is we have 102 students. Every single student has their own standalone VR headset. Most of them using the Oculus Quest 2, and we are running a class inside VR. Now, what we're not doing is we're not lecturing in VR, because I think actually Zoom is a better medium for simply a professor lecturing. But what we've come up with with is a series of experiences that's very active and collaborative in VR. And over the course of the quarter, each week they're doing a different experience that shows organically how VR can help them, attack some problems. So for example, in the week on medical VR, Walter, which I know is a passion of yours, we're doing a couple things, including we're going to have 100 people all go to AltSpace VR and sit down in a meditation class, and we're going to meditate together. One of the neatest parts of the class is we have 102 students and we have roughly 8 discussion sections, and once a week, all in groups of 10 or 12, the students converge. We use the Engage platform, which has been an amazing, utterly mind-blowingly great tool for teaching and learning. So appreciative to the Engage folks who have been helping us run this class. And what we're doing is we're having a conversation where spatial relations are brought back to conversations, right? So on Zoom, as we know, if I look to the left, it doesn't mean I'm looking at you, Walter. It means I'm looking off screen. And we have all these kind of confusing nonverbal cues because of the lack of spatial aspects. And we have people standing in a group and they're talking to each other and they're gesturing in a way where they see each other's gestures, and we're bringing the conversation back into teaching and experimenting with it. So it's we're in week we're just finishing up week 4 of the class, and it's just been incredible. I mean, for me, a personal moment of teaching history, I had 100 Stanford students all networked into VR at once, and we were in the Engage platform playing around with our avatars. And in addition to it just being an awesome pedagogical thing for VR, a class about VR, you got to think this is COVID, and we haven't been in a big group before, and you had all these students, shaking hands and being in a group of, it just felt great. So it's super fun.
Oh, that is so amazing. And I know it's just as you said, it's been impactful on you. I'm sure it's been impactful on your students. And talk about experiential learning. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, the key is to not use VR for what we're doing now, because it turns out Zoom works really great for me speaking and with words and you listening. And we're trying to use VR for things that are experiential and for actually doing things.
Yeah. The other thing you mentioned, the title of the class was Virtual Humans. And I'm very excited about the work that you've done in terms of leveraging the concept of the future self to help motivate people, engage people in looking after their own health, for example, or their financial security. As you know, one of the big challenges we have in any digital app that's designed for promoting better healthcare, for example, is adherence, having people have a reason to come back. And I think you've shown through your research that by connecting people with their future self, and there's a process that you go through to make that connection, it can motivate people to change their behavior, which is actually pretty astonishing.
Yeah, one of the coolest thing about VR is that time becomes fluid, and you can see the future. You can see yourself in the future. You can see a version of your future self that adhered to whatever plan you have, be it financial, food, exercise, and you can see what happens if you don't do that over time. And over the years, we've looked at exercise behavior, eating behavior, financial savings, and there's nothing more powerful, or few things more powerful than seeing one's future self 30 years from now that has been changed because of you doing X versus Y. And it's a really neat tool for people to kind of choose their own plan and then to see what happens if they stick to it.
Yeah. So important, so exciting. I'm also very excited by what you're doing outside of the ivory tower, outside of academia. Can you tell us a little bit more about your activities with Striver?
Yeah, so Striver is a company that I co-founded with my graduate student, Derek Belch, and Derek was a football player. And in 2013, his thesis was using 360 video to capture plays on the field that then quarterbacks would put on the headset and they would practice decision making when they weren't on the field. So they would put on the goggles and they would see a defensive formation, they'd look around, the play would unfold, and they would figure out if they would have changed the play at the line of scrimmage. And the entire master's thesis work was all about mental decision making, putting you in a situation that was arousing in VR, all these players coming at you. Sometimes that was rare, could be a formation that you wouldn't see often or a ball that gets fumbled, etc. And then having you practice, get it acclimated to that scene and that context, and then making better mental decisions. And one of the teams we were training was the Arkansas Razorbacks. And in Arkansas, there's this little company called Walmart And the head of training from Walmart came one day to the football office and put on the goggles, did the football demos, and said, what you're doing there is showing a visual pattern, having someone make a decision based on that contextual pattern. They then have to communicate that decision to others is basically what every Walmart employee does every day. And so what began a couple of years ago, about 2017 or 2016, excuse me, was the foray from sports. So Striver done all this work with sports, with U.S. Olympic skiing, the German national soccer team, the NBA, the NFL, from sports to enterprise. And we started working with companies like Walmart and FedEx and Nationwide and Chipotle, and you can go down the list, but there are so many contexts where, as an employee, if you want to train, VR is by far the best way to do it. For example, at Walmart, they've got something called Holiday Rush. It's the day after Thanksgiving, and it's an utter cacophony. There's people everywhere, all around you, and they're pushing and shoving and yelling sometimes. And because of turnover, only 1 in 2 Walmart employees has actually ever seen Holiday Rush. And so, as a great tool to get them onboarded and ramped up for that. And we could go through dozens of examples, Walter, but for me, as a guy who's been doing VR for 20 years, Striver has trained, in the last 18 months, we've trained over 1 million people in VR,
wow.
right? And these are just numbers that you don't get, obviously, in academia, and are hard to get in other places. And it's been just utterly fascinating to watch, to really think about scale. And when you think about scale and accessibility and how to make VR work for, we installed 3 or 4 VR training systems in every one of Walmart's 4,700 stores in the United States. And how do you manage scale like that? And so it's been super fascinating to watch, and it's been fun.
Well, and also a major contribution to move VR forward. I think that one of the things that will help us start seeing VR used more often in appropriate ways is having it move over to the enterprise, to the business zone. Yeah. And Walmart is a fantastic starting point, and $1 million, that's amazing.
One of my favorite new use cases, Walter, I haven't talked about this with you. So Sprouts, which is a farmer's market chain where they sell, great food and other things. But part of Sprouts' business model is their brand of the customer experience, and they wanted to train their employees on the culture of Sprouts, right? The people that work at Sprouts, they're proud of their culture, and part of their training is to get them, to feel what it's like to be a Sprouts employee. And we created these VR demos that were designed. We use something in psychology called the exemplar model. Instead of giving somebody rules, so previously Sprouts was using a PowerPoint presentation. What we created was a series of 12 experiences that were typical of, what sets Sprouts apart from different places. So a mother comes in and she's upset because she just found out that her son needs to be gluten-free, and then an employee comes over and kind of takes them through some recipes and goes that extra mile. Or somebody who's a regular comes in and the employee notices that their father isn't with them, and they typically are. And what ensues is finding the favorite food from the father. And it's just a series of specific examples that typify a culture. So one of the hardest things to do in general is to train culture, and particularly during COVID. And what Sprouts showed was much more efficient and effective cultural training using VR than in other areas. And so the reason I bring this up, Walter, is that there's a lot of work in general in the history of VR on procedural training, how to train someone to fly a plane or to be a surgeon. It's really nice to start seeing these more kind of social, contextual, emotional type applications. And the cool thing about the enterprise is I never would have thought of training a culture by having people experience a lot of different examples. And by working with companies, you kind of find these nuggets, and it's been super fun.
Oh, that's amazing. I know that your background and predilection as a scientist has probably propelled you towards measuring the impact of these training experiences and how long they persist and do the actual work. And I think that if you can talk about that briefly, I think that would be of great interest to our audience, because there's so much emphasis put on the value of VR for training scenarios like you described, but not many people take the trouble to actually demonstrate it.
Yeah, so I can talk about Striver, but let me pivot back to my lab for a second, because my lab's been running experiments where we measured the impact of VR for quite some time. What's changed for the lab in the last few years is we are looking at three things that are different. Number one, we're looking at large samples. So we're now publishing studies where we have 1,000 plus people go through VR as opposed to a couple dozen. Number two, we're looking at samples of people who are not college students. So we are getting, not just use what psychologists call convenience samples, but actually going out and getting good variance in age and socioeconomic status and demographics, et cetera. The third thing that we're doing is we're looking at time. So time in two ways. You can look at the number of doses one takes, how many times they go into VR and come back. So for example, with going back to NFL quarterbacks, we created a really nice regimen where they would go in, they didn't need to go in for an hour, like 4 or 5 minutes. It turns out that, as you know, the neuroscience of learning, lots of small doses that are spaced out is much better than longer doses. And so coming up with the right regimens to have lots of doses, and then looking at the longer term effects, looking at do the impacts of VR training last 3 months, 6 months, a year later, and really starting to collect that data. Going back to Striver, one of the cool things about working with corporate partners is that you get to tie VR training performance with subsequent promotions or evaluations on the job 6 months later, a year later, because most companies have quarterly reports where people assess themselves and are assessed by their bosses. You actually can see the downstream effects of VR training with over time. And because these companies are investing fairly large budgets into their VR training, they actually want to know the answer of the return on investment, and we're getting really nice numbers and really rigorous studies on it.
Well, I imagine that employee safety records and absenteeism and issues like that are also probably a big part of the analytics that are possible with that sort of paradigm. Now this might be a controversial topic, but let's jump into it. I've heard very often people describe VR as an empathy machine. And that, but I know it's not as simple as people make it out to be. Can you elaborate a little bit on your perspective and what your research has indicated?
Yeah, so there's no media experience that's going to magically change who you are and how you think. And despite all of us have been guilty of a bit of hyperbole, all of us being the VR folks have been doing this for a few decades, and it happens, and I'm just as guilty as the next party here. What our research has shown us over the years is that in terms of empathy, one thing VR does is it helps those take the perspective of others when they are not good at that. So it turns out there are individual differences in one's ability to take the perspective of others. So if I say, Walter, imagine what it's like to be this person during this time, some people are better at that imagination process than others. And what our research shows across studies is that for people who have a hard time in general taking the perspective of others, VR provides unique benefits to them. The other thing I like about VR is simply giving you extra mental repetitions. And there's been a lot of narrative, some of it from me, about VR can change bias. It can change, the implicit association task. And there's some data on that, and those scholars doing that work, including myself. I'm happy that we're doing it. But I think that in general, the true value of VR on these diversity topics is just giving you practice, right? So if you think about the flight simulator, we have the flight simulator because VR is about doing, failing, getting feedback, and repeating. So when humans are learning in the most wonderful constructivist context, you're out and you're doing stuff, you make mistakes, you get constructive feedback, you repeat, and you get better. And so for me, when it comes to things like sexual harassment training and training around race issues, we like to build simulations in the lab where, I know it sounds strange, but the point of you engaging in this conversation with someone or the scenario is we actually want you to make a mistake, because that's what VR is for, is allowing you to learn from your own behavior. And so I like VR as not as a magic tool to solve all the world's problems around empathy, but as a way to get us to practice. And the one thing I will say, so we've on my lab's website, we've posted for free 1,000 Cut Journey, which is a Courtney Cogburn's piece that we worked on her with about Black-white racism, where you become Michael Sterling and experience racial bias as a kindergartner, as a teenager, and as an adult. We've got Becoming Homeless, where you learn that the plight of homeless people is not only because of who they are, but about the situation that can cause that. And we've got a few others as well. They're free to download. The one thing I will say is that when we think about how to bring 1,000 Cut Journey into diversity training, what we do is we incorporate it into, say, a day-long curriculum, and we use it as a way to change the conversation. So the VR piece, it's 15 minutes of your life. It's not the training, but it is an experience that then changes the way that you are going to engage with the subsequent conversation, with the subsequent materials. And in that instance, I like to think of it as a lightning rod that kind of increases arousal, that then just changes the way the day goes from there on out.
Yeah. Well, and it brings it back once more to the theme of VR as generating experiences and learning from experiences. And it also reminds me of one of the mantras in Silicon Valley, which is fail often, fail fast, that you do learn by your experiences, and VR does give us the ability to replicate and also to up the challenge dynamically using a game heuristic paradigm, which I think is so important. And Jeremy, you made me think when you were talking about the rush day at Walmart for training the employees. I think it might be good for shoppers to have some stress inoculation too. If they're about to wade into that complex situation, they can practice and be prepared for it too. We only have a few more minutes, but why don't you tell us some of the things that you're extremely curious about right now? What you have had 20 years worth of working in VR and exploring different topics. You've got some ongoing projects right now, but what are some of the unanswered questions that you're trying to unravel and address?
Yeah, so I think I'll go in two directions there. The first thing that I'm, as we emerge from COVID and I go back to my physical lab, one thing that we've been working on, and others have been working on this too, is basically a mechanical Turk for VR. So if I want to collect a bunch of data about a VR experience, how can I leverage the fact that a lot of people have VR at home and build an infrastructure where I can collect data at scale by using the cloud? And there's been a lot of nice projects that are doing that. We've been doing a lot of work there. And so one of the things that I'm trying to figure out is how I can collect data, not physically at my lab, but at scale in the world. Obviously, this relates to what I talked about earlier with the size of samples and also the diversity of samples, if you can get into more places. On the other hand, I'm thinking about the physical lab, because I still want the physical lab to be a special place. For those who have visited, we've got a floor that shakes, that bounces you around, and we have a 24-channel ambisonic sound system that can spatialize sound so they move around you. We are incorporating a number of different haptic devices. We've been working with OVR on incorporating scent into our demos, and I'm really thinking hard about how can I still make the lab a very special place to give you an experience. Again, we like to push the boundaries and run new types of studies. So I'm thinking about scale, and I'm also thinking about in the lab how to make it a place that is unique and different.
Fantastic. And we've been using the term VR through our discussion over the last 30 minutes. I suspect that you also have some really exciting work where you're looking at augmented reality too.
Yeah, quickly, in the 50 seconds we have left, I will point readers or listeners to my website, and there's two things I'd like you to look at. One is a system built by Hansel June called Telespace, which is a free system that basically goes from the Microsoft Kinect or any infrared camera directly into something like the HoloLens, then can actually beam in holograms of people as a social interaction tool. The second is an academic paper I wrote about the dangers of such a system that Mark Miller was lead author on. It's called Social Interaction in Augmented Reality, published in 2019 in the journal PLOS ONE, where we run a bunch of experiments, which is how does the human condition change when I'm walking around wearing augmented reality glasses and I'm basically seeing ghosts? and I'm walking around in the street and there's ghosts in my field of view and they're not in your field of view. And how does the world change when the ground truth of the number of people present in a scene is no longer held constant and there's no common ground? And so really important.
Fantastic. And Jeremy, I love the fact that you just assigned us some homework to do. Okay, everyone, I'm sure you have questions. Jeremy and I are going to go to the Spark zone for question and answers. There's a link to that in the chat window if you don't have the link already, and we'll meet you there and take on some questions. Jeremy, thank you so much for your important work and for being with us today.
Always a pleasure, Walter. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Stephanie Leto and I'm the Program Manager at Games for Change. I'm excited to introduce our next conversation between Lindsay Grace and Romina Ruiz-Goryena. Lindsay is Knight Chair of Interactive Media at the University of Miami School of Communication. He is also the Vice President of the Higher Education Video Game Alliance and the 2019 recipient of the Games for Change Vanguard Award. Romina is the National Housing and Social Services reporter at USA Today. Together they will be talking about Gaming the System, a game that exposes the systemic inequalities that contribute to housing insecurity, income disparity, and other social inequities.
Great. Hi, welcome, and thank you for attending. We're basically just going to give you some experiences that we've had in generating a news game in the real world. Hopefully it'll be useful to you. I'm Lindsay Grace, Knight Chair in Interactive Media at the University of Miami, and this is...
I am Romina Ruiz-Goryena. I'm currently a national correspondent with USA Today, but this work was done at my time at the Miami Herald.
Great. So let's just get that deck started and show you what we've got. So I'm a professor, game designer, developer, artist, and author. I wear a lot of hats. And most germane to this particular conversation is my experience as a solo game designer developer, where I produced more than 25 games in this context as a developer, artist, and designer. I've also done some commercial solo development, largely sort of apps in the various app stores. And I've done a variety of projects with my colleagues and peers and with students around social impact games, trying to generate timely topics as quickly as possible, but also trying to get into spaces that I think benefit from game design. As mentioned, I'm the 2019 Games for Change Vanguard Award winner. I'm very thankful to the organization for that. And I've also written more than 75 books, chapters, articles, et cetera, on games, largely focused on social impact, on educational game design, et cetera. Most germane to this topic as a resource and what informed some of the work that we did here is my book, Doing Things with Games, Social Impact Through Play, which focuses on a kind of how-to. And likewise, the book Love and Electronic Affection, which is an edited collection of essays on how to design, thinking about empathy and thinking about relationships within games. And lastly, as I discussed at the last Games for Change, we also did a very comprehensive analysis of the state of news games, what's working, what's not working. And this particular report is completely free and available to everyone. You can also get a printed version if you'd like to pay.
So as you guys know, my name is Romina Ruiz-Goryena. I know it's a very, very complicated name. I have almost 15 years of experience. I started as a foreign correspondent in Israel and then progressively made my way closer and closer to the United States by way of Latin America. And this investigation that Lindsay and I worked on is called Gaming the System. This is a completely collaborative effort. We had a partnership with the University of Miami School of Communication, with the National Association for Hispanic Journalists, with the University of Florida's Breckner Center for Freedom of Information, and with one of our biggest sponsors, the Fund for Investigative Journalism. And as the project got bigger, we had an illustrator, we had contributing reporters from the region. And as we got closer and closer to the end, a team of other folks. So the idea here was really to think about a choose your own adventure. This was actually my first foray into actually wanting to think about a game based on investigative journalism. So my driving force is I'm a narrative writer. I can read and write 5,000 words, but I really feel that in terms of finding new audiences and trying to explain really, really complicated concepts, sometimes in an experience like a game, I wanted to really figure out if we could reduce all of our reporting to an experience on US immigration policy, which changes every single US administration. In terms of our success, we had 47,321 people play from October 20th, 2020 till January 1st of this year in 29 countries. So how did we get started with, how did I get started with this idea? It's actually based on at least 10 years of work when I was a foreign correspondent in Guatemala, where I track the links between political elites and drug trafficking, and political elites and money laundering and human trafficking. And the connection of a lot of my colleagues that published the Paradise Papers, which talk about offshoring money, and also the Pulitzer Prize winning Panama Papers. So all of these investigations over the last 5-6 years revealed a list of people that were elites in Latin America that were able to hide their assets. And by now, a couple years in, many of them were wanted by the ministries of justice and the authorities of their countries. And it so happens that all of them had property and real estate and visas, if not green cards, or were on their way to becoming US citizens in the United States. And at this crucial moment where the former US President Donald Trump had an entire rhetoric and an entire administration moving against undocumented immigrants, there was this class that was basically navigating by completely undetected. And in some cases, some of them had links to the former administration. So as you can imagine, trying to explain and crunch 10 years of stories and big investigations into one, the best idea was a game. And as I said before, I am not the game person. Well, after this, I'm probably more of a game person, but the idea was, I thought about it like one of those pop quizzes that you used to have in the 90s in magazines. Yes, no, yes, no. I had a visualization that that had zero knowledge of game theory. And this was my original map. Well, actually, this is the computized version of the thing that I did by hand, which I couldn't find, but I would be very embarrassed to show you.
So we're all about candor, and I thought it would be useful for the Games for Change community to hear how we implemented it, perhaps as a sort of roadmap for how you might do this work yourself. So in short, we basically had two roles. Myself as the person responsible for implementation, that meant design, development, and drafting the art, and Romina as the subject matter expert, responsible for integrating the reporting as well as the rules and the sort of reality of the topic. And so you could kind of look at it, if you need an org chart, as Romina at the top and me there to sort of make this thing happen as developer, designer, and artist. And I think it was a pretty efficient way to get a prototype produced. So this is how we work for the prototype phase. And essentially, if you're unfamiliar with the term, we work towards an MVP, a minimal viable product. And in this case, the MVP was produced in less than 5 days, which I think is very important when we're talking about news contexts. We're not necessarily looking for perpetually evergreen solution. We're looking for something that can be released at the pace of news, which is very fast. So in this particular implementation, we used Twine. I originally decided on it for the prototype because it was widely accessible. I really like that it exports, that you can get an HTML5 version, that it's easy to share over social media, and that it costs nothing. So in a few hours, we were able to get something that was functional. It didn't look particularly pretty. It looked like this, basically just like a website. Nothing that I would sort of say, wow, this really looks playful. But the idea was to explore the potential for even being a playful topic. And so within a few days, we'd actually implemented something that looked much more like this. It looks a little more playful, looks a little more like a choose your adventure that you might actually want to play. And so one of the things to note is that I am not a traditional artist per se. I'm a sort of digital artist, but in order to get this kind of work done quickly, I wasn't going to do it by hand. So we employed Photoshop filters for an original aesthetic, try to do something that was a little Miami, but also a little hinted at sort of hand-hewn. Also really just derived simple art from public domain. So in this one, it's a composite of two public domain images. And these were good for helping to get some context and help the illustrator know what we're looking for. And then the other big point in implementation that I think is handy for a designer to recognize is that there was a bit of language design. What I mean by this is it was converting decisions into actions. So the decision might be, are you going to open an S Corp or an LLC or not? And that's a decision, but attaching game verbs like buy, apply, complete made it feel a little more playful. Likewise, you have to, especially with these serious topics, make sure that you remain playful, but also respectful of tone. So there was a lot of balancing act there in language design. And ultimately, in terms of implementation, what we did was we exported the Twine source files as text files and then kind of revised the copy. And often in these cases, there's a question about the pipeline. How do I actually produce this stuff? How do I work with other people in particularly Twine, which doesn't work well for multiple people using it at once. It's not very good at this. So one of the things I found that I thought was very useful is something called Poof. It's a utility for Twine. So basically we produced, I made something in Twine, we exported through Poof, created a PDF that turned into a Google Doc that we could both look at and revise the script. Poof is available here at twinelab.com/poof. And the thing that was a little tricky is the going the other way. So once we made those changes to the script, how do we move it backward? And for that, unfortunately, it was really manual entry from Google Docs to Twine, keeping in mind that there was no budget attached to this. So admittedly, I'm sure there is probably a better solution out there because this was tedious and awkward. It really did, because we didn't have great version control. It was just two people working together. This did become a little slow and a little awkward. We also, as is common in any game project, had to cut some features. So shown here is a meter we'd played with that was an anonymity meter, so that one of the things you were trying to do is not have your lose your anonymity, because then you would be detected, you'd be caught. But obviously features have to get cut just to make things work well. And then as we got close to actual release, the team expanded in the final weeks. And that's when we did things like migrate it to GitHub so we could do version control, as well as apply CSS, cascading style sheets standards. Again, benefited using Twine is that it's basically an HTML page, so we can apply the same standards across the different brands. So the two brands that are associated here. Generally, this is all to kind of summarize for you on the implementation side, that in my experience, you get 90% of the way there very quickly. And it's that last 10% that tends to be the long haul. So it's very easy to create a quick prototype. It's not always easy to make sure that that prototype meets the standard of a professional release. And so I think it's important for anyone venturing into this space to recognize that.
So what are the things that we learned? The first and most important thing is that news games can be made through collaborations. And I would actually say that the best work actually happens not when you have news games people inside of your newsroom, but when they are actually working outside. That way, the journalism and the news part is concentrated in the subject matter expertise. And then the game maker is also the one that is going to navigate and actually create that experience that you want the audience to have. One of the things that I learned personally is that games are completely different than interactives. And that was something that was very revelatory to all of my editors, right? Because interactives will provide user feedback, but what games do is that it supports play and it creates these structures so that it's replicating agency, and it can go in many, many different directions. And I think it keeps audiences much more engaged, and it's an incredible vehicle for storytelling.
So the other thing that I think is important to recognize here, and I'm sure if you've been following this kind of work for years, then you're familiar with Ian Bogos, you're familiar with a variety of other folks who are doing this work around trying to make complex systems easier to understand through games. And so as I sort of met initially, all of these references came to mind. I thought of the Uber game. I thought of Parable of the Polygons. I thought of McDonald's games. There's lots of playable model precedent and research, and anyone who's doing this kind of work should really start there and recognize that there are lessons to be learned from those.
So, you can have a great game, but if no one is playing it, then nobody knows that it's a great game. So what did we learn? Number one, that social media spread is essential. 63% more or less of our traffic and of our players got to us through social media. Also, one of the things that was super, super interesting is that there's an international appetite for this, which was incredibly surprising to me.
Especially given that it was US immigration. Yeah.
If you look at this table, you can see that 70% of our players were in Mexico, and then followed after very closely 12.71% from Colombia, and then a 12.03% from the United States. And it went as far as Australia.
So one of the reasons that I'd emphasize that the sort of value of Twine or solutions like Twine is this web accessibility. It's clearly important if you're trying to get a wide audience that you make sure that it is a web accessible solution, something that can be played across a variety of devices and across a variety of networks and quality of networks. So people with slow connections aren't bothered or are unable to play. So as you can see from this chart, what we're trying to demonstrate is generally what kinds of web clients people were using. And overwhelmingly, you can see that we got a lot of traffic from Facebook, which again is the bulk of our social media spread. And then you'll also notice that there are some nuances in having a product that may be of interest to a Latin American audience and the relationship to Facebook. So the other thing to note is the percentage of players by platform, and you should see this immediately in our quick little chart, that it's predominantly mobile users. So people were playing this largely on the phone as opposed to sitting down at a desktop, which is an antiquated expectation in my opinion. And then the last thing I wanted to share with you from my perspective is generally a sense of momentum, because I think it's important to recognize, particularly in news games. So you can see we got up to about 44,000 on the 26th of October last year. And our general release, we had a little bit of a pre-release, but our general release is here. And you can see that there's this peak, this really strong peak. And then by November 1st or so, it really does decline. The topic, all the articles, I believe at this point were all released. There was a series. And so all the chatter around it and all the social media buzz around it is largely centered around that release. And it almost looks as though it tapers off incredibly, but ultimately it's just to note that interest isn't necessarily sustained. And this could be for a variety of reasons. So there are your daily users numbers who are already down to 657 in November. And this is really just full disclosure. It's more interesting to look at the slope if you look at it without that peak of 44,000, which is what's been removed here. And you'll notice immediately that what we have is a variety of people who are dropping off at the very end.
And, just to wrap it up here from the news perspective and from the journalism perspective, the 4 points would be that data is absolutely essential for accountability reporting, but game theory is a necessary vehicle for storytelling. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And games provide a different entry point into a story that would otherwise, be confounded or confused with the rest of the paper. And most interestingly, for me and for us, I think, is that Latin American audiences are hungry for new formats and entry points into investigative journalism.
Great. Thank you, everyone. This is Lindsay Grace and Romina. We will meet you in the Q&A if you have more questions or want more observations from our project.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm Walter Greenleaf. Together with my colleague Noah Falstein, we're curating the health and wellness track. We're so excited to have Dr. Brendan Hale present to us today. Brendan is the Senior Principal Research Scientist at Optum Labs. His research group is focused on applying digital health technology and VR technology to healthcare. It's exciting to have a large insurance carrier like United Health Group and Optum Labs study and evaluate and move forward VR and digital health technologies for healthcare. Brendan, we're really looking forward to hear your talk today.
All righty. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being here. And I'd like to thank Walter for the kind words as way of introduction. I'm excited to be here today, and my plan is to outline two industries, gaming and healthcare, which are growing independently, but have an opportunity to combine their capabilities and skill sets to enable people to live healthier lives. I hope this dialogue is able to facilitate conversations. I hope that we are able to inspire new approaches. And most importantly, I hope this spurs new collaborations that will enable games to actually change health. As part of our conversation, what I plan to do is I plan to talk a little bit about UHG and Optum Labs so everybody knows the perspective that I bring to the table. I also want to talk a little bit about the 2020 year in review for digital therapeutics, the year in review for virtual reality, as well as the year in review for gaming. Beyond that, I want to talk about player engagement research. I want to discuss a little bit about realizing the potential of games and gameplay, the value it might bring to healthcare. And then I'm going to address that comment or that statement that games might change health. Optum Labs. Our purpose is to identify, develop, and deploy disease interception strategies to substantially improve health around the globe. We are inventing the future of healthcare by pushing beyond the best care out there to achieve the best care possible for our members, our customers, and our society. We currently serve more than 142 million individuals worldwide, and with 330,000 employees, we have 125,000 clinicians and 30,000 technologists. So as you might expect, we have the team and we have the capabilities to really realize the goals that I'm going to discuss today. Our vision is that we want to have a healthcare system that is equitable, integrated, personalized, and affordable for everyone. When we think about the future of healthcare, our vision is a system that is personalized, is convenient, and is affordable, one that helps people set and achieve their health goals, a learning environment where data and science continuously and rapidly improves standards of care, a consumer experience that is truly seamless, integrated, and effortless for individuals. And I think it's important to highlight that consumer experience is where we see value in how games can change healthcare. An environment that optimizes clinical expertise by getting people the right care whenever they need it and wherever they are. No unnecessary interim steps, no delays, and no friction. An infrastructure that is efficient, a workforce with diverse clinical and non-clinical skills, a collaboration capacity that brings together uncommon partners to accelerate innovation. This is why I'm excited to be joining this conversation today, and I look forward to the discussion in the Q&A afterwards, which everybody will note that there will be a link in the chat that will lead to the Q&A afterwards. For many reasons, 2020 had the feel of a seminal year in the use of digital tools and technologies in healthcare. What we realized is that the FDA granted marketing authorization to EndeavorRx for Akili Interactive, which is a ADHD treatment. Teladoc reported that there were 10.6 million total visits for 2020, an increase of 156% year over year. FDA issued guidance to expand the availability of digital therapeutics for psychiatric disorders. The FDA established the Digital Health Center of Excellence to accelerate digital health. The FDA granted authorization for Somrest. The FDA granted de novo clearance to Mahana Therapeutics DTX for IBS. And there was an increased emphasis on mental health from Wobot, Ellipsis, Mindstrong, and many, many others. With the increased adoption and increased clearance, it is reasonable to ask which technologies will be next to have their seminal moment in healthcare. Virtual reality is a technology that has traditionally been used for gaming and entertainment applications. It has realized consistent growth, and more people and more companies are finding new healthcare use cases. Among those are behavior, and they've partnered with Hoag Memorial Hospital to launch Nurture VR. Applied VR received FDA breakthrough device designation in 2020 to treat pain. HP launched the Reverb G2 Omnicept HMD. Facebook launched the Oculus Quest 2 HMD. Rec Room surpassed 1 million monthly active VR users. The number of monthly connected headsets on Steam reached 2 million for the first time in 2020, and average VR session playing time in 2020 was 32 minutes, which represented a 30% increase year over year. Additionally, what we saw with usage patterns is that we saw more weekday usage and weekday engagement with VR headsets than we had previously seen in other years. Weekend use increased, but weekday use increased much greater. And then yesterday I saw a report that VR was the fastest growing media market in 2020, representing an increase of great percentage. Digital therapeutics and VR were not the only industries that realized growth in 2020. We know that global gaming had a great year in 2020 as well. Gaming revenue is reported to be $180 billion in 2020. Growth in revenue from 2019 to 2020 was 20%. There was an increase in console gaming revenue of 19.8%. We saw PC gaming revenue increase 11%. And importantly, we saw mobile gaming revenue increase 24%. Among those surveyed, 79% of respondents said they had played games during a 6-month period in 2020. Additionally, those respondents indicated that their gameplay increased from 12 to 14 hours weekly. You might be wondering why I've invested time in outlining market growth for both of these industries. I did so because I want each of you to imagine if these two growing industries could combine their capabilities for good, what's possible? And if we combine those skill sets and capabilities, we can ensure that games will change health. If healthcare can leverage the amazing engagement that games realize, and if healthcare can help define the valuable data assets and the uses from player-generated data, there are limitless possibilities for us to combine, collaborate, and change health. Engagement. Engagement seems to be a constant conversation for everybody in the healthcare industry, from wellness providers to primary care providers to specialists. We all want to ensure that our patients and our members engage in care and activities that are best for them. It is that constant topic of discussion that leads me to identify what are the things about player engagement and gameplay that we should be replicating or utilizing to translate that into healthcare. One of the things that has recently been published in player engagement research is that in games that have in-game purchases, those purchases increase with more rounds or levels played. That's a very logical conclusion there. We also see that in games that have ads, that click-through rates increase with more rounds played. More exposure, more participation equals greater engagement. Obviously, there's something bringing those individuals back to play more rounds and to engage in more gameplay. In games that have neither in-game purchases or in-game ads, there more rounds increase revenue because those games are seeing an increase in revenue as a result of upgrading to premium versions or willingness to purchase the next version or the next title in the series. So Additionally, what we've seen is that there are different engagement types. We have high engagers, we have medium engagers, and we have low engagers. Those individuals all respond differently. One of the challenges in healthcare is that we try to convince everybody that we are all equal and that everybody is equally interested in their health and that they'll engage accordingly because they value their health. This is evidence that we need to think about that differently within the healthcare space. We know that different engagement types have different motivators, and that's been demonstrated in gameplay. There are individuals who want to have achievements, and so they want to level up. They want to continue to seek new levels. There are other individuals who want to be presented challenges, and those challenges can allow them to unlock new capabilities or new levels. Those challenges have an impact. What has been demonstrated in the research is that personalizing that engagement state with the rounder levels leads to an increase of 4 to 8% in gameplay. Imagine if we increased patient and member engagement by 4 to 8% with their health and with the activities that would be good for their health, whether they be lifestyle or therapeutic specific adherence characteristics. One of the interesting findings in this engagement research is that challenges increased engagement in low and medium engagers, but it did not increase engagement with high. And so putting challenges in place actually had a detrimental effect for highly engaged people. Again, lessons for us to learn as we think about patients and members and how we want them to engage with their health, but utilizing these skills and these capabilities both throughout the healthcare system, but very specifically in digital therapies. So as we think about this, we want to find solutions which will increase patient adherence with their therapies. We want to support individuals to initiate and sustain positive health behaviors. And we want to create earlier opportunities for people to engage with providers before their conditions worsen, or there are late stages or little likelihood that we'll see positive outcomes from their behavior change or for their lifestyle choices. If we can enhance patient engagement, we know that we're going to realize these goals to improve health. Now, we know that user engagement is essential for digital health tools to realize their full potential, the therapeutic potential, and the financial value. For example, we can use sound design principles to impact health. And so this is actually one of the key things that I want to note in this conversation is the value of us to realize the potential of games and gameplay in healthcare. One of the things that games do well and that we would be wise to replicate is that games find an ideal balance through the use of micro, primary, and long-term challenges that we could apply these tactics to health. And so balancing challenges and mastery is going to be really important for us. As many people know who play games, rewards are constant. Games are fantastic at providing regular reinforcement or regular rewards. They are good at providing action-based rewards. If you complete an activity, they'll provide you a reward. Games are also really good at providing random rewards, as well as providing Easter eggs. Only the most dedicated people will find those rewards. Imagine if we translate that into healthcare and lifestyle behaviors. With digital tools, we have the ability to do that. Additionally, we have the ability to impact choices and how people make choices using digital tools. And so if we can translate that into healthcare, where people can understand that they have inconsequential choices, which won't have any impact on their health, they'll have necessary and important decisions that will have very significant impacts on their health. And then there are key or critical that will influence not only their life, but their future health. And so if we think about embracing these engagement approaches and these sound user design characteristics in games, we can change health. And it's going to be important for us to partner with people in the gaming industry and people in the digital industry that understand this to allow us to move forward. Additionally, Recreating chance and uncertainty, which can build skills for people to be successful at health-related actions, is another good design principle that we should be following. Not necessarily more importantly, but also equally important is storytelling. Can we create personalized worlds that are interactive and will respond to the patient's actions? Can we allow people in digital worlds or in game worlds to design their own story, to tell their own health story, and to realize what happens as a result of those activities or actions that happens within that. Additionally, good user design enables social interactions. Can we enable patients to commune? Can we enable patients or members to compete? And then can we enable those patients to tell their stories? And so can we create a community? Can we create a social environment where all of these activities are facilitated? Gameplay and games provide us an opportunity to do that. Lastly, aesthetics. The virtual worlds that we're able to realize and the virtual worlds that we see every day, we see these really fantastic graphics, which are combined with music and other design features that enhance and improve engagement. Using those gameplays is really important. What do we bring in healthcare? What's our side of the coin in healthcare? Well, we bring data-driven feedback. And importantly for us is to outline who are the stakeholders in the healthcare ecosystem that really need data, and they need they need data to drive decision-making is what I should say there. And so we have the patient who needs data to drive their behavior. We need caregivers to receive data to understand their patients or their loved ones' health, understand how their health is changing and what actions can be taken. Systems and providers need to identify that as well as learning organizations like Optum Labs. And so there are countless volumes of data being generated by players. There is nothing more valuable than that data that's being generated. It's important for us in the healthcare system to identify the data sources which can provide value to stakeholders throughout the healthcare ecosystem. And currently that is an unrealized opportunity. What we know is that throughout an individual's life, they have periods of optimal health and less optimal health. So what we want to know is, can game data fulfill these tasks along the health continuum? And we know that people go from optimal health to disease and disability. We also know that healthcare should support and enable people who are in an optimal health and continue to help them optimize their health, as well as be able to treat them and otherwise manage their disease so that we can constantly and continually push them to greater health. The data sources that come from gameplay can help us monitor people's health, can help us identify when there's meaningful change or a delta that's important. It can help us deliver interventions. It can help us deliver multiple treatments and certainly multimodal treatments. And additionally, it can help us titrate that. So the critical role which game data fulfill is enabling this monitoring, identification, intervention, treatment, and titration of therapies. Those of us in healthcare can help game developers identify the data sources which can be used as important signals of health all along this continuum. So I return in my last slide to talk about games might change health, and I am very hopeful that games will change health. Can games increase equitable, integrated, personalized, and affordable care for everyone? I believe that that's possible. And so I think if we fulfill this mission and we fulfill the delivery of engaging content and we partner with experts in game design and game development, and we bring our data expertise to the table, we have the chance to change health. If we are able to combine and collaborate as two industries so that we enhance engagement as well as we enhance the utilization of gameplay data and identify new diagnostic, new identification, new monitoring capabilities from the data streams that come off of gameplay, we can change health. With that, I'd like to remind everybody that I will meet you in the Q&A after this. Please see the link in the live chat and join me for those sessions. Otherwise, I thank you for your time today. It's been my pleasure to be here, and I look forward to interacting with all of you. Have a great day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Noelle Mazurek, and I'm a production coordinator at Games for Change. I am so excited to introduce our next speakers, Glenn Kontav and Idris Brewster. Glenn is the founder and CEO of Movers and Shakers, a nonprofit that uses AR technology to write Black and Brown history into American curriculum. He is an activist, performance artist, and social entrepreneur. Meanwhile, Idris is the Chief Creative Officer at Movers and Shakers, as well as an artist himself, a creative technologist, and an educator who disrupts traditional narratives through immersive experiences, while also empowering others to do the same. Together, they will discuss their innovative approach to activism that unites artists, educators, app developers, and historians with the power of XR.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Glenn Kontav. I'm Idris Brewster. And it is a pleasure to be here today. So our team, we are called Movers and Shakers NYC, and our mission is that we use augmented reality to write Black and Brown history into American curricula. Now, the fundamental issue that we're addressing here is that whether it's in our monuments, our public spaces, our school curricula, our cultural institutions, or traditional media platforms, there has been an intentional and systematic process of erasure, alteration, and whitewashing of Black and Brown history. And this process in itself has been a successful war tactic. This process of dehumanization, it's existed throughout centuries, whether it's the Holocaust, whether it's wars with ancient figures in societies. They always say that it's the victors who write the history. And Black and Brown folks, especially to this day, are feeling the intense effects of that. And so the problem that we're addressing here is something that Idris and I have lived through since we were kids. I remember in first grade, we learned about Christopher Columbus's boats. Every kid in America learns about these boats and this figure. And you learn about the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, but our teachers never told us about the Taino slaves that were at the bottom of those boats as they were going back to Spain. And so we see that at the end of the day, there are just blatant contradictions at the foundation of our contemporary society in the United States, whether it's the fact that we have two people who are honored with national holidays, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Christopher Columbus. One is a genocidal maniac colonizer, the other literally gave his life to emancipation. The fact that the founding fathers were also slaveholders who would have owned people like Idris and I. And so in order to advance this conversation on racial equity that we have to have, we have to hit at these contradictions at their core. And so we decided to take the approach from the monuments conversation that was happening. Next slide. So what you see here is an image that went viral, and I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with it. It's in Charlottesville, Virginia in August of 2017, when Nazis and Klansmen arranged with tiki torches to protect statues of General Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. And what happened as a result was an international scandal, in the sense that people started to see at face value America when you start to kick the tires and understand the narratives that are at the foundation. And so what this really said to us was that, there is so much fragility behind these narratives, and there's power behind these narratives. And within that power lies the key to unraveling systemic racism. And so we took that mentality, that approached these findings, and we applied it to our own city. Next slide. And so we started off as a scrappy activist and artist collective. And what we would do is we would engage in a campaign to advocate for the removal of racist statues in New York City. And so we did various performance protests and teach-ins throughout the city to apply pressure to Mayor de Blasio's Monuments Committee. We did everything from a slave auction performance piece to tie Christopher Columbus to the genesis of the transatlantic slave trade. At one point, I ran the New York City Marathon in chains. You see Idris and I on the bottom left corner there, protesting for a recontextualization of the Museum of Natural History on their anti-Columbus Day tour. And at the end, we learned a couple of things. Next slide. we learned in this process that augmented reality was a very interesting way to engage the public in meaningful ways. So right here was a teaching that we did at Columbus Circle. We would have an installation of that told the true story of Columbus, and we saw value in condensing information from thick books that most people do not read into something that's more engaging that we thought that children and adults would want to engage with for fun or for pleasure. Next slide. So the scope of the issue is that nationwide, there's more than 5,100 statues of people. There are more than 700 Confederate monuments that would have owned people like Idris and myself. And less than 400 of these monuments are women. And in New York City, it was no better. At the time, there were 155 men, there were 6 women and 23 animals. And so, it's an expensive issue and a bureaucratic issue in terms of rectifying this egregious discrepancy. And we started seeing a key insight there in terms of applying augmented reality. Next slide. And so while they refused to remove the statue of Columbus and they decided to put up 10 statues of women, it wouldn't really do much to rectify the discrepancy and push for the humanization that we were looking for. And so that's where the idea of Kinfolk was born. We recognize that with augmented reality, you don't need permission to put up statues of Black and brown figures. You could just do it from the comfort of your own home or place them into public spaces. Next slide. And so that was the genesis of Kinfolk. Kinfolk is essentially an interactive anthology of Black and brown monuments that most people never learned about in school. And so we see it as a living, breathing movement in terms of a continuous collection of monuments that are going to be expanded over time in a similar way to how the Constitution is a living, breathing movement in itself. And one thing that we realized with our experimental usage of AR is that we wanted to avoid becoming one of those apps that no one downloads that just sits in a graveyard. And we realized pretty quickly, especially with the advent of COVID, that we could reach a level of deeper engagement in classrooms. Because with classrooms, you have a guaranteed audience. And if you use the augmented reality service like a carrot, where it's like, whoa, I've never seen this before. It's like, okay, now that we have your attention, let us introduce you to the story of Denmark Vesey or Ida B. Wells or Toussaint Louverture. And so with that, we'll play this video and we'll move on to the next steps.
In 2021, it's no secret that our statues, our money, even our textbooks have one thing in common. They're full of white male slaveholders. Movers and Shakers is launching Kinfolk, a free app featuring augmented reality monuments of Black and brown figures we should have learned about in school. We partnered with Netflix to include 4 figures featured in Amend the Fight for America, a docu-series that explores the legacy of the 14th Amendment. Now, the whole family can come together and bring monuments into your living room. You can make them life-size, read their bios, and discover hidden gems through our Kinfolk web archive. Download today in your app store.
And so in February, we actually released Kinfolk, as the video said, in collaboration with Netflix. And how this idea from like a technological point really started is that we really had an interest in reclaiming these public spaces and unearthing these histories in a really interactive visual way that married the physical and digital worlds. Our vision first was to create a geolocative augmented reality app experience where people can go to statues across the city, really go to parks and really get the history brought right to them. Like for example, if I went to Columbus Circle and I got there, then the augmented reality monuments that we would want to celebrate would appear right there. But as we were doing a lot of our research and experimentation, we realized that even though we're achieving parity in our monuments from a visual standpoint is extremely important, what really mattered was education. And what really mattered was bringing these stories to as many people as possible. And also partly due to COVID, we pivoted and changed the Kinfolk into an app that allowed people to activate their environments with their augmented reality monuments. All you have to do is take a device, recognize a surface, recognize your floor, and then you can place any one of the 10 augmented reality monuments that we have. And the way that we've created these monuments is actually extremely interesting. I think every monument is created within a headset created by our partner, Micah Milner, using a program called Quill. And so you have, in one hand, you're in the headset, you have your brush in one hand and your palette in the other, and you're 3D sculpting each piece of this monument and stroke by stroke. And so essentially each of the monuments takes about 100 to 200 hours to create. And so we put a lot of love into these monuments. And so when we released our first monuments, we released it more traditional looking monuments that had generative animations all around. And then we had really wanted to make this an engaging way for students to travel the archive, make primary sources more interesting, really meet the children where they're at, because at times at home, the students are engaging with TikTok, playing Fortnite, FaceTiming with their friends, really visually engaging in interactive forms of learning and taking information. But when they're at school, they're faced with textbooks, static textbooks. And when they use their iPad, they're using their iPads for Google Docs and writing notes. And so we really wanted to leverage the technology that is actually in a lot of schools today to really make interacting with Black history fun and engaging. So we're trying to really do two things here, and it's making this history accessible, but it's also really empowering students in Black and Brown communities to be engaged with new forms of technology, basically the technology of the future. And so while we released traditional looking monuments for our first set in February, for Juneteenth, we released a set of 4 new monuments focusing on Black resistance. These monuments were Zora Neale Hurston, Harry Belafonte, Fannie Lou Hamer, and Denmark Vesey. And we really wanted to innovate in the ways in which what we consider a digital monument. And we wanted to do something a little different than what we did last time. And so what you see here is what we've called a portal. And it's actually a two-sided engagement or two-sided experience, where on one side, you'll see an actual bust, life-size bust, even maybe larger than life-size bust of the monuments. And then if you walk around the back of the monument, then you'll actually see a scene that represents an important point in these figures' lives. And so while building out these AR experiences for education, we realized that we needed more engaging, more visually stimulating experiences that spoke more specifically to not just the figure, but the histories they were part of and the communities they were part of. So we chose intimate moments in each of these figures' lives to portray. And so then once students have seen these engaging experiences, then we have the app layer there where they can go through our curriculum and traverse through our web archive, which we've built out at kinfolkhistory.com. And so our goal really here is to create, as Glenn said, an interactive archive, like ever-breathing archive for students to be able to learn about Black history, learn about histories from people that look like themselves. And the main goal is to really inspire and to empower. A lot of students like myself went to schools and didn't learn about people that looked like me until way later. It wasn't even until 11th grade that I had my first Black teacher who taught me about specific experiences, literature, and histories related to the Black diaspora. And so we want to use this new age technology in order to be able to inspire and get the kids write our kids into the future, write Black and Brown students into the future, and have them really engaged in learning unlike never before. And so our goal here is to spread this technology across all 50 states over the next 4 years. We want to affect the foundational approach of our country towards critical race theory and Black history in our classrooms. We want to make sure that children in the most impoverished areas have access to technologies so that they can broaden their scope of what they can do in the future and broaden their perspectives on how they relate to the future. And so we have a long ways ahead of us. And one of the challenges that we're really excited to face is the challenge of making such an experimental technology into something that garners everyday use and solves on the ground real issues for teachers. And so that plan is going to take us 4 years, and there are a couple of obstacles in the way that we have to get through, especially our country's reception to these narratives that they have been trying to intentionally bury and erase. And so we took the first step on getting these stories out into the public during the Tribeca Film Festival, in which we were accepted to this past Juneteenth. And so we actually did a walking tour where we stopped at different spots in downtown New York, which used to be a hub for slavery in New York City and the East Coast. So I'm going to share a little video that shows how we are trying to bring education from the classrooms outside into the public spaces as well.
On Juneteenth, 2021, movers and shakers came back outside. In partnership with Tribeca Festival and Onyx Studios, we held our AR walk to explore virtual monuments. The Kinfolk app brought Black history to life with interactive AR models.
We realized that with augmented reality, we could put up our own statues, and that's how Kinfolk was born.
The event started at Netherland Monument in Battery Park.
This monument commemorates when the Dutch stole this land from the Lenni Lenape people.
Then we went to the former site of the New York slave market, then to the George Washington statue at Federal Hall.
I'm a descendant of George Washington. Think about for a second how that came to be.
We ended the day at Washington Square Park as part of the Night Riders Juneteenth tour.
With Kinfolk, we're really trying to unearth these histories that clearly our city is trying to bury.
We're just getting started. More monuments to come.
And yes, I really am a descendant of George Washington. I figured that out like 3 months ago. And so this is like really personal for us in terms of really bringing these histories to light and fighting a fight that seems like an uphill battle. But we're dedicated to bringing these stories out to as many people as possible and as many schools as possible.
Yeah, I unfortunately don't know who my ancestors are, but somebody owes Idris some money. So anyway, so you look at the 1619 Project, spearheaded by Nicole Hannah-Jones, the New York Times writer, and the backlash that she's gotten just from trying to introduce the truth into our school systems, from the micro level to school boards and outraged parents, all the way up to a block of US senators that want to make sure that critical race theory never sees the light of day. This is literally what we're going to be up against if we're successful in realizing our vision. Next step. So you see that critical race theory has been banned in schools across the country. And one thing that we're considering as we're trying to realize our vision of 50 states across 4 years is that it's a tough labyrinth to navigate, especially because the system is so decentralized and each state has their own requirements and their own internal politics. So what we've been looking to do is trying to, navigate how we teach Kinfolk. So, for example, we have instead of just history lessons, we have ELA lessons as well. So as long as you're hitting specific standards for English reading and analysis and comprehension, there's a lot more flexibility to what you can teach. But what it's really going to require is a movers and shakers army for good. We're talking parents, teachers, administrators, people who care, that want to get the truth into, to see the light of day into our classroom. Next slide. And so our goal is to really galvanize the public and place these monuments into public spaces, hold teach-ins in spaces throughout the country so that your names like Toussaint Louverture and Denmark Vesey and Fannie Lou Hamer and Tupac Amaru are common names. The reason for this is because as a country, we, right before our eyes, experienced the largest movement for civil rights in recent memory. And there hasn't been much progress. And the reason why there hasn't been much progress is because we as a country lack the foundational knowledge and that is required to unpack racial equity at its core and reach tangible solutions. But we can't do it if we're still saying that, George Washington never told a lie. You know what I mean? And so at the end of the day, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. If we look in our ancestral archive and we use innovative technologies like augmented reality to attract people's attention, and then bolster, and then bring adults together into a room to basically deliver the message to the youth and to the public, we can really make a change. And so the way that we see this work is generational work. You look at the environmental movement and how most people didn't know what climate change was in the 70s. This was decades of persistent and consistent work that ultimately changed consumer behavior, voting behavior, diets, and how we move as a society in general. And there's no doubt in anyone's mind that climate change isn't a thing for the most part in society. We need to have that same conversation in terms of the landscape of racial equity. But learning is labor. And at Movers and Shakers, our goal is to take the labor out of learning so we can make it fun and accessible so that every Black and brown kid can see themselves in their history, and that every kid in this country can understand the rich diversity and how we're stronger together. And with that, I want to say thank you for holding space with us. And we're going to host a Q&A session in the hop-in room. So if you'd like to jump over to our Q&A session, it'd be a pleasure.
Just like a quick shout out to our team at Movers and Shakers, everybody working on it, and Pariah Interactive, who's been working building all of our AR experiences. So thank y'all.
Next up on the Civics and Social Issues track is a project brief by Libby Falk. Libby is a designer of games, curricula, and technology that advances civic learning and community participation. She is the founder of Forward Labs, a civic games company that emerged from her graduate research at MIT. Libby also leads user research at iCivics, a nonprofit that makes civics curriculum for K-12 classrooms. Today, she will discuss her playful work at Forward Labs. Please help me welcome Libby Falk.
Hello, my name is Libby Falk and I'm the founder of Forward Labs. Our mission is to leverage games and human-centered design to increase engagement in local democracy. And in this talk, you're going to hear about some of the adventures we've had getting this work off the ground in my home state of Wisconsin this last year. But before I dive into that, I want to talk about why I think this work is so critical, especially right now. Here in America and around the world, there is a shift happening. We're becoming what scholars call a social movement society. Multiple generations of people ready and willing to step up to make change right now. Unfortunately, despite this massive spike in engagement, some things haven't changed at all. For example, in Wisconsin's spring election this year, only 20% of eligible voters cast a ballot. A huge part of the reason that people don't vote, particularly in local elections, is they just don't see why it matters. Civic literacy in this nation is in crisis. In fact, in 2020, only 1 in 3 Americans could name all 3 branches of the federal government. This isn't particularly surprising when you realize just how little we invest in civic education. Today, American schools spend 1,000 times more on STEM than they do on civics. The good news is that people are starting to pay more attention to civics in schools. Over the last 20 years, incredible organizations have been founded to build capacity for civics in the classroom. Unfortunately, K-12 students are only 17% of the US population, and I can't stop thinking, what about everyone else? How do the rest of us catch up on the civic education that we never had? My background is in user research, so I wanted to start at the source of this challenge, the people who care about local issues, but aren't voting and aren't engaging. I particularly wanted to understand this challenge in non-urban spaces, where communities might not even have a city website. That's why I spent 2 years in a master's program going back and forth between school in Cambridge and research in Wisconsin. Of course, there are many different barriers that prevent civic engagement, but there were 3 in particular that kept coming up in my interviews. First, it can be really difficult to get information about local government and causes, particularly in small communities. This spring, I voted for my local school board based on less than a paragraph of information on each candidate. Second, As I've already mentioned, it's really hard to learn how civics actually works. If you do step into a space like a city council meeting or a political party meeting, the learning curve is very steep. It's intimidating. Third, even when you do follow a local organization, you don't often get a lot of choice in how to engage. A lot of times you just get asked to make a donation or maybe call your senator, and that can be pretty off-putting, particularly for beginners. So I want to understand how my background in curriculum design and educational games might be able to make a difference here. I dug into the literature, and after 3 years and more than 30 playtests, this project has turned into Forward. Forward is a mobile game that delivers daily challenges and trivia questions players can complete to win prizes, support the causes they care about, and make real change starting locally. This project aims to do 3 things really well. First, I wanted to think about what would actually drive people to play this game. We've tried a lot of different mechanics and engagement loops in these pilots, and the ones that players actually like the most are pretty simple: prizes and team play. There are still a number of other ideas we'd love to test, such as location and time-based triggers for play, but we haven't quite gotten there yet. Second, we've built personalization into the core of the game. We avoid overwhelm by delivering a limited number of actions each day based on the player's preferences and priorities. Third, we focus on municipal and county level causes, where the action of only a small number of people can make a really big difference. This level of efficacy is important if you're trying to just get people to trust democracy. The challenge here is that it's really hard to find local information, which is why the crowdsourcing of new missions and trivia is part of our gameplay. So what does this look like in action? I'm going to spend the rest of my time sharing what this has looked like on the ground since I graduated and moved back to Wisconsin to do this work. Our first statewide public pilot of this idea took place last October in the lead up to the 2020 presidential election. We teamed up with the Wisconsin League of Women Voters and local comedian Kristen Bray to run a virtual scavenger hunt about voting. Over 4 days, we released 98 missions that challenged players to creatively share official information about voting in their local communities. Players competed for small prizes by completing tasks such as do chalk art near your favorite cafe about how to register to vote, or make a plan to vote. And they answered trivia questions about Wisconsin government and voting. By the end of the game, 25 teams had completed 1,300 missions. The next spring I wanted to go a little bigger and try including more organizations. During Earth Day week of 2021, we ran another 4-day virtual scavenger hunt, this time challenging players to complete missions and answer trivia questions related to environmental justice and climate action initiatives in Wisconsin. What was really exciting about this game is that 22 organizations created the game's 152 missions. In the end, 135 players in 53 teams completed 2,309 missions, nearly doubling our turnout from the fall. There are a couple takeaways I can share from doing this work in small communities over the last year. First and foremost is start small. I wasted a lot of time early on trying to get people excited about an idea that was completely foreign to them. I needed to start smaller so that I could paint a picture of what this type of game could look like and exactly how it could benefit local organizations. In order to do that, all I needed was a few key allies. I had reached out to over 100 organizations, but in the end, I just needed 3 to get the first pilot off the ground. Once we had the example of our Get Out the Vote game, it was a lot easier for people to understand the idea. When it came to working with more partners for the Earth Day game, my priority shifted to maximizing efficiency. Most of the participating organizations were run by tiny, overworked staff and volunteers, so my number one goal was to not waste their time. To do that, I came up with a system that allowed us to virtually collect, vet, and share missions, and essentially put the whole game together with only one meeting. Finally, I learned that I have to be patient. Some organizations just aren't going to get on board until this is much more thoroughly vetted, and some probably never will. But it's been tremendously encouraging to see more and more people and organizations understand the value of game-based approaches for their followers as they watch what we've been doing with Forward. So what's next for Forward? I'm planning to run another Get Out the Vote game next year, to do it over a longer period with more partners in multiple issue areas. The goal is to launch on Wisconsin's birthday, May 29, 2022, and to run a 6-month pilot across the state with daily challenges and daily prizes that highlight local organizations covering an array of issues. We want to prove that this game can increase voter turnout and civic knowledge scores among players, that it can increase followers for local partner organizations, and we want to test revised game mechanics over a longer period of time with more players. Some of the new features we want to test include the ability to earn badges and level up, play in teams of friends, play against other cities, win prizes such as art grants, and we want to offer a comprehensive introduction to Wisconsin local government. To conclude, I want to thank all of the organizations and volunteers who have helped with our pilots and playtests over the years, and Games for Change for the opportunity to share this work with you. If you're interested in following this project or getting in touch, please visit www.forwardlabs.io or follow us on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. Thank you so much for watching this talk.
Welcome back, everyone. I am pleased to introduce the next panel to the main stage, moderated by Joan O'Hara, the Senior Director of Public Policy at the XR Association. She will be joined by Elise Dick, Britton Heller, and Jared Bomberg. Elise is a policy analyst at the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, focusing on augmented and virtual reality. Working at the intersection of technology and human rights, Britton advises tech companies, investors, and governments on integrating public safety and freedom of expression. Jared is senior counsel to Senator Maria Cantwell in the U.S. Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. The group will be discussing how public policy will play a significant role in the development and adoption of XR technology.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I am very excited for this conversation, not only because I have such an excellent panel of discussants joining me today, but also because I think we're presenting a topic that isn't always discussed in policy circles, and it's an important one. And it's the relationship between policymaking and technology innovation. I think these days we often think of the relationship between the tech industry and lawmakers as an adversarial one. We most often see CEOs coming up to the Hill to testify before Congress, and we read about all sorts of issues in the news. But in reality, we're all part of the same team, and we want to see technology advance for societal good. So today we wanted to present a discussion about the ways that technology innovation and policymaking impact one another, and how that reciprocal relationship can work for everyone's benefit. So one of the topics that we're going to consider sort of as an overarching theme is the way that we can ensure that technology continues to advance, that we're fostering a regulatory environment that allows innovation to flourish, while at the same time making sure that the consumer is front and center and that consumer rights are protected. So specifically, we're going to be talking about immersive technologies, which is virtual, augmented, and mixed reality. These technologies are quickly being adopted, both by private individuals for purposes like socializing, gaming, entertainment, but they're also quickly being adopted for enterprise use in areas such as manufacturing, medicine and healthcare, even public safety. So it's important that we get the public policy right in terms of, as I said, making sure that the consumer is protected, that rights are respected, but also an environment where we can continue to advance this technology and make sure that its potential to benefit society comes to fruition. So today's panelists have already been introduced, but in essence, we have perspectives from the thought leadership community, from the lawmaking community, and also from law itself. So with that, I'd like to sort of start off with a question to get us going about what is that relationship between Congress, between law and policymakers, and the technology industry and innovators. I would welcome thoughts from the panel, and I'll just sort of open it up to your personal thoughts on what that relationship should look like.
I'm still a little daunted about being referred to as law itself. Sorry. Jared, I think that it might be good to maybe start with you. I'd like it if we could, just for the benefit of people out there who are coming from the gaming community or who may be gamers and interested in this and really having an entree to it, like what do we mean when we say public policy?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in and just to provide a little context. So I know there was an intro, but I work on the U.S. Senate Commerce Committee for Chair Maria Cantwell. We have oversight authority over consumer affairs matters related to privacy, technology, and data security. And so a lot of my responses will come from that lens of what are we doing to quote unquote regulate or encourage the adoption of certain best practices within this industry, within many other industries that are regulated by the Federal Trade Commission. So that's
sort of where I'm coming from. But in terms of the relationship between policy, technology, lawmaking, and immersive technologies in particular, the Congress has a few different tools in its tool shed. We could, traditional taxes and spending related to subsidizing the development of new technology, which I don't think happens quite, very often in this case. But then the other side of that is regulatory efforts. Certainly, there's been a huge push for comprehensive federal privacy and data security rules. There's also been a big push for changes to content moderation policies and reform of Section 230 of the Communications Act, which provides platforms a certain level of immunity regarding the speech that occurs on their platforms. So when Congress is looking at how to, and typically to react to technology developments, it's sort of looking to those tools first and determining which ones make most sense for the particular problem. And typically it's problems that are generating the need for Congress to act. So I don't know, maybe I'll stop there and hand it back to Elise or Britton or Joan to react.
No, that's actually a perfect setup, because one of the topics that we want to dig into here is where are the gaps? So we're in a situation now where digital technology is advancing so rapidly. It is very much a part of everyone's everyday life. There's very little way to avoid it unless you completely live off the grid. So the typical paradigms or the legal frameworks around the Fourth Amendment and things like what constitutes search and seizure, the third party doctrine, those don't apply as easily as they did in the days of just the telephone. So that's sort of a foundational question. But specifically with respect to XR technologies, there are novel questions raised, and I'd like to get into some of them specifically. Britton, you recently wrote a paper on virtual reality and the law entitled "Watching Androids Dream of Electric Sheep," which is a very provocative title, Immersive Technology, Biometric Psychography, and the Law. Your paper deals specifically with virtual reality and some of the novel challenges that are related to that technology. So as a way of sort of digging into this topic, can you tell us a little bit about the paper and the questions that it raises?
Sure. Most people, when you talk about immersive technology and biometrics, assume that biometrics, as we refer to them and as the law covers them, will just continue in a way from the internet and our phones into our immersive devices. This actually isn't true. When you look at the way that biometrics laws are crafted, they're actually centered around the concept of identity. Under current law, specific physiological indicators that are unique to you, like your fingerprints or your eye scan or even your voice prints, are tied to who you are specifically. However, in an immersive context, like your VR headset that you have to log into with a verifiable billing address or with a social media account, these companies know who you are. That's not really at issue. What is at issue are the type of signals that you give off through participation in VR, AR, and XR experiences that may reveal personal information about yourself that you're not even aware that you're conveying. The paper talks about certain examples, like the type of information you can get from pupillometry or monitoring your pupil dilation. And you really do need to track your eyes in an XR environment to be sure that the hardware is working correctly, so that it tracks what you're paying attention to, for how long, and with what intensity, and for regulating the frame rate so that you don't get sick when you're playing playing the game or trying to interact with people. But on the flip side of that, the type of digital exhaust that comes out of that through pupilometry could potentially indicate who you're sexually attracted to, how truthful you're being in the moment, and whether or not you have certain psychological or physiological ailments like ADHD, schizophrenia, Parkinson's, or Huntington's disease, because your pupil reaction time is a preclinical indicator of these type of ailments. You may not even know you have these yourself yet, but a company may be privy to that information if they wanted to parse out that data. And right now, there really aren't laws that are regulating the type of use, distribution, sale, and application of this data. So I think about this in my law practice a lot, and I like to jokingly refer to myself as Alice through the Black Mirror, because that's what it seems like I get to be. But it's not as far away as you think. You know, it was 3-4 weeks ago that it was announced that ads were going to start appearing in some of the largest commercial VR spaces. And while the company itself is placing very strong fences around how the data can be used and what data will be collected and retained, it doesn't prevent a bad actor in the future or a company that isn't as privacy conscious or a Black Mirror-like scenario. So I'm interested in pointing out the holes in the law so that we don't have another violation of public trust akin to Cambridge Analytica in the immersive context.
Sort of building on that, would you say it's fair to say that there's a distinction then between what we think of as traditional PII, personally identifiable information, which is information about a person, their address, social security number, what have you, where they've shopped, those kinds of things, versus what you're describing, which is about personal preferences, potentially your health condition, issues, you know, how you think about things that you might not even be aware of yourself. Is there a distinction there, and does it need to be handled differently?
I think there is a distinction there, because the type of indicators that emerge from the sensors that you need in an XR environment aren't contemplated by any of these statutes. And they're more a result of the combination of disparate data sets that you see in these new environments. For example, the tilt of my head and the way that I point, you know, is as physically identifying as my fingerprint. And the law doesn't really contemplate the tilt of my head and the sponginess of my bones and the degree at which I act and activate in these environments to be a part of personal identifying information.
Can I jump in here on this? Because I think I think, Joan, your point about what's traditionally known as PII versus these new types of data sets is a point very well taken. And certainly if you polled the audience today and asked them, what do you consider to be, you know, traditional PII, many would likely say, you know, social security number and the types of identifiers that you mentioned. But I think the Federal Trade Commission over time has taken a broader view of PII, and they've used a definition that's something like data that's linked or reasonably linkable to an identifiable individual. So in the case of immersive technology, the tilt of the head, pupil dilation, as long as that's linked to a person who's signed into the account, I think the FTC at least would view that as PII. And to the extent there are holes there, I think that's where you're getting into some public policy questions that I think the Congress and states are trying to grapple with. And what you've seen in some states, and for instance, the California privacy law, is a much broader view of PII to certainly include all of the data types that we're talking about here for immersive technologies. And the sort of the leading bills in Congress also reflect that. So I think there's been a shift over time. And the good news is all that data should be captured. What the rules are about that, how to use that data, who you can share it with, how long to retain it, those are still under significant debate, and who's enforcing it. But I think the privacy community has made really good progress broadening the scope of what we consider to be PII.
There's been some talk over the past couple of years, I think, about the notion of contextual integrity, and that this information in and of itself may or may not have a certain meaning, but it really needs to be thought of in the context in which it is collected and the context in which it is used. And that's kind of what our law should be thinking about. Cornell University has brought up the idea of some of the information that Britton described as being really considered healthcare information. And should it be treated as such? Would it be regulated under HIPAA? I think some of those questions are things that, are to some extent almost philosophical in nature, but they're things that Congress and lawmakers are going to need to address. And they're difficult questions. Another question that comes up that I think is new in a lot of respects is about bystander privacy, and thinking about augmented reality in particular. If a person's walking down the street wearing AR glasses and they're capturing video of all the people that are around them and locations around them, to what extent is there a privacy expectation there? And, for a long time, we've had a conversation about expectation of privacy in a public space, and that people behave differently when they know that others are watching them. But the capture of this information and the potential for it to be shared without authorization raises some new questions. And Elise, you published a paper in December on the specific questions around privacy and augmented reality in public space. So I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about what are the key considerations in that area?
Absolutely. Well, I think one of the things that makes AR so interesting is it's really a combination of technologies that do already exist and are used to collect information in public space. You have audiovisual information, you have location information. Perhaps in some situations, you might have some level of spatial scanning or spatial mapping. All of these exist. The question is what happens when you combine all of them? Is there still a reasonable expectation of privacy if, for example, I can look at a house, immediately receive information about property value, people who own guns in that house? These are things I could look up on my phone. Does it change when I could have it on augmented reality glasses, for example? Obviously, this is more of a distant future hypothetical, but it is something we need to think about, especially when we're talking about the context of, say, law enforcement use of augmented reality technologies for this kind of information. It raises really important questions about Fourth Amendment rights, as well as things like protecting First Amendment rights in public spaces. And I think that we need to start considering what happens when we combine all this information in one place. It's that aggregation that really makes AR so different, whether it's for entertainment or enterprise use.
Well, you raise a good point there about the aggregation of information, and to what extent is the user of this technology aware of that aggregation? Which brings me to another point that I think is really important, and it's something that we talk about in the policy space and the lawmaking space, but I would imagine it's an issue for Congress as well. And that is, what is the value and the utility of something like user terms of agreement? Where we're all sort of getting to this point where we have consent fatigue. You want to use a particular type of technology or log on to a particular website or use a service, and click here to see the terms of use, and it's like 5 pages long, and it's a lot of stuff that's not necessarily in plain English. But people are busy, they want to use the technology, they want to move on with their day and not call their attorney to come over and consult with them before they decide to play a game or something. Are consent agreements still useful to the user, or are they simply something to protect a developer or a manufacturer from liability? And what are they the solution to some of these problems? And if so, how can we tweak them or rethink them in order to make them potentially more effective?
I can take a crack at it. I'm sure we will all say this, something similar, which is, obviously they're not a solution, right? I think that but there is still value in the agreements from a regulator perspective, right? It allows attorneys general, it allows plaintiffs' attorneys, it allows federal regulators to look to see if the types of uses match with what was presented to the consumer. Clearly, people do not have time in the day to read through it all. And if you talk to my mother-in-law from Europe, she'd say that she now can't easily traverse the web because she has to click through these consent agreements. And she doesn't begrudge the fact that she has to do it, but it's a new barrier in some ways. But I don't think we should say, from a public policy perspective, the leading bills in Congress all still have some role for a privacy policy. And in particular, the belief is that more information should be disclosed. And that could be potentially coupled with just-in-time disclosures or more conspicuous disclosures of key terms with an ability to reach in and look more specifically at who potentially would receive the data if a third party could obtain it, how the company handles law enforcement access requests. So there's utility there, but it's certainly not a solution. And I think where you've seen the public policy debate move to is an interest in defining certain practices that are just off limits, that you can't consent away certain rights, whether they're rights to not be discriminated against in certain areas like housing, employment, education, lending, or if it's to not have the data used against you in a harmful way. And so that's, I think, where the conversation is moving to. The question of what that list of practices are that are just fully out of bounds is still up for some debate.
Yeah, I would bounce off of Jared's point there that, I think notice, transparency, and consent, these notices are going to have to be a foundation or a framework. It is a starting point, but as Jared said, they're not a solution. I also think that user choice is incredibly important, especially when we're talking about XR, where so many of the technologies and information that's being gathered are critical to the use of these technologies, right? You need to track my movements so that I can move around in XR space unless I have, alternate inputs for that. So making sure that users, once they opt in, they're also able to customize that experience to their own privacy risk threshold. If they don't want to share certain information beyond themselves or a close circle of friends, they should have that option. And as we're looking at the type of data that users are either sharing or generating in XR, we should start thinking about where user choice would be technically feasible.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And there's a certain point where solutions may make the technology unusable. So what can we build in versus what's sort of a policy practice or a behavior or something like that. I'm curious to know from all three of your perspectives, sort of what you think the role for industry is in trying to create privacy by design, minimize the amount of information that needs to be collected and used in order for the product to work. In the instance of virtual reality, for that experience to be created, a lot of biometric data needs to be collected. So it's a matter of not being able to use the technology if you don't agree to certain information being collected. But sort of where is that balance between what the manufacturer is able to do in terms of a technology solution versus what's required from thought leaders and ultimately policymakers in sort of framing the parameters there?
When I look at consent and the role of companies, I always think about how lawyers talk about consent. And the first two are what I really place on companies from a human rights perspective. Meaningful, informed consent is really the gold standard. And when you're looking at what companies can do, they need to, one, make sure you understand exactly what you're consenting to, or it's meaningless. And informed is make sure that you shouldn't just consent once as the technology is changing and changing and changing, and assume that that covers different form factors, different programming, different upgrades. So that's the onus that I would like to see companies really take, to make sure their users understand what they're consenting to and check back in with them periodically to make sure that consent is current.
Yeah, I would add that I think companies and industry has a role at the collection phase. I think that consent and user choice is where the technology comes into play. Once policy comes in is when we're talking about, okay, what harms can come from this information if it is not used correctly. When we get past that collection point, we need to make sure that we have laws in place to protect against, for example, discrimination from that information, or other potential harms that could come to users if that information is used against them or in some way that could cause harm beyond just the collection of that information.
Jared, are there laws that that Congress is looking to, whether they're state privacy laws or what's happening in Europe, other parts of the world, that you're looking to as sort of a model, or for parts of those laws that you would want to adopt if Congress were able to gain some traction on a federal privacy law?
Well, I think this is a great opportunity for me to plug my boss's legislation. It's the Consumer Online Privacy Rights Act. She introduced it last Congress, and that bill builds off of a lot of what we believe are helpful policy solutions that are found in other contexts. So, this effort on the Hill isn't done in a vacuum. And we're seeing what works and doesn't work in Europe. We're seeing what works and doesn't work in California and Colorado. We're seeing efforts in the state of Washington that haven't quite come to fruition yet, but seeing what's going on in Virginia. There are any number of laws that are feeding in, existing laws that are feeding into the policy debate, and that debate's changing over time. I would also say that we have a body of law through the Federal Trade Commission's enforcement actions, through OCR's enforcement actions at HHS, through the Fair Credit Reporting Act and its activities, and the FTC's activities with respect to FCRA. So there is quite a bit of law in this space. We do not have an overarching general law that protects data in the same way that the GDPR is created in Europe. But there's certainly legal standards, not just at the state level or at the federal level, but also you have tort law. So intrusion upon seclusion is one of the privacy torts, and you look to that for an understanding of what the reasonable expectation of privacy is. And so there's a lot going into it, and our hope certainly is to find consensus that will create, one general standard which allows for some sector-specific differences going forward.
I don't want to put you on the spot, so you can just say I have no comment. But are there? You said you're looking at sort of other efforts, whether they're GDPR or in the States, to see what's working and what's not. Does anything come to mind on either of those?
Oh, that is a really good question that I'm not going to answer. but I would say take a look at the consumer. Everyone should take a look at the Consumer Online Privacy Rights Act, and you will see echoes of other laws within it. And then where we haven't included something, maybe it's because we felt like that wasn't a great policy solution.
Well, it's all very much a work in progress. Elise, you've written about something I brought up at the beginning of the talk, which is that balance between allowing innovation to flourish and for developers, technology engineers, et cetera, to be able to take some risks, which you need to if you're going to advance, while at the same time not, throwing privacy expectations and other rights sort of by the wayside. Can you talk a little bit about your research there and sort of where you think the path forward is leading?
Absolutely. I mean, I think you're right, Joan, that especially when we have a technology like XR that is so early in its development, I hesitate to want to regulate that technology specifically. Like I said, a lot of the greatest harms in the underlying technologies already do have some laws that apply to them. And we want to make sure that there is space for experimentation and for innovation. We want to make sure that there is a space for risk and that, there are going to be mistakes and there are going to be growing pains. And we have to allow for that in order for this technology to reach its full potential. That being said, obviously, there are huge risks that come with these technologies, and that's where policy comes in. We do need some form of guardrails for the greatest potential harms. The issue is trying to regulate each technology as it comes up, because policy will never keep up. So what we need to do is we need to look at, like I said, the potential harms and the potential uses of these technologies and look toward, that sort of end situation and look at how we can regulate to make sure that those harms are prevented or that there's legal recourse if there are harms to a user. So there's absolutely a role for policy, there's absolutely a role for law, but ultimately I think that conversations like we're having, but also making sure that industry and policymakers can come together and hash some of these things out. The innovators are the ones who actually understand what's technically possible, what's sort of the sci-fi vision of the technology and what really might happen. And the policymakers are the ones who understand where the laws are, what we have in place now, and might be able to identify some of those gaps that innovators and technologists might not even be thinking of right now.
And I want to come back to that point because it's sort of the theme of our entire panel is the relationship between policymakers and innovators and how they can work together constructively. But all of this sort of raises a more philosophical question, which I am just fascinated by and have been thinking about it myself long before I went into this business. And I'm sure that each of you have very good thoughts on it. With the world working the way it does and being largely digital, whether it's through Zoom meetings like we're doing now, and we have done increasingly with the pandemic, through having smartphones where so much of our information is stored, where we access our information, where we communicate with others, where we conduct transactions. We're really living in a digital world. Everything from, as I said, conducting transactions, doing business with your bank, to socializing with your friends and putting posts on social media, et cetera. It's really changed the way that I think we interact with the world. How does that impact the very fundamental question of the expectation of privacy? Do you think it's eroding the expectation of privacy, given that we are required and voluntarily put a lot of information about ourselves out there in order to sort of function in this digital space? Or do you think there's something so fundamental about privacy that no matter what technology brings to us, we will always have that basic understanding? And it's an open-ended question. It's just, I think it's something that's really fascinating to think about as the situation transforms and as the environment changes. Is there something that's just so basic that it could really never be breached?
So I would say, I don't think it's necessarily eroding, but it is evolving. And we can dive into the deeper philosophical conversation about whether it's evolving in the right direction. But I think there is always a sense of a need for privacy. It's just, we no longer expect that we can walk around in the world without showing up in the back of someone's photo or having our homes or offices viewable through a Zoom screen and all of these other evolutions that we're seeing. So I don't think it's eroding, but I can't tell you what I think the underlying kernel of privacy is. I'll turn it to the lawyers in the room for that.
Or to law itself.
That's going to be on my name tag at the next conference I go to. I am law itself. When I think about your question, it it leads me to a concept that I've heard increasingly discussed in XR circles, and a lot of the discussions being led by Kent Bai, who's becoming increasingly interested in issues of mental privacy. So I'm not sure that the concept of neuro rights and mental privacy has been really picked up by the human rights community writ large yet, but I assume that it will be, because privacy is considered to be a fundamental human right. And mental privacy protects your thoughts, your impulses, and the most intimate, your feelings, the most intimate parts of yourself outside of your physical body. And so, like Elise said, I think it is a natural evolution to assume that we should have a reasonable expectation of privacy over what we think if we transmit, if we don't affirmatively choose to transmit that out there.
Right.
So that is where I see this going. And as we are looking at different types of spatial computing and different types of computer brain interfaces and the other type of evolutions in technology that are going to make XR and the metaverse into this transformational space, we need to look at these stalwart pillars like privacy and understand how that's going to show up differently in our digital identities. And I really hope that makes sense and doesn't win me the buzzword prize of the panel. So.
No, it makes perfect sense. And I think you raised some good points about, these data points individually versus the aggregation of data points and the extrapolation of what that means. Because I think some would say, well, you're just putting out little bits of information about yourself. They don't necessarily tell us what you think, but when all of it is looked at collectively, it can tell you an awful lot about an individual. And like you said, the most private parts about, who they are. So yeah, mental privacy seems to be coming to the forefront of the conversation. And that's going to be, it's important, but it's going to be a challenge, I think, especially for members of Congress. Is that a term that's bouncing around the halls of the Hart Building, or are you hearing any discussion about that?
Well, repeat the term for me. I want to make sure I'm answering the question.
Mental privacy.
Mental privacy. That's not something that is at necessarily the forefront of the policy debate, but it's, I think, part of the question of profiling, the question of what biometric information means, and to the extent that that information, mental health information, or other psychographic, psychometric information is linked to an individual, it's certainly part of the debate. And one of the, leading risks that people point to in terms of how data how people can be manipulated using data that they didn't know was collected about them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was probably at least part, at the heart of the Cambridge Analytica scandal, which set off a wave of events that have really generated a lot of interest in creating meaningful privacy reform. So it is a hot button topic in that sense. But the broader question of and maybe this is going beyond what you were asking, but like addiction and compulsion, and how immersive technologies sort of bring people into these worlds, and that for some may be hard to escape. That question is a bit harder, and I think the Congress has taken fewer steps. If you look at the number of bills introduced or the congressional oversight hearings towards addressing those activities.
It's so important that policymakers are thinking ahead, because the technology is developing so rapidly, and we don't want to be answering the question that was asked 10 years ago. But it's difficult. Congress is supposed to be deliberative, especially the Senate. It's the world's greatest deliberative body. But that deliberation takes time, and technology evolves in leaps and bounds. So it's, I think it's
Yeah, you know,
ahead.
no, I think it's a great point. You know, there's, I think people would argue that policy is always going to be behind technology, and I think in a lot of cases that's going to be the case. To the extent that policy is written in a meaningful way that's broad enough to capture future uses, in those cases you have policy thinking ahead. Even if it hasn't identified the specific use scenarios, it's thought that there could be a problem here, in which case we want to write a law that's broad enough to potentially cover it.
Right.
When we talk about innovation-friendly regulatory environments, this is what we're talking about is, you know, you don't have to look into a crystal ball and guess what the technology is going to be in 10 years. You want to put in robust regulations today that will still apply in 10 years because it is broad enough to capture the scope of what innovation could be in the future, because we will never have policy on par, on pace with innovation. It's just not how it works, and it's not how it's meant to work.
I think that's really astute. If you look at some of the work of Anupam Chandler, he talks about how new technologies go through this innovation arc, and you can apply it to. He applies it in his work to the telephone, the telegraph, the television, and uses this as a response in his work to people who say the internet is precious and we can't ever regulate it. He said, well, this is, if you look at all those technologies, people made that same argument at their onset, but after a certain point in their growth cycle, it was reasonable to do that and to foster to bring in government as the role of the watchdog in a way that would not squelch innovation at that point in its growth arc. I don't think we are even close to that point in immersive technology, but I think we have the gift of the internet, and that we can look to some of the policy battles that were being fought at the beginning and that are actually being fought now. And we can look and see what we will be facing in 10 to 15 years, like Elise said, even though the hardware is still in flux.
Right. And that's, I think, why some of these quasi-philosophical questions are important, because if we are going to be able to think broadly enough to stay ahead potentially of a lot of the technology developments, it's these big questions that we need to answer. You know, where is that threshold that should never be crossed in terms of privacy and other things like that. Well, we have just a few minutes left here, so I'm going to sort of bring us back to the beginning of the conversation about the relationship between law and policymakers and tech innovators, engineers, manufacturers. I'm interested to know from each of you and your unique perspectives, what would the most healthy relationship, the most productive relationship look like? What's the role?
Hi everyone, we will be getting started with the Q&A soon. We're waiting for panelists to make their way over to the room once they're.
The great and powerful Oz.
I think it's like playing the music at the Oscars. I think they're pushing us off the stage.
Just about to thank my family, and I got pulled off. All right, so within a minute and a half, where do you see the role for lawmakers? What's the role for industry, and how can they best work together?
I'll just start real. Sorry. Go ahead, Bridget.
Peace, love, and understanding. And I don't mean that I mean that in a flippant and totally serious way, where there have been, I would love the industry to reach out more and educate my local lawmakers. I'm speaking as a former prosecutor who had to educate judges about what the internet was. And I can't imagine trying to tell them what augmented reality is.
Yep.
Absolutely agree. There's got to be understanding, and an understanding that there are plenty of shared goals. And there's a lot of opportunities to work together to answer some of these really big questions.
There are fellowships created to bring technologists into Congress, and we're lucky enough to have technologists on staff through the Tech Congress Fellowship. Mm-hmm. And so I think you're seeing a lot more activity, a lot more collaboration than ever before.
Fantastic. And then there are lobbyists like myself who travel to the Hill to help lawmakers understand exactly what the technology is and its potential for good. So continue to take my calls, please. Anyway. All right, well, our time is up. So for everyone out there, we're going to head over to the Q&A room and continue the conversation.
All right. Thank you.
Welcome back. As we begin to wrap up day 2, I'm delighted to introduce to the main stage Delon Crosby. Delon is the CEO of Say Kid and has developed a screenless, play-based system that combines voice technology with tangible play to help kids learn in a safe, natural, and engaging way by playing the role of a teacher. Delon strongly believes voice technology can help kids' families learn together. Welcome, Delon.
Thank you, Susanna. I'm so excited to be here. So Say Kid, it basically combines voice technology with tangible play to help kids learn in a safe, natural, and engaging way. So I'm particularly excited to be here because, as I understand, this is the first time there's been a discussion about early education and the first time there's been a discussion about voice technology. So my main objective here is to not screw it up. But I thought I'd start with a story about why I'm here. And it's a story about truth. A few years ago, my son had this great teacher. He was in preschool. I couldn't have told you why the teacher was so great, but I could have told you that my son loved school. He loved to learn, and he even named his fish after this teacher. Unfortunately, that teacher left. And the teacher that replaced his old teacher didn't have the same tools or training and really took kind of a punitive approach. And at the time, it was really hard for me to understand how the approach could really make him feel smaller than he already was. And so we started getting behavior reports and ultimately this voicemail. Let me go ahead. Give me a second. All right. Just restart it, my little clicker. Let's see if this works.
Hi, Delon. I've been with Cal most of the day today, and he is totally out of control, disrespectful, disobedient. I need you to come and get him, and he is not going to return. I hope you understand. Thank you. Bye.
So at that moment, I felt as if I had just failed as a parent. In education, there's this saying that a parent is a child's first teacher. And so I decided to try to become the best teacher that I could be. I immersed myself in the research. I met with experts. I spent time with teachers, spent a lot of time in classrooms. And the deeper I went, I started to realize that our education system isn't working. And I was surprised to find out that you could fill an entire football stadium full of kids that are expelled from preschool every year. And moreover, there's a lot of kids that aren't able to access early education because it's cost prohibitive. So they're not even invited to the game. The deeper I went, the more I realized our education system is broken. And the truth is that many kids don't feel heard and many adults aren't listening. So today, I want to share with you a little bit about why I think voice technology can help kids feel heard while also helping adults be better listeners. We know that kids often learn best through play. So I'm going to show you how voice technology combined with tangible play, looks like this, can help kids play to learn while adults learn to play. So let's start with why kids aren't feeling heard today. All right, so for context, most kids say their words by around their first birthday, but they're really not speaking sentences until around age 3. And this is the point when kids' language starts to explode. It's when kids start to learn about talking about feelings. It's when kids start to learn how to relate to others. It's when kids start to learn to trust other adults. The truth is, though, that it's really hard for young kids to talk about feelings because they haven't yet developed the social skills or the language skills to actually communicate how they're feeling. So it's really imperative that we, as adults, be really good at being able to listen. And let's move on. All right, so the problem is we don't necessarily make it that easy for adults to have the tools or support to be able to do that. So let me give you some context. In the United States, the average early educator makes around $12 per hour. That's about 25% less than they could make at a fast food restaurant. And so not surprisingly, if you're a provider, it's really hard to attract the best educators. It's really hard to invest in their development. It's really hard to retain them. And so I would love for everybody to just imagine that you have a business, and every year, 40-50% of your staff turn over. Imagine like what that does to a growing business, and then think about what that does to a growing brain. I believe that if we want to help kids feel heard, we need to find a way to better support educators. However, adults, like parents, also play an important role. Learning doesn't start or end in a classroom. And so we have to find a way to support parents. You may know that the US is the only country that doesn't have a federal parental leave policy, and we have one of the lowest rates of early childhood education in the world amongst industrialized countries. And so it's really important that adults have the support, whether educators or teachers have the support we need to be able to really be able to truly listen. And that's the real context here. So let's move on. Moving. All right, so I want to share with you, this is often what it feels like, I think, to be a working parent, at least in the US.
I think one of your...
Okay. Try it again.
I think one of your children has just walked in. I mean, shifting sands in the region. Do you think relations with the North may change?
I would be surprised if they do. Pardon me. Pardon me. My apologies.
What's this going to mean for the region?
My apologies. North Korea, South Korea's policy choices on North Korea have been severely limited in the last 6 months to a year because.
All right, so what's interesting is this is before COVID. So this is probably the time that I should probably remind you that my kids actually may interrupt us at any time here. So now that we've talked about, I guess, why kids don't feel heard, I'd like to just switch gears a little bit and talk about technology, and especially child-facing technology. So, because I think there's a really good question of, can technology actually help? I'm sure many people are aware that the World Health Organization, the American Academy of Pediatrics, recommend that kids under age 6 spend no more than an hour per day in front of screens. And this is, high quality content. This is co-viewing. But you may be surprised to learn that the average kid spent almost 2.5 hours per day in front of screens. And this is before COVID. And after COVID, screen time more than doubled. And so you might be wondering or asking, is screen time really that big of a deal? And some of you may remember this public service announcement from, I think, the 1980s, where it showed what our brains look like on drugs. And so, the egg in the frying pan. I wanted to show what our brains look like on screens. And so here you have a kid, and this is a kid in front of a screen. And this is what kids' brains look like on screen. So on the left is the brain of a child that's often read to, and on the right is the brain of a child that spends a couple hours per day in front of the screen. In the blue, what you see are the neural pathways associated with language and literacy. Think of these as like our information highways that we want to be really organized and really focused. On the left, you see the brain, the child's brain is far more tight, far more organized, far more efficient than the brain on the right, which is much more sporadic. So let's move on here. Now, I'm not saying all technology is bad for young kids, but I do believe a lot of it is. And there's actually a recent journal article in the Journal of Children and Media, Child and Media, that was published last month. That basically looked at the top 100 apps in the Google Play Store and the Apple Store as well. And what they found is a lot of the apps aren't necessarily educational. And in particular, almost 90% of them prevented an opportunity for kids to have social interaction, which is not only important for child development, but it's also important for helping kids feel heard. So the truth is that most technology isn't really designed for young kids. Touch interfaces aren't natural, rigid form factors aren't playful, and visual content can often overstimulate kids rather than actively engage them. And so I believe more often than not, technology is used to keep kids quiet than to actually help them feel heard. So the question is, what do we do about it? And this is where I think voice technology is actually really exciting, because for the first time, it's a natural interface for kids to learn. And so what I want to do is just share with you how Say Kid combines voice technology with tangible play to help kids learn in a safe, natural, engaged way, but also help them to feel heard. So I'm going to share with you a few examples. So how we got here was a few years ago, Alexa was just starting to take off, and literally my son dreamed about playing with toys. And so I thought, if we could combine voice technology in the form factor of a plush toy, we could help kids, all kids, feel heard. And so this is what it looked like. Basically, we designed it to be a toy robot. So we called it the toy robot, or we called it the toy bot rather. And let me show you how it works. This is Cal playing the letter game.
Do smart and s'mores. Start with the letters SM or SH.
SM.
You've been working hard. Let's try another. Do stone and story. Start with the letters ST or SH.
ST.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. 10 in a row. Way to go.
All right, and so we never really started with the technology. We started with the science of what kids need to succeed and how to develop. And so at around that time, we were really fortunate to start getting recognized by Harvard and Penn. And in fact, the letter game actually won the Alexa EdTech Challenge. So then we thought, all right, we've demonstrated that we can help kids learn through play. And the cool thing about robots is they don't have feelings. So I thought, what better way to help kids feel heard than actually empower them to play the role of teacher? So let me show you what it's like for a 7-year-old to teach the robot, what it's like to be a 7-year-old with 2 younger brothers.
I love being 2 years old because every day I learn something new. I also get free admission to the train museum. I'm curious. How old are you?
7.
Wow, you are so old. What's it like to be 7?
It's like you have to be the leader of everything.
I love that. All right, and so moving on, we started to think about, all right, we've shown that we can help kids build early literacy skills and social skills. And so we wanted to see if we could help kids build executive function skills and gross motor skills. And so here's, and just for context, one of the best ways to build executive function skills is through games. Think of like freeze dance. So let me show you how we do that.
Match me and act like a robot DJ. Freeze. Spot anyone moving?
No.
Keep up the great dance moves. Now let's mix it up. Dance only on your tiptoes.
All right. I love how she even froze her mouth. So then we started asking educators and parents, what are the hardest parts of the day? And we heard about transitions and cleaning up. And so we wanted to see if we could build a cleanup game where kids could teach the robot how to clean up. And so let me show you what we did. And I'll talk through we're going to speed it up here and show how it works.
This set of instructions says to put away anything that is smaller than a cat.
So basically the robot's saying, hey, my memory card is broken. I forgot how to clean up. Will you teach me? Kids say yes. And then it'll say all these different random instructions, put away things that are smaller than a cat or bigger than a dog or the color of the rainbow or what have you. And it's kind of crazy, actually. It comes in handy when you've got 3 young kids at home. But basically, kids teach the robot about cleaning up. And it also reduces friction in a really hard part of the day for some folks. And so lastly here.
Give someone a hug for a great effort.
Oh my gosh, we did it. Sweet.
So as I mentioned before, education is all about relationships. And so we designed all of our interactive experiences to be played in a group. And so this is a really simple would you rather game that not only helps kids feel heard, but also helps adults to learn what kids are interested in. And I honestly, I think this is the thing that I wish that we would have had back when my son was in preschool. So let me show you.
Would you rather play a zither or a xylophone?
Zither.
That was a tough one. Give me a hug as you pass me. Would you rather own a harmonica or a guitar?
A Monica.
All right, so now that I've shown you what's possible, let's talk about what's next. So unfortunately, our education system hasn't really been working for kids or adults for some time. And I don't believe technology is going away. I do believe voice technology has potential to change education by helping kids play to learn while adults learn to play. And in doing so, I think help really everyone to feel heard. So I started the discussion here with a story about why I'm here. And so I thought I'd end with a story of why I think we're all here. And this one is about Will. When my son was about to enter kindergarten, we asked to meet with his future teacher. And her name was Miss Nagel. And when we described everything that my son had been through, she looked at us and she said, "I will not give up on your son." And I've never been able to forget that because we had heard that before. And so my natural instinct was to say, you really seem like a nice teacher, but I don't believe you. And so that's when she looked at me in a way that only a kindergarten teacher would do, such like when a kid does something that they know they weren't supposed to do. And she said to me, "I will do whatever it takes." And that's just something I haven't forgot, because she kept her word. And this is the two of them on the last day of kindergarten. And I think that's what it's all about. I think the truth is, in education, kids need to feel heard. And I think adults must be willing to listen. Thank you for attending the talk. And I'm going to do a Q&A session where we literally can play with this toy bot. So hopefully you'll join us. If you have any questions, this is my contact information, and I'd love to hear any feedback that you have. And we're excited to continue learning with you. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Marissa Hartz, the Director of Operations and Program Manager at Games for Change. I am pleased to introduce Veronica Wesser, who will be our last speaker on today's health and wellness track. Veronica is a member of the Play for Real XR Lab in the Yale Center for Health and Learning Games. There, she develops and evaluates evidence-informed video game interventions that have a positive effect on the health of teens. In this talk, Veronica will cover the development of a multiplayer dating sim that empowers Black girls to talk about HIV and STI testing and protection, illustrating how the genre can convey sexual health information to vulnerable populations.
All right, thank you so much for that introduction. I'm so excited to be here talking about the work that I've been doing with my collaborators, who I want to give a quick shout out to, as well as acknowledge the generous funding and support that we've received. So I'm from the Play for Real XR Lab, where we work to use the most rigorous scientific methods available in order to both develop and evaluate video game interventions that help teens and young adults live their best possible life. And in this talk, I hope I'll tell you that our goal is to create games for teens by teens. So our game is a multiplayer dating game to empower Black teen girls around their sexual health. So let me give you some background as to why we started this project. Unfortunately, 1 in 32 Black women will receive an HIV diagnosis within her lifespan. And oftentimes they are diagnosed late in the disease process, which might indicate that they were actually infected as teens. Black teen girls between the ages of 14 and 19 are diagnosed with an STI at twice the rate of white girls. And it is known that if you have an STI, you have a 5 times increase in the risk for future HIV acquisition. So with this in mind, we thought that we could develop an early intervention that would be specifically tailored for Black teen girls in order to hopefully reduce their risk of HIV and STI infection. So how can we make a game that would have this goal? So first of all, we're really hoping that our game can help players engage in these preliminary behaviors, such as purchasing condoms, identifying places for HIV and STI testing, or maybe even discussing testing with their partners. If players who do complete our game end up increasing condoms and increasing purchasing of condoms and increasing their own self-testing for HIV and STIs, maybe they get tested for the first time, or maybe they encourage a partner to go get tested with them, then we'll be meeting some of these behavior change targets for our game intervention. Hopefully, we will meet this intervention goal of reducing HIV and STI infection in Black teen girls who play our game. So how on earth are we going to create a game like this? Well, as we do in my lab, we turned to our experts, and that is Black teen girls. We posted advertisements like this one across Facebook and Instagram and ended up recruiting 27 Black teen girls between the ages of 14 and 18 to meet with us in small groups over Zoom to discuss life as a Black teen girl in general, life during the pandemic, and in particular, sex and dating and condom use. So over the course of these focus groups, we had 5 themes that emerged that became really important guiding principles for how we developed our video game intervention. The first is that social media has a really important role to play in the dating lives of teens in general and Black teens in particular. And this wasn't a surprise to us, but what we did think was really surprising and fascinating was the degree to which the participants in our focus group were using social media in order to vet potential romantic partners. And so they told us lots of stories about how they would find somebody on Twitter if they wanted to learn more about the person's political leanings, or they'd find them on Facebook if they wanted to see what the person's family life was like, because Facebook was the place to see where they had been tagged in photos by their mom. And so here's the quote related to this theme that emerged. The next theme to emerge was how important it was for our participants that we thought about the role that family has to play as role models for these teens. So they talked about how relationships with their older sisters and their older female cousins were really important in informing what they knew about sexual health and the decisions they made around this. So this was a really interesting thing for us to learn and an interesting thing for us to consider incorporating into our video game. So here's the quote related to that theme. The next theme to emerge was how important it was that our participants in these focus groups had friends that were involved in their dating lives and were there to look out for them and make sure that they were making good decisions and being responsible. And so this became another thing that we wanted to try and incorporate in a dating sim. How can we have friend characters play a role in this game? And here's the quote related to this theme. The next, unfortunately, we heard a lot of stories from our participants about their experiences of racism, colorism, and cultural invalidation. And this was occurring both in the dating scene and in their general usage of social media and connecting with other peers. So this was really heartbreaking to hear, but we knew it was really important to have this kind of contextual background be woven into the game for it to feel authentic. And so here's the quote that related to this theme. Lastly, when we told the participants what our project was all about, that we are making a dating game for Black teen girls about sexual health behaviors, they gave us a lot of advice about what we should and shouldn't be doing. They were very concerned that we would be making something that would be just totally preachy and not useful to them at all. And they were also concerned that maybe we wouldn't use the platform of this video game to address the serious topics that we had discussed in our focus groups, like these experiences of racism and colorism that they spoke of. So they told us, make sure that the game is fun, make sure that it's light, but make sure it still gives them a platform to discuss these experiences that they've had around sex and dating. And so here's the quote related to that theme. So given these themes that we uncovered through our focus group background research, the elements we decided to include in the game are as follows. First, we decided that the game should really encourage high quality partner selection. And we wanted this feature in the game because we wanted to reflect on this talent that we heard from our focus group participants, the thing that they're already doing so well, which is vetting and evaluating potential romantic partners before engaging with them. So we created a feature of the game where the players have to assess potential partner traits and weigh their risks and benefits in terms of sexual health. And since traits of potential dating partners became such an important feature in our video game, we asked the participants to provide us with the traits that we should be using for our game characters. And so these are, this word cloud represents all the traits that our focus group participants said are things that they look for in a potential partner. And these are what they are sleuthing around a social media trying to determine whether a potential partner hates. On the flip side, the traits really don't want to see in a potential partner. And if their social media sleuthing uncovers anything like this, it's a huge red flag and they're going to call it off. The next element that we wanted to include is, of course, we want our players to gain a lot of knowledge related to the behaviors that can either increase or decrease their risk for acquiring HIV and other STIs. And one natural way to do this is through a video game mechanic like trivia, where you're answering questions and receiving points. But another thing that we incorporated in our game was having players receive points and rewards for engaging in behaviors such as speaking to doctors about testing or actually using a condom. And so that was a really important element of our game. Next, we really wanted this game to be multiplayer because we wanted to capitalize on the opportunity for normalizing conversations about sex and dating and condoms. So we created in our game mini games that actively require conversation and debate between the players so that we would get them talking to one another and try and get people to feel comfortable discussing these really important things related to sexual health. And with that, I'd like to walk you through our prototype video game, Investigate. It's still under development, so what I'll be showing you are some screen caps from this initial prototype and walking you through how the game will play. So Investigate is played on a shared screen like this one, and all the players are using their own personal cell phones in order to input their game actions. This is similar to some other famous party games, and we wanted to do it this way because we were making the game during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we thought it would be great if we could make a game that would be fun to play in person, but also still playable through a platform like Zoom if there continue to be in-person restrictions. Also, we have this character, Chelsea, who's the MC, and she introduces herself as the player's older cousin, and she's there as a role model for the players by delivering tutorials and offering assistance throughout the game. The game starts like this, and all the players' icons are going down the side of the screen with the dateable characters moving across the center of the screen. At the start of the game, the only thing you know about the dateable characters is their name and their short bio. But as the game progresses, you unlock more and more traits about them. The first thing that you do in the game is pick some goals. And these goals are important because the object of the game is to be the first person to reach 300 points. So completing goals is a great way to get a big pile of points. Also, players must choose 2 of these dateable characters to follow on social media, and that's who they'll be interacting with throughout the game. As the game progresses, the player's relationship with the dateable characters increases, and you can see the little colored bar wrapping around the player icon. The color corresponds to the background color of the dateable character, and that represents how close the player has gotten. Getting closer with a dateable character gives you more opportunities to interact with them, and you can even engage in some behaviors that give you more points, like having sex. But of course, you have to be safe and use a condom, which also gets you closer to that point goal. As the players progress, they're unlocking these traits of these characters and evaluating how that affects the dateable character's dateableness. So let's take a closer look at this action, investigate a guy. Our player Luna decides to investigate a guy, and she investigates Brian. She learns that he refuses to get tested for STIs. So the next thing that happens is that all the players must vote on their phone how safe or risky they think this trait makes this character. The screen after this displays the outcome, giving the players a chance to discuss how they voted and why. The main action in the game is, of course, the dating sim experience, which is conversations with guy characters. So the player who spends her turn having a conversation with the guy is the one who gets to respond to his question. And at the beginning of the game, when you're just getting to know the characters, the questions are pretty benign, like, would you rather read a book or watch the movie version of something new? And so the player gets to determine how to respond, but the other players have a chance to earn points by guessing how they think the player is going to respond. As the game progresses, these conversations get a little closer to the topic at hand, which is sex, condoms, dating, STIs, and HIV. So in this case, the character says, hey, want to head back to my place? We've got it all to ourselves. And the player says, yeah, let's get out of here. She learns that she didn't have a condom on her, and it's been a while since she's been tested in the game. So she might need to go see a doctor. On her next turn, the player does have the opportunity to speak to a doctor, and the game will randomly generate whether she has an STI based on the traits and the risk level of the guy that the player was with. If the game randomly generates a curable bacterial STI, the game will announce that she's been treated and she'll be cured on that turn. If, however, the STI that the game randomly generates for her is not curable, she'll have a status icon appear next to her player icon, and the game will announce that she's receiving continued appropriate treatment. Either way, the next conversation that the player has with a dateable guy will be about this STI outcome. Some guy characters will agree to get tested and some won't, and it all depends on their traits and their risk status. Another really important conversation type that happens periodically in the game is these conversations with friends. And we use these conversations to give a platform to the experiences of our focus group participants about Eurocentric beauty standards, stereotyping, and intimate partner violence, all the things we spoke with our participants that might not otherwise have a place in a dating sim, let alone a sexual health video game intervention. So in this case, our friend Aaliyah says, I yelled at a guy for littering in the park and my boyfriend said I was being too loud and aggressive. So all the players get to vote how to respond to this friend. And in this case, they say, oh, really? Angry Black woman stereotype. Naturally, we've also have this trivia mini game in our game, and this is a great way for players to rapid fire respond to questions and earn a bunch of points. One thing that's really cool about the trivia game is we have it linked to other conversations that occur in the game, so you only ever see trivia questions related to content that you've already learned about from other characters and other aspects of the game. We also have this presentation mini game, which I alluded to earlier. In this mini game, two players who are at the dating level or higher in their relationship with a guy have to go head to head in a 15-second presentation where they present the evidence for why their boyfriend is the best. So this is a really interesting opportunity for the girls to speak to one another about why it might be a good idea to date this guy, Tom, who has the great trait that he admires his older sister, but the really questionable trait that he won't stop asking for nudes on Snapchat. So this has to be weighed with his sexual health risk meter there, which is right on the neutral. Why might Tom be a better boyfriend than any of the others that are available for dating? At the very end of the game, which occurs when one player reaches 300 or more points, the game randomly generates one of these cute little senior superlative type Mad Lib experiences where the player's name and the guys that she was dating appear in this text. And this is a nice way to give a little epilogue to the players so they can imagine what the outcome was. So to wrap up, the goal of this intervention is to reduce HIV and STI infection in Black teen girls. And we're creating a video game because it is well known that enjoyable interventions are much more likely to succeed. So if you're having fun playing a game while you're learning about protective behaviors against HIV and STI infection, then maybe you'll sit all the way through to the end and maximize your content exposure. Also, if we've done our job right as game designers, hopefully you'll have a great time playing. So much fun, in fact, that you'll gather a bunch of other friends to play it with and do it a second time. Next, we want this game to be multiplayer. It's well known that teens are learning the majority of what they know about sex and sexual health from their peers. So why not create a context for them to have these conversations with all the information available in front of them? And also, while we're at it, give them a way to normalize talking about the importance of condoms and self and partner testing. Maybe they can even pick up some skills practicing talking about condoms and the importance of condoms and the importance of testing with one another, and take that home and try it with one of their partners. We also really want the game to focus on promoting high standards for partner selection, because we want to harness this behavior that teens are already using, which is the vetting of potential partners through social media. We hope that we can teach them how they can use this skill that they already have to think more deeply about things that might have an effect on their sexual health and their general well-being. And I'm really happy to announce that we're going to be evaluating the efficacy of this game in a pilot randomized control trial with 80 Black teen girls starting this fall. So I really hope you'll reach out. My contact is below, and stay tuned for updates about this project. And with that, I'm going to be moving into the Spark Q&A room. So I hope we can continue the conversation there. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Raul Carvajal, and I'm one of the festival producers. I am so excited to be introducing our final speaker in the Civics and Social Issues track today. Please help me welcome Naftali Faulkner, creator of one of my favorite games of the year, Umurangi Generation. Naftali is a Nidorangi designer based in Australia and director at Aura Game Digital. Today, Naftali will outline some of the principles he followed when designing Umurangi Generation, a game that encourages players to reevaluate the political implications of everyday environments through the lens of photography. It is my privilege to welcome to the stage Naftali.
Hey, kia ora, everyone. I've got some notes here, so if you see me looking down, that's probably why. But yeah, thanks for joining me today. And I'm going to be giving a talk today on creating reactive art, or creating art when the world is collapsing around you. And I just want to start by saying thanks for Games for Change for letting me talk today. So thank you. Before I begin, I just want to start with an acknowledgement of country. I just want to acknowledge and pay respects to Bundjalung people, which is where I conduct my business and do my work, and that's where I'm giving this talk today. So yeah, I just want to pay respects to elders past and present. Right, just before we get in, I'm just going to give a little bit of like a language or content warning here, because the reality of this game is it talks a little bit about fascism and the sort of atrocities committed in that. And so I think, to do that justice, you can't really dumb that down. You've got to really talk about it and not let it slide, because unfortunately that seems to be, a problem there. So if, younger viewers, maybe skip this one, or, go grab a Milo or something. But anyway, maybe we should just start with me. My name's Naftali Faulkner. I'm a Nidorangi man living in Australia. And, my background when it comes to games is I've only really been in the games industry for a little under 2 years now. So I'd like to say I'm not really an expert on the sort of behind the scenes of making games, but my background in study and stuff like this, sort of before coming into this industry, was sort of in a university space. And that was looking, at the sort of two fields, I guess. One was design and the other was the sort of emerging field of Indigenous knowledge, which we'll get to in the presentation. And so I just want to sort of acknowledge that sort of these are my biases going in, so you can sort of know where I'm coming from with this. I'm just going to give you a little overview of the next 20 minutes so you can sort of know where I'm going to be talking about stuff. The first thing we're going to talk about is all that evil university postmodern neo-Marxist jargon, or whatever you want to call it. Just to start with giving a sort of foundation to what we'll be talking about when we're talking about, Umurangi Generation's sort of antagonist and the DLC, which was very reactive to 2020. And then as well as some advice I'm going to give to other developers if they want to sort of follow in the same footsteps as this game, or they want to sort of make games that are similar to this. As I said, I'm not really an expert of the game side, but you can at least know where I was coming from with this. And when it came to sort of talking about these more, I guess, academic topics, you can sort of maybe follow this advice and see how it goes for you. So throughout the presentation, there'll be some QR codes on screen. And that's just, if you sort of want to know more about what I'm talking about in this first part, you can just scan those and you should be able to sort of go to a link and start reading. Just tried to pick very entry-level readings, just in case you don't really know what I'm talking about, but you want to sort of go a little bit further into that. So yeah, onto the evil postmodern neo-Marxist stuff, which is destroying America, which is otherwise known as, basic academic critiques and critical thinking skills. And the reason I joke about that is this idea that games are political is total rubbish, really, or this idea that politics is somewhat detrimental to games. It's silly. I mean, I guess the thing I kind of think about is like, my existence is political, so there's no really getting around that. Anyway, as I said, I worked at universities, and this stuff's not really debated. This is very introductory stuff, and I'd encourage everyone to go read it if you've got some spare time. But you might be wondering, why would you make games like this? Why would you want to make these, so-called political games or games that tackle these kind of topics? You've probably heard some ranter, say something about this in the past, and they've probably had a bunch of points, like about how, get woke or go broke and all this other nonsense. I can think of a couple of reasons. One of the first is that there are actually certain game developers in the world that live in nation states that can't criticize their government. And if they do, they'll be locked up in prison, and they will be, completely punished for expressing that, political critique. And so if you are able to do it, you should maybe consider using that advantage, because it is an advantage to be able to do that. You have political or, creative freedom to actually go and create these kind of works without having to worry about, being locked up in prison. And even if you attract some kind of attention from, media sources or something like that, that's great for you. You've got some, free advertising. The other reason I would say is that, this idea of political art always becomes a time capsule of when it was made. If you think about any boomer rock music from the 60s that was about, the Vietnam War or the Civil Rights era, it is basically a timeless piece that people look back on and study. I would also say that when you do this right, they become really hard-hitting, works that you can sort of really challenge what's sort of going on in the space. The other reasons I would say is that, if you want this idea of the center or the normal game to sort of move in that direction, you've got to start pushing against the boundaries so that starts to be this space where these kind of works are just accepted as the norm. And, an example of that would be that, 10 years ago, it was probably unthinkable that a, video game would have an LGBT character in it. And now it's the kind of thing where it's very normalized, and the sort of critiques of that or angry outrage is non-existent, because that stuff gets old quickly, doesn't it? And then the last one I would say is that there is actually a market for people who enjoy this kind of stuff. They're not like man children looking at games as, toys, that's where this industry comes from. If you go back and you look at where the games industry's origins lie, it is in the toy industry with companies like LJN and Activision, right? And so the idea that these games can be works of art rather than products or consumable things is a thing you can do. But I would say that if you are going to do that, the audience you will gather has pretty high standards. You can't just say capitalism's bad. You have to talk a little bit more about that. You can't, that's not the conclusion, that's the starting point. And you need to talk about that a little bit further than the sort of basic critiques. So once you have a little foundation, a little academic foundation to talk about, what you should do is take that academic foundation and critique or, interrogate this fictional world you've created. And so I'll explain what the one for Omarangi generation was. The first thing that the game's foundation is based on is this idea of indigenous knowledge, right? Indigenous knowledge is this idea that it's a different epistemic origin point. Okay, it's a different ontology and it's a different way of being. It's not this idea of it being, savage, primitive, or, inferior. It's just different. Okay, and the idea around that is to say that Western epistemology comes from, Greek epistemology, right? And the idea is to say that indigenous epistemologies also have an origin. They're just not as, prevalent as the Western one today, because that one is also based on indigenous epistemology. Ontology is that idea of how you perceive reality, right? And for us as indigenous people, that's very different. And that was sort of where with this game, it started. So I'll go to the next part. The other thing it started to look at was this idea of neoliberalism. And so neoliberalism is the backbone of Western political thinking. it's not that idea of it being a new leftist or classical leftist or anything like that. It's this idea of it is the backbone that informs all of those things. When people talk about this idea of freedom or something like that, both left and right believe in freedom. They just have different applications of what they think that looks like. Okay. And so when we're talking about neoliberalism, it's the idea that it is a critique of former liberalisms, if that makes sense. So the first version was classical liberalism, the second version was social liberalism, and the third version was neoliberalism, which is what we see today. The next part that the game's sort of based on is this idea of looking at fascism and the sort of far right political identity that sort of exists in. And so it's this whole thing about looking at the connection between fascism and neoliberalism, where fascism is effectively able to live and grow under these neoliberal systems. And what does that look like? Okay. And it's this idea, like what Parenti talks about, this idea of rational fascism, where basically it's able to exist because it still lies with all of the same assertions that liberalism has. It just has very, very different interpretations of it by the end. So when we're talking about the base game of Umurangi generation, this is the idea that, it is a look at what happened in 2019. So I want you to all cast your mind back and try to remember what 2019 was like. All right. So for me, 2019 was where the bushfires destroyed most of Australia and the government didn't do anything about it, right? And so with this game, the idea was looking at questions based on what had happened there. And it was about saying, how would the same system that failed Australia in 2019 respond to a kaiju crisis? Okay. And so there's a couple of questions that I thought about, and they were this idea of how does neoliberalism make you comfortable and able to ignore the problems around you while comfortably resting a boot on your head? Okay. What would a cyberpunk future look like if it was based on a mirror of today rather than the 80s? And the third one was, how would Māori people continue to survive in a shitty future, right? And so the thing I kind of thought about, and this was my sort of big realization between this question of political games and the idea around it was, I'd rather be, accused of being woke than be asleep at the wheel, right? Which means I don't actually care if there's this pushback about the game being political anymore, because at that point you could stay as a sort of boring game that's going to not push against anything, or you can start to tackle this stuff and dive right in, and if you get something wrong, that's all right, but it's much more interesting. So the first thing about that was neoliberalism's not able to address the problems it creates, and that meant in Umurangi generation it's in a world where there's a totally avoidable and undeniable crisis event that it's occurred. And here's how the world in that game responded. And so, the idea about that is looking at something like climate change, where the time to act on that was 20 years ago. And we can see really clear examples here in Australia of things like the coral becoming bleached. I believe that there was a study done recently that said it's too late to fix the Great Barrier Reef. It's going to die. That's it. The next part was looking at, we as Indigenous people are still here, and what do we look like in this future? And the idea around that was to say, this idea of the, dingy cyberpunk shithole that you often see in these, worlds, these cyberpunk worlds, that's actually just what we go through a lot of the time, this idea of being completely looked over by the government and all this stuff. That's not a future. That's what's happening right now. And then 2020 happened, right? And the same inept system that tried to handle 2019 tried to do 2020. So it was on easy mode, and then it went out to ultra violence, right? And so the idea around that is that we released the macro DLC in 2020. And the idea around that is that, you know, originally we're going to do something much more positive, where it was this idea of, you know, having a you know, level that's much more positive about the stuff. But the reality is that after we released the game, George Floyd was murdered next week. And, you know, me and the composer, we had a long chat about how we would do that or how we would sort of talk about this stuff again. And so the questions asked for the macro DLC is sort of this idea of what's the nature of protesting? You know, what does this comfortable fascism look like? And how does it coexist with this neoliberal system? You know, what do these fascists look like, and what do they do when they think no one's looking? Looking at, you know, who are the victims of fascism? And then what does anti-fascism entail? And what is the response from fascists, right? So fascism enjoys a level of comfort in neoliberal systems. What does that mean, right? I think it's that idea that, you know, we often see this sort of paternalistic take from a lot of these neoliberal systems where when we see, you know, fascists storming the Capitol or, you know, doing a race riot in Charlottesville or something like that, it's, oh, they're just a little bit stupid. They don't understand what they're doing. You know, it's this very dumbing down the actual, you know, violence of the ideology. And so the idea around that is this system allows these things to exist because at the end of the day, fascists are sort of, you know, the active agents of these, you know, systems. They're the ones who maintain and uphold a lot of this stuff because the idea of, you know, upholding a sort of broken system like this that only benefits white people, well, that's your foot soldier in that war, isn't it? And so the idea around that is having levels in the game that sort of looked at those systems and sort of looked at, you know, the comfort of how this game's fictional universe would enjoy that. And so that was this idea of, you know, having a gamer's palace where, you know, this sort of fascist rhetoric was right alongside all the games. And, you know, I'm probably not alone in sort of someone who's played PC gaming before and been in a chat room and seen the kind of things people have said. And you can see that this stuff lines up quite well, doesn't it? Like it's a very comfortable space for fascism to exist in. The next thing was looking about, you know, I'll skip this one because I believe we're not, oh, hang on, these are jumping around my slides. Okay. Well, for some reason, the slides on my clicker aren't working. There's the skipping one, but that's all right. We'll just move to dev advice because I see we've only got a few minutes left. But yeah, my thinking around all this stuff is to give some devs advice around how to really go about making a so-called political game, or, you know, what I did with Omari Generation. And I think the first thing that you need to do is read academic works. You know, if you've ever heard or you've thought of this idea of how can I empathize with Indigenous people, or how can I put your voice in it? Turns out there are actually a lot of Indigenous people who write about what we're going through, and they write around it really well. And that's, you know, the brilliance of academics, I guess, is they get paid to summarize and synthesize all this information in a way that you can sort of easily consume. And that's, you know, usually the sign of a good academic. The next thing is make sure you've got someone to pull you back out, because if you're going to be going into this really dark stuff, or you're going to be going into these really, you know, aggressive places, you want to be able to pull yourself back out so you're not hurt by it at the end. You know, and I'd say that with things like, for me, when I was looking at the DLC for this game, I was looking at, you know, things like genocide and, you know, a lot of the really hateful policy that is still existing today. And I think it's one of those things where being able to be pulled out of that and, you know, find ways to deal with it is a really important thing. The last thing, I think, because I think we're a bit over time here, don't worry about these infantile labels like SJW or Marxist from people who are never going to play your game anyway. I think there's this, you know, weird assumption that people think that, you know, a lot of the internet hecklers online are listened to in the industry. The reality is they're not. You know, something that was sort of told to me the other day was this idea of the, you know, the idea that Microsoft and all these companies are in competition is quite silly, because the reality is Microsoft is a $1 trillion company compared to its next competitor who's down in the billions. There's just this silly expectation to have to perform to things like that. And I think the reality is that, it's okay to really push back against that and just go against the grain. I'll say one last thing here, which is slow down if you're new to this. It's probably the most important thing I can say to anyone who's starting to learn a new, academic space is, if you're going to start off, kind of as like a baby, just slow down, soak it in. And if you're starting to learn, best thing you should do is get a dictionary so that you can start to understand what's being said and grow from there, And if you don't understand it, that's all right. Just go back and keep going. So that's basically it. You can follow me here at Selikov or Omari game if you just want to look at sort of what the players have been making. And if you do like the game, you should go and buy it, which is available now on Steam and Nintendo Switch. So join me for the Q&A after this. Thank you so much.
Pearly Chen is Vice President at HTC, heading business development and content partnerships for Viveport Infinity, the world's first virtual reality content subscription service for all PCVR headsets and a growing family of standalone headsets. Since 2016, she has also managed HTC's $100 million global accelerator, ViveX, leading investments in a growing global portfolio of innovative startups in XR. Today, she'll be sharing more about these programs and HTC's commitment to VR for impact.
Hello, everyone. This is Pearly from HTC, and I'm so happy to be with you here today. We're going to talk about togetherness today, because that's what really nurtures us humans as a very social species. We really rely on each other to survive and to thrive. And when the pandemic made it very difficult for us to be together in person, technology and human ingenuity came to the rescue, and the world practically shifted overnight towards everything virtual. Anyone that you want to be with, whether it's your grandparents, your teachers, your doctors, or investors, or lawyers, or friends, just about everyone. What do? We jump on a video call, or better yet, as I would argue in this talk, jump into a virtual world together with enhanced sense of togetherness. As you would expect, this past year of physical isolation has definitely buoyed a renewed interest in the virtual and immersive technologies, which we call XR. I thought it might be productive for us to define the virtuality continuum together, from the base reality, which is your actual reality that you see with your own eyes, to virtual reality at the other end of the spectrum, which is fully virtual, where you're fully immersed and transported to a completely different virtual world. In between, there could be different combination of augmented reality, of augmented virtuality, basically different combinations of virtual objects augmented the real reality, or the other way around. Here's a simple video to demonstrate this concept. So here you're in your real environment, but you have virtual objects. You can interact with the virtual colleague. You can go fully immersive into virtual reality, or you can pull up the portal in your environment and go travel between virtual and real. So in the near future, what we are really predicting is that you will be able to interact pretty seamlessly with different combinations of these realities. And that's really the vision of a very immersive and ubiquitous personal computing platform that not just replaces your smartphone today as a portal to your everything digital life, but also maybe even more integrated with us as humans. Maybe think augmented humans. So with new technology that continue to develop, we are now able to bring more of ourselves and our senses into the virtual world. Not only can you be fully immersed, the virtual world can also take cues from you. Eye tracking data, for example, are super useful for enabling foveated rendering or eye interactions or controller-free inputs. And there's face tracking data that can animate your virtual representation to express more of your natural expressions. And hand and finger tracking bring the sense of natural interaction and presence to the next level. And of course, there's full body tracking with simple trackers without the need of having an expensive motion capture setup to bring more of your moves into virtual reality. Of course, in development, there's also brain sensing technologies for mind control, or even, this is the next step, adaptive virtual experiences. But without going that far into the future, we can talk about today. And some of my favorite examples of people taking these creative expressions of themselves with full body biosensing and tracking is clearly happening in VR chat. There are literally thousands of user-generated worlds. There are endless possibilities, and I'm always awed by the creative expressions of people from all corners of the world. In fact, last summer, my team threw me a birthday party, and it felt like more than a birthday party because we traveled to 5 different worlds, doing so many different explorations, and every single moment of the champagne, the virtual cake, the fireworks, the islands, and every little thing that we did on that exploration together felt like an actual memory that we co-created together that I still vividly remember to this day. It wouldn't have been quite the same if that virtual birthday party was conducted over Zoom on a video call like this. The many financing rounds that were announced recently, like the $80 million for VR chat or $100 million for Rec Room, are definitely validating that this concept of virtual world and the metaverse is here to stay. And it's not just for gaming or for personal moments, but even for very professional, productive use as well. So case in point, once the pandemic started, we had to switch most of our traditionally physical events into fully virtual. Here, for example, was our developer conference. We were set in this Vive auditorium overlooking the San Francisco Bay with Blue Angels soaring from above and presenters from all over the world beamed in. All the spatial audio effects also enable this real world serendipity moment of running into an old friend, making a new friend at the bar while you mingle. And 3D objects that come from different corners really augmented the presentation and the conference attending experience. We also work with the prestigious La Biennale to host the VR section of the Venice Film Festival fully in VR, boarding a gondola to arrive at the red carpet, the Venetian island of Lazzaretto Vecchio, to experience the very many selected projects was truly a magical experience. Because think about this used to be such an exclusive event. You have to be an invited VIP, you need to have the means to travel all the way to Venice. But now an event like this in last year and going into this year as well was made available to anyone in the comfort and safety of their living rooms, and even in VR lounge of many cultural institutions around the world. So that was really a very special memory. The Cannes Festival was another among many other festivals that we collaborated with in the past year. There was even a fashion show that's sponsored by Verizon called The Fabric of Reality, where you as the audience is taken onto a immersive journey to explore the story behind designers' collections. And this event was hosted inside the Museum of Other Realities, another incredible platform that we've had the good fortune of backing since early on, where artists can display immersive art and its endless possibilities. Still, some of my favorites, these out of this world art pieces, are created by artists with simple 3D content creation tools that can be accessible by anybody. So I'm really a big fan of this idea to make creativity democratized with 3-dimensional creativity tools, and exclusivity made a lot more open and inclusive. So a big fan of that idea. While we're on this concept of arts and culture and how that intersects with VR, my 5-year-old daughter still fondly recounts the details of our last trip to Paris, which was really our last trip before the pandemic, where we launched the Mona Lisa VR in collaboration with the Louvre, going behind the glass to meet the famous La Joconde, but also to come to face with the genius mastermind, who's my personal hero, Leonardo da Vinci. This experience was not only magical, but it's still made available to the public today. Even without a VR headset, you can easily experience this immersive Mona Lisa experience on your smartphone, which really is a great foresight in hindsight on the Louvre's part. When the pandemic began, they had to close doors for many months and ended up bringing 500,000 of their collections online. But of course, there's nothing quite like the Mona Lisa, especially one that was brought to life with virtual reality. It was also during the height of the pandemic that we launched the exhibition called Curious Atlas with the London's V&A Museum. Of course, with in-person exhibition or launch event completely out of the question, we had to take the press and all of our VIP guests down the rabbit hole fully virtually in virtual reality. How about live events like concerts and other live entertainment? You might have paid attention the tremendously successful Fortnite concert featuring Travis Scott that attracted more than 12 million concurrent viewers. No stadium can host the capacity like that. There are also a few other fully immersive shows featuring John Legend or The Weeknd using motion capture delivered onto various platforms, not even VR. There are also a few large-scale music festivals with different DJ stages, like this one hosted on Sansar. And this one I'm particularly excited about as a former student in Paris. The city of Paris hosted its New Year's Eve party in the virtual replica of Notre Dame, featuring Jean-Michel Jarre. And it was extra special for me and really for the city, as the cathedral was still reeling in the aftermath of the fire in 2019. And to be able to go inside Notre Dame virtually, to be in the presence of Jean-Michel Jarre and celebrating with fellow music lovers, welcome to the other side. That was such a magical experience. In the following 10 minutes, I will highlight a few more examples of how VR has played a role in remote collaboration, in learning, and healthcare as well during this extraordinary time. First up is remote collaboration. This new normal of video meetings like we are doing today may have caused many people Zoom fatigue, but collaborating spatially could be extremely productive. Before the pandemic, we already knew that VR was playing a very meaningful role in product development, such as accelerating the time to market for Bell Helicopter by 10 times, or using spatial tools to facilitate prototyping and ideation. But once the lockdown began and nobody had any access to the office, VR started to be very essential for some of these design and product development teams. Since clay modeling and in-person collaboration was just not available at all. Here's Ford's design team, for example. Each of the members will issue a VR system at home, and they can collaborate from their own living room to view the early sketches of the models, which was a race car project that they were working on. They could review the CAD models, they could render the vehicle interiors together from the driver's point of view. And here is a snapshot of scientists and researchers using virtual reality to explore a SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus mutation up close. With VR software and Nanome, at the molecular level, it has been pretty amazing to see how the spatial understanding can also play a role in helping the scientific community to better understand this devastating virus. Finally, there are meetings. We developed this VR collaboration tool called Sync to help our internal team stay better connected. I will show you a sneak peek of Vive Sync, which many of us at HEC have spent countless hours in with our colleagues from different parts of the world to collaborate, to co-create memories. But even with external partners, we do pitches to press, to customers inside Vive Sync as well. You can make all these personalized avatars from a selfie. Of course, there are non-VR access available on mobile, on desktop as well. Here, I'll give you a sneak peek at Vive Sync. So tools like this have really helped us, and I hope that many of you will give it a try and explore different immersive and spatial collaboration software as well to see for yourself the magic and benefits of that. The next step is on the topic of learning. With a 5-year-old daughter at home who had to go through an entire year of virtual kindergarten on Zoom, I really wish it was possible for kids like my own to walk into their own imaginary worlds and to be able to learn everything with all of their senses and to feel a sense of closer connection as well with their friends beyond a square on a screen. We're starting to test VR in a classroom setup in different parts of the world. And the early research on retention and student engagement has been super encouraging. In fact, Russia has recently deployed thousands of VR systems to enhance the understanding of complex subjects for youth as a government project recently. And they do plan to ensure that every single classroom in Russia will have access to VR by 2030. And training next up is a very well validated use case of virtual reality. We're all very well versed about that, whether it is hands-on training like firefighting in hazardous environments with flame systems, or soft skills training like leadership skills, empathy building with Tailspin. The simulation aspect, whether hands-on or soft skills, continues to be very, very effective at VR in increasing retention and engagement. And it's becoming so much more scalable for deployment as well. Axon is a global leader in technology products for public safety. I love their mission that they're trying to make bullets obsolete for public safety. And we have recently partnered up with them to launch their VR simulation system that allows officers to walk through dozens of realistic real life scenarios. So officers can better prepare themselves for conflicts, for training their de-escalation tactics and build empathy to save lives. What a powerful use of VR technology. And Miami Children's Hospital research recently on their medical VR training shows 80% of retention rate after 1 year, compared to the traditional methods that deliver 20% after just 1 week. So there are various different research studying different aspects of VR retention engagement, but I sure hope that in the near future, my kids and everyone's kids will be able to go on virtual field trips in all corners of the world. Not just that, but maybe going back in time to visit the mammals and to the space and to places otherwise not possible for them to travel to in real life. While we're on the topic of healthcare, let's discuss the therapeutics and healthcare applications, which are some of my personal favorites. You might have already heard from the Penumbra CEO, Adam, during the festival about the real system, which is using VR to help stroke patients with their path of recovery. There were also plenty of other therapeutic use cases during the pandemic, especially when it was difficult to access in-person care for vision therapies, physical therapies, and so much more. And one of the most impacted groups, as we know, during this pandemic has been the senior communities, older adults that are living in assisted living facilities or at home, whose isolation was really critical in ensuring their safety and health, but also exacerbating their sense of loneliness and other mental health issues. So this is another application of VR that I'm very, very excited about. Another one of Vivex companies in our portfolio. They specialize in bringing VR for senior citizens for their therapeutic and recreational use, helping older adults to feel more relaxed, like strolling in the lavender fields, or more energized, sitting at the front row seat of a Frank Sinatra performance, or to get more social in interacting with one another, or benefit from reminiscence therapy by reliving some of their treasured memories. This has become a very important topic as well, especially during this time. I just feel so incredibly grateful every day to be inspired by and to have an opportunity to support many of these XR technologies and applications of VR that connect us better to the people we care about, to the work that matters most to us, and even to ourselves. And so to those of us on the front line, building and enabling, it is also our responsibility to make sure that these technologies are designed to be inclusive for everyone, including those differently abled. Because alone we can do so little, and together we can do so much. So let's all come together to build XR technologies as a positive force for society. So thank you very much for listening tonight, and I'd be happy to take questions in the Spark Q&A room.
Thank you so much, Pearlie. What a great way to end day 2 at the Games for Change Festival, and it's so great to hear about the wonderful work that HTC is doing. I encourage everyone to follow Pearlie over to the Spark Q&A room for our last Q&A session of the day. Otherwise, that's a wrap of day 2 of the festival. I hope you all have a great night or rest of your day, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. Good night.